14. Seen from the outside. Sheffield Central Library was the gray of a wide expanse of sunlit fog. As Oswald came up from the subway under Arundel Gate, several dozen little girls in uniforms of almost that gray were drawn up outside the library by two nuns to be lectured by the bulkier of them. Buses of various colors and sizes went rumbling over the subway, which lent them its hollow amplification, so that Oswald wondered how the soft Irish voice was making itself heard. She had the respect of the children, of course, a respect founded on faith in God. As the two foremost girls held open the doors for their classmates to file into the library in pairs, while the nuns stamped their feet in unison to control the pace of the march, he strolled towards the Housel office, thinking and deciding. He'd taken only a few paces when a voice detained him. He had just passed a house with a doorway whose arch resembled rays of flame, turned stony, and with windows surmounted by symbols altogether too occult for his taste, not least a sun with 8 spidery rays. He'd thought someone had left a sack of rubbish outside to be carted away, but now he saw it wasn't the chill darting wind that had made the bundle stir. The bundle raised a head capped with a black woolen lump, and produced a face which looked resigned to its straggles of discolored hair and its sagging, yellowish, porous skin. "Care in the community," she repeated, in a voice that was Oswald's only reason to assume her to be female, and gave a nod which shook her cheeks at the plastic cup beside the blanket he'd taken for a sack. His hand went to his pocket, where one fingertip poked through the ring that bore the keys to the ground floor of Nazareth Hill. By the time he'd shaken off the ring, he'd had a chance to reflect. "That's an organization for which you're collecting, is it?" She nodded energetically 3 times, and then shook her head thrice with just as much vigor. That done, she lowered her hairy chin onto the blanket, from which she disentangled one fat-veined hand to point across the wind-swept flagstones. "I went there." The last schoolgirls were being shepherded through the doors by the hinder nun, and Oswald couldn't tell if the woman was referring to the library or the school. "Threw us out, they did," she said, apparently not about either. "I wasn't refusing to help you," said Oswald, finding some change in his pocket. "Just because one organization has let you down doesn't mean you can't see if another may do some good, don't you think?" She crossed her hands over her chest to clutch at the edges of the blanket, as if she'd begun to suspect he might try to snatch it. "Who are you? Where are you from?" "I'm nothing to do with it. I mean, what I am isn't what I do. I was just thinking you might see if one of the churches could sort you out something." The woman turned her eyes down until the pupils were almost hidden by the lower lids, and appeared to be addressing some concealed part of herself. "He's one all right. If it's not nurses trying to dig in your head, it's the God lot, and the worst kind of both." "Excuse me, madam, but I sell insurance." She jerked her head up, slamming it against the house wall with a thud whose softness Oswald fervently hoped belonged to her cap, and began to shout with her eyes shut. "He wants to sell me a policy! Can I get some home insurance on my blanket? This on top of my nut, does it count as a roof?" I didn't say. Please, madam, for your own good. You'll be getting someone called if you carry on like that." As his attempts to calm her only provoked her to grow louder and more incoherent, Oswald started to panic. He dragged his hand out of his pocket and dropped the contents in the cup. 3-pound coins, much more than he'd thought he was donating. He stepped back before he could be tempted to retrieve them while her eyes were shut, and waited until she had to pause for breath. "I pray I've been some use to you," he said. and hurried away as she protruded one carpet-slippered foot to hook the cup. He didn't think he had been, not in the right way. Charity begins at home, he reminded himself, and wasn't aware of having spoken aloud until a woman wheeling a toddler, protected from the world by a plastic shield, on the front of the push-chair, glanced sharply at him. He dodged around several corners, beyond each of which the wind renewed its chill, and past a cathedral some centuries less medieval than it appeared at first sight. By then, the rumble of traffic behind had made way for its twin ahead on Fargate. The Housel office was there, beneath a gargoyle whose grimace appeared to be propped open with a rusty pipe. Silver letters spelled Housel, Properties for Sale, along the wide plate-glass window, through which he saw, amid the photographs strung up to catch the passing eye, the front of Nazareth Hill. He remembered the shadowy afternoon when Dominic Metcalfe had taken the picture of Nazareth Hill and all its tenants. Now the lawn was deserted even by the oak, and for a moment Oswald felt disoriented, unable to imagine when the building could have been photographed. Arkwright must have snapped it during his last visit, he thought, as he let himself into the office. At the far side of an expanse of carpet as green and as springy as moss, the receptionist lifted her head to examine him. With her black polo neck concealing her throat, her hair confined so severely to the upper reaches of her head that she might as well have been wearing a glossy black hat, not to mention the sharpness of her chin and cheekbones, and the overstatement of her penciled eyebrows, she looked as fearsome as ever. "Ah, yes," she commenced, by apparently naming him. "You'll have the keys." "That's why I'm here." Oswald reached in the pocket he'd emptied of coins and ventured across the room. Since she didn't extend a hand for the keys, he laid them on her impeccably white desk, where she separated them with a fingernail to check they were still 6. "Thank you," she said, or at least the end of it, which made him feel so dismissed that he blurted, "Nobody wants a word." She looked unprepared to hear the question he intended. "Mr. Arkwright," he said. "I knew whom you meant." She gazed at him as though to impress her grammar on him. If he could live with Amy's looks, he thought, a receptionist's eyes couldn't daunt him. After not so very many seconds, as measured by a timepiece, she reached for the switchboard, which it was his impression she regarded more like a set of servants' bells. At that moment the door beside her opened. "Save your power," said Oswald. "Here he is." It was indeed Arkwright, his blond scalp as flat and clean as his long, smooth cheeks and square chin. "If you're happy, I'm happy," he was assuring a middle-aged couple, while they buttoned up overcoats that looked even heavier than the carpet. "Every time I find someone at home, I feel that's another tick in my personal book." He saw them to the door, and having waved them through it, turned to Oswald. "Mr. Priestley, not even a day later. Good to know there are still some folk who can be relied on. Step through a minute." Having preceded him into the office full of 12 desks, each in a 3-sided cubicle whose backs joined down the middle of the long room, Oswald said, "Someone for us?" "Second on the— you remember. For who is that?" Oswald lowered himself onto a leather chair which seemed to have been holding its breath, and waited while Arkwright sat, driving a gasp out of his own chair. "The couple you showed out. I wondered if they might be for our ground floor." "They're moving up from apartments. First house at their age, would you believe? And just married into the bargain." Oswald remembered the day he and Heather had chosen their only house, remembered sitting hand in hand with her before such a desk. The memory of her squeezing his hand, as they'd said almost in unison that they'd decided on their home, caused his stomach to draw into itself. She'd gone, he thought, and so he had to be 2 people for Amy, as strong and as wise as 2, and if necessary, as impervious to argument. This impressed him as so crucial to fix in his mind that it took a throat clearing from Arkwright, followed by more of a cough, to remind him where he was. "Sorry," he said, and when that proved insufficient, "Sorry? Were you going to give me your report? About yesterday's, whatever you would call it, yesterday's experiment?" "It worked. I'll be making sure it did." "That's reassuring to hear. Anything more I can pass on to my boss? Any details?" "No less than I promised. We went through every room, and there was nothing to see." "That's what your daughter says. There was nothing." "Exactly. I asked her, and she did." "And meant it." "Well, you know how they are at her age. I expect they're all the same. If you ask them for an answer, they behave as if you're forcing it into their mouths. But, as I say, I had her answer. Twice, to be certain." "You'll know if that's enough, obviously, being her father." "She's aware she has done wrong. That's the main thing." "If you say so, Mr. Priestley." Oswald felt rebuked for not having done enough. Perhaps he hadn't yet, but surely it was up to Arkwright to help rather than simply disapprove. "I'm presuming you don't know of anything that could start her off again," Oswald said. "I'm not sure I understand." "I think she's clear how angry I would be if she tried to turn up anything more to make a fuss about. Old bits of history, say. You and I would know they're nothing more than that. But I was wondering if anyone who might have heard her on the radio could have reason to think otherwise, if there might be anything they would be able to tell her." "I can't foresee anybody saying anything." "Just to clarify the situation, that means there's nothing to know, does it?" You saw how her mind works. There's nothing she could make into more than there was in the first place. "That's correct. I was thinking along your lines myself after I met her, so I checked back. I don't think even your daughter—" "No, I don't see how she could when it was so long ago. All the same, perhaps you shouldn't tell her." "I hope I may be the judge of that." "Of course, no question. I wasn't trying. We're talking hundreds of years back, 200 at least, going on for 3. "You don't need to persuade me that's ancient history. Tell me straight, man to man." Arkwright sat forward on his chair, which had already given vent to an inadvertent exhalation. "How much do you actually know about Nazareth Hill?" "That it's my home and my daughter's." "Good man. Before that, though, perhaps you've heard it had been offices in the Victorian era. And before them, nothing much." "It must have been something, surely." "Oh, right enough. Not for a while, I meant. For a long while there was just the shell of the place. There had been a fire, you see." Oswald supposed he did, but felt he ought to see more, or was expected to. "All right, a fire. I don't think she can make much of that." "Just of a fire. I shouldn't think anyone could." "You sound as if there was more to it." "Well, yes. What happens more often than not when there's a fire in a property, though let me assure you there's never been a single one, to my knowledge, in any property we've sold." "You mean someone died?" "That's the size of it. To be totally accurate, not that it can make any difference so long after, I'm sure you'll agree, a few." "What do you call a few?" "I couldn't tell you that in terms of numbers. Quite a few, my understanding is. As far as I can make out, all the inmates and the staff." "All of the hospital?" "Not a hospital as we'd use the term, you understand. Not back then. I expect we'd hardly believe how unsafe some of those places were, with nobody going round to check. Nobody such as yourself, trying to see they were safe." "Some things have improved." Oswald's thoughts hesitated momentarily over that, but it wasn't the issue he felt bound to raise. "Inmates was the word you used, wasn't it? I'm only asking so I'll be prepared, in case it somehow gets to my daughter. But what sort of place are we discussing? I don't know what they would have called it back then, but, the closest they'd have come to an institution. A mental hospital. That's the sort of area. Only maybe you're aware they used to treat them nothing like we treat people with a mental history today. Too many of them are wandering the streets instead of being looked after. I'll give you that. Maybe they weren't treated badly at Nazareth Hill. They must have got out of hand to finish with, but I don't suppose some of them needed anything we'd regard as an excuse to set the place on fire. That's what you think happened? Or you know? That's as much of a story as my nephew's fiancée could find in the vaults at the paper where she works. It wouldn't be easy to unearth. It wasn't. The nephew says I owe them each a bottle of good plonk. Oh, I follow, Arkwright said, lowering his eyebrows to demonstrate his comprehension. The files aren't on computer, they're on microfiche. Unless someone knew what they were after and how to look, they'd never find it while they had breath. It can't be common knowledge, this old story. Nothing like. I don't mind telling you we hadn't so much as a sniff of it when we took over the property. I hope it would have made no difference if you had. You've my word on that, Arkwright said, and gazed at Oswald. You've mine that my daughter won't learn about any of this from me. Thank you for that. And supposing anyone who knew of it had heard her, they'd have contacted her by now if they were going to, wouldn't they? You'd think so. Not that I can imagine any reason why they should. I'm sure there's not. But if by any remote chance we're both wrong, perhaps I can ask you to do your utmost to head off any trouble. Here's my hand. Arkwright considered it before accepting it, having stood up. Perhaps Oswald's choice of words had thrown him, though Oswald didn't think them too old-fashioned. Thank you for stopping by, Arkwright said to end a quick, loose handshake, and for all your efforts. The least I could do. Arkwright paused as if he thought the words were truer than intended. I know we can rely on you to take any action you find necessary, he said, and sidled from between his desk and the partition. After all, you won't be doing it only for us. Appreciated, Oswald said, and shook hands again, gripping Arkwright's until it responded with equal firmness, which felt as though Arkwright was either satisfied for the moment or exhorting him to do more. Oswald didn't need to be exhorted. Perhaps he'd hoped the meeting would convince him otherwise, but he already knew he hadn't done enough. As he let himself out of the Housel office, the wind struck him in the face and thrust its chill inside his collar. Until he pulled himself together, he felt as cold as he imagined the woman in the blanket must feel. At least he knew he wasn't quite alone. He'd overheard enough to be aware that someone had insights into Amy that might help him, her religious teacher. He turned to breast the wind, and the photograph of a deserted Nazareth Hill came into view. Whatever Amy might invent about the place would be preferable to her discovering that it had once, no matter how many years ago, been an asylum. How could he have been so weak that he'd allowed her to annoy him into telling her the truth about her grandmother before he was sure it was time for her to know? It wasn't Nazareth Hill that was at fault. It was himself. The wind urged him round the corners to the house carved with secret symbols. The woman in the blanket had gone, but he had far too little difficulty in remembering her eyes, locked into themselves and glistening with the sheen of fear. Arkwright's revelations had made him anxious to see Amy, to reassure himself she was all right, or at the very least no worse. He hurried through the subway, which hooted like a huge stone owl as a racing ambulance halted the traffic, and up to the car park. The traffic was as headlong as ever by the time he drove under the barrier that had raised itself in a mechanical salute. Once he succeeded in joining the rush, it carried him towards the edge of Sheffield. Soon he caught sight of girls in the dark red which Amy resented still having to wear. As he steered the Austin into the side street, the last few ran across the schoolyard into the building which appeared to have lent their uniform its color. Rather than use the parking area within the grounds, he drove until the wall hid him from the school. He didn't care if Amy saw him, for all the trouble that might cause, but he wanted to observe her before she knew she was being observed. He walked to the point where the wall became railings, through which he saw a schoolmistress appear in Amy's classroom and begin to address the girls seated invisibly beneath the tall windows. The gale hastened him into the yard, raising his hood as it did. The school secretary, a long-faced woman with a great deal of red hair tugged back from her high forehead and tied at the nape of her neck, came to her window inside the paneled lobby. "Mr. Priestley, back so soon?" "Can't get rid of me." "Is anything—" "I wanted a chat about Amy's religious progress. I didn't have a chance last time to speak to Mrs. Kelly, is it not?" "She'll be marking in the staff room, along the corridor from Miss Sadler's office. You know the way." Oswald did. It led past Amy's classroom. The sound of a choir rehearsing in a hall floated to meet him. The pure young voices sang Amazing Grace as he passed rooms full of girls working, their faces upturned to their teacher or lowered to their books. The fire doors next to Amy's classroom bumped shut behind him, and 3 more paces gave him a view of her class through the glass half of the door. He found her at once, and his innards grew cold and hollow. She was seated 2 rows back, her head bent over an exercise book, her cropped head shorn of the hair Heather had loved to brush. It looked wholly inappropriate among her classmates, as if she had strayed in from some quite different place. As he saw her pen speed across the page, he couldn't help wondering if this was a show she was putting on for the schoolmistress. The fire doors shuddered as the wind insinuated itself into the building, and he was suddenly afraid she would glance up at him, afraid not of being seen, but of how her eyes might look. He retreated to the opposite wall and dodged past the room before even the teacher could notice him. Mrs. Kelly was watching him from the next classroom. She opened the door at once and raised her eyebrows as high as they would go. "May I help you?" "I was on my way to see you. I apologize for not making an appointment, but I found myself in the vicinity." Her face hadn't relaxed when she eventually said, "You're Amy Priestley's father." "I hope that's a compliment." The desperate hope was close to a prayer, and the teacher turned away from it. "If you'll close the door," she said, limping to her desk piled with exercise books, "we won't be disturbed." Oswald eased the door shut and leaned against the desk in front of her. When it emitted a sharp creak, Mrs. Kelly frowned at it and him. "Do sit down if you wish." Oswald managed by protruding one leg into the aisle. Having watched his struggles to arrange himself, Mrs. Kelly said, "If I may say so, Mr. Priestley, you look worried." Her voice echoed in the empty room. He thought it capable of penetrating the wall, and spoke low to drop her the hint. "Do you think I should be?" "Frankly, yes." Oswald was shocked to discover that, deep down, he'd been willing her not to say so, shocked by his own weakness. "Please tell me your thoughts," he said, feeling like a not especially able but cooperative pupil. "I want to hear." "I sense you're of the mind I am, Mr. Priestley. Girls of that age need firm direction, and we've been charged with providing it." "That's my belief." "Most especially where unhealthy influences are involved." "Do you mean any in particular?" he said. and heard himself sounding worse than stupid, dishonest, reluctant to admit to his own knowledge. "I heard the tail end of you talking to her yesterday. That's why I'm here, to find out what you meant." "I should have hoped you would know." "I'm sure I do, but to hear someone else who cares about her put it into words. I was telling her that some of her interests seem not just unhealthy, unholy. I wonder if you know how far that's gone." "You mean that ghost business? It's been nipped. I took her where she claimed she saw it, and showed her there never was anything." "So she believed there was?" "She never said so at the time. She wasn't much past half her age, you understand. The fairy tale age. Maybe she dreamed it and thought she remembered it. But now she's come round to seeing she couldn't have. I suppose that must count for something." "You don't think much?" Oswald saw at once he should have put a preposition in there. But apparently that wasn't the source of her dissatisfaction. "I'm afraid I think if she was able to believe it at all, she must be well on her way down the wrong path. So." Once again Oswald found himself wishing she'd said the opposite. "Have you any suggestions?" he demanded, with a roughness aimed entirely at himself. "I'll tell you something now I've told very few people." "Well, thank you," Oswald said, before wondering if it would turn out to be an occasion for gratitude. "What would that be?" "When I was their age," said Mrs. Kelly, raising her eyebrows to indicate the classroom behind him, "I came under the spell of somebody unsuitable. A boy it was." Unsure how much surprise he was required to express, Oswald nodded. "Ah. And my parents dealt with it as you did in those days." "Aha. How was that?" "I was locked in my room until I swore on the Bible never to go anywhere near him again." "That's certainly a thought." Perhaps Mrs. Kelly felt he was taking her self-revelation too lightly. She pursed her wrinkled lips, rendering them virtually colorless. "Maybe our rights aren't what they were, but can't you keep her home at night until you see a change?" "I don't see why not." "Then I should, Mr. Priestley, before it's too late." This sounded to Oswald like a welcome release. He was painfully unbending from behind the desk, having scraped the tops of his thighs on its underside, when he heard a girl's voice raised in argument behind him. "Is that? I think it might very possibly be." If Amy was questioning, perhaps that wasn't objectionable in itself, but the shrill aggressiveness of the voice beyond the wall dismayed him. It took him a few seconds to realize that she would be looking up from her desk. "Is there another way out I could use?" "Another?" said the teacher, with some disbelief. "Oh, I see." "I don't want to begin by handing her an excuse to flounce out when she comes home." Mrs. Kelly let that hover for an uncomfortable length of time. At last she said, "If you slip along by Miss Sadler's room, you can sneak out of our door." Oswald thanked her with, he hoped, sufficient vigor to encompass the entire interview, and stole into the corridor. A draught helped him close the classroom door with more of a slam than he intended. Once in the passage reserved for the staff, he felt somewhat less panicked, but hurried to the imposing door opposite Miss Sadler's office. As he dodged around the far side of the school from Amy's classroom and past a succession of glassed-in voices, the wind kept leaping in his face. He shut himself into the Austin and wound his window tight to exclude a thin, chill blade of air. He had the impression that he'd learned all that he needed to know if he could only piece it together, but no thought seemed able to pass through his mind before a bell tuned to the wind made itself audible, heralding the afternoon break at the school and sending him away as fast as he could start the car. On the motorway, gusts of wind did their best to force him out of whichever lane he was struggling to follow. At the exit, he encountered a gale which for quite a few seconds felt capable of shoving him back. It kept relenting and then ambushing him while he clung to the steering wheel and drove across the moor. Then Partington heaved into view ahead, and his foot faltered on the accelerator. The car had been struck by a gust so fierce it shook the windscreen, but that wasn't why he felt suddenly uncertain. Nazareth had risen above the huddled streets, as though the town was thrusting it out, and against all his expectations the sight made him wonder if bringing Amy to live there had been a mistake. Now that he'd told her of her heredity, how might she feel if, despite the efforts he would make to prevent it, she discovered that Nazareth had once been an asylum? The car shivered almost to a halt, and he grabbed the gear lever. He jerked it through its positions, describing some kind of a cross, and having descended to first gear, trod on the accelerator. For the moment there seemed to be nowhere to go except forward into the forbidding wind. He couldn't just move himself and Amy out of Nazareth, not least because that would be to go back on promises he'd at the very least implied to the Housel representative. But wasn't Amy's welfare more important than anything else? The road dipped and then soared to find the town, which brandished its speed limit disc at the car. The first houses cut off not only his view of Nazareth, but also, it seemed, his ability to reach a decision. He turned the Austin along Moor View, where a slate from a cottage roof lay shattered in the middle of the road. Just as one of his wheels crunched a slate fragment, Nazareth reappeared at the end of the lane. Instantly, he knew without question that he had been wrong. The windscreen trembled again as the car emerged onto Nazareth Row, but the railings in front of Nazareth stood firm. There was no longer any oak to bow and thrash and fling its leaves about. Perhaps that was why the grounds appeared so still. When he drove onto the gravel, the wind dropped as though the building had breathed it in. Once he'd found his plot in the car park, a new wind raised his hood for him while ushering him around the corner. He slid his key into the lock and took refuge in Nazareth. Warmth and silence and light as soft as the glow of candles in a church were there for him, bringing him immediate relief from any doubts he might harbor. This was his and Amy's home, and he need only find a way to make her feel as he was feeling. Praying ought to help, and he began to murmur to himself as he climbed the stairs. He met nobody to interrupt him en route to his door. Beyond it, the great eyes of the framed pictures looked awed by his willingness to be shown the right path. He left the lights off and moved through the dimming rooms, eventually falling to his knees at the foot of the bed. "Please, help me keep her here. I know it's the best place for her. I thought it mightn't be, but I see now I was confused. Only if she should find out it used to be what we know it was. Please let me think what to do." He sensed the cold stone beneath the warmth of Nazareth. Together they suggested a life held in balance. He thought he could detect truth gathering like the darkness. Soon it would be clear to him. But there was still a residue of light in the sky, and he was praying drowsily and patiently when the phone rang. He dug his elbows into the mattress to lever himself to his feet and ran to grab the receiver. "Priestley." "Dad?" "Yes, Amy, what you want," said Oswald, and immediately knew. "One of my friends wants me to stay at hers tonight, so we can do our homework together." Not only had he been right, but he was sure he heard untruth in her attempt to sound casual. He closed his fist on the receiver, its plastic stem as thin as her wrist when he had lifted her to Nazareth. "I think not. Let your friend come home with you." "But she lives here in Sheffield." "All the more reason for you not to stay with her." As Oswald heard the plastic crack, he relaxed his grip. He didn't need to be violent, just firm. "Come home now, please. Dinner will be waiting, and so will I," he said, and cut her off. 15. The Whisper of the Past. Halfway through the first lesson of that afternoon, the English mistress said, "Miss Priestley?" Amy was gazing over the thoughts she'd written about illusions in Macbeth, a dagger, and Banquo's ghost, and the blood on the hands of, as she'd scribbled it, Mrs. Big Mac. Her attention had been hovering somewhere between the blackboard and a similarly flattened image of Carolyn Henderson's hair, piled up to expose the freckly nape of her neck above her broad shoulders, at the desk in front. "Yes, Miss Bird," Amy said. "Can I be of any help?" She'd raised her head enough to halve her chins, and opened her mouth until it was almost as round as her face, all of which signified that the question wasn't just an offer, more the threat of a rebuke. "I was thinking about the witches," said Amy. "Do tell." "They make him see stuff, don't they? They get into his mind, and then he starts not knowing what's real and acting mad." "I take it we're referring to the Weird Sisters, and the way Macbeth is prompted by the supernatural." "Them, yes." "Interesting thoughts, best developed in a different essay, perhaps on the question of how much the characters use predestination as an excuse for what they do." Until Amy had spoken, she hadn't known she had the thoughts. They didn't represent what she'd been thinking. Some doubt must have escaped onto her face, because the teacher said, "You disagree." "I'll save it if you say." Amy thought that was sufficiently agreeable, but Miss Bird looked as though she hadn't heard an answer. All Amy could produce now was the truth. "I'm still thinking about witches." "By all means speak up if it's an insight the rest of us should have." "Shouldn't think so," Amy said, and saw that wouldn't be enough. "I think there used to be some where I live." "I've an unhappy suspicion you aren't talking about insight." "I only just heard about them," Amy protested. "The Partington witches. They're supposed to have used to go up on the hill where I'm living at the moment. Have you heard of them?" "I'm quite relieved to say I haven't. It's hardly my area of—" Amy felt close to the panic she was trying to fend off. For a moment, the dark in which she'd lain awake until she'd switched her light on seemed to have entered the classroom. She half rose in the trap formed by her desk and its seat, and twisted round. "How about any of you?" Most of her classmates shook their heads and gave her varieties of smile, some of these amused or worse. There was silence until Miss Bird cleared her throat at the pitch of chalk on a blackboard. "Miss Priestley." Amy subsided behind her desk. "Sorry," she mumbled. "I was about to say that the person to consult is presumably Mr. Barriston." "I suppose. So, if you're content with that, perhaps we can return to our theme for today?" Amy didn't know how she could have felt less content, not least because the history master was the teacher she most disliked. She bent her head to her work to hide her feelings, and when she could think of nothing further to write, began to lengthen all the S's. The door of the adjoining classroom slammed, and she was touched by a draught as though the secret, stony cold of Nazareth had come to find her. The night, far too imminent in any case, lurched nearer. She had to discover all she could, in the hope that she would learn something even her father would have to take notice of. And so, at the end of the English lesson, she went in search of the history master. He was in the schoolyard, keeping an eye on the girls. His expression, which opined that he was watching a spectacle staged for his benefit, almost made her turn away without approaching him. As he noticed her dawdling towards him, he withdrew one hand from the pocket of his green suede jacket and fingered the point of the beard that further sharpened his small, neat face. "Yes," he said, in the tone of responding to an offer which, although perhaps only in the circumstances, was acceptable. "Yes." Amy hugged her breasts as the wind flapped the lapels of her blazer. "Miss Bird said I should see you." "And here you are," he said with the unnecessariness that was one of his traits she particularly disliked. "I take it she said why." "We were talking in class, and she said you'd be the person to ask." "As is frequently the case," he said without humor. "About." The curtness of the words suggested he was patronizing her question in advance, and only desperation made her blurt, "Some witches there were supposed to be. The Partington witches." "That's your territory, is it not? That's where we have you from." "Partington." "That cozy retreat," he agreed, and pinched his beard as a wind set it bristling. "Well, my winged colleague has me right. I do know something about them." "What?" "All there is to know, I dare say." Amy was silent, suspecting this to be the preamble to a poor, hence unbearable, joke. At last she said, "Such as?" 13 individuals whom the people of your village, when it was half its size, didn't like to encounter after dark, especially on some nights of the year." "Why? What did they do?" "Some, probably, no more than concoct old remedies, but some had a reputation for making anybody who crossed them ill with just a look. What they did when they all gathered together, well, how could anyone know? If the villagers were so afraid of them, nobody would have risked spying on them, would they?" That seemed to Amy much more logical than helpful. "So what happened to them, the witches?" "Little enough by the standards of the day. 1 or 2 may have been strung up from a convenient tree, and the rest seem to have taken the hint and made themselves scarce. You should appreciate all this was supposedly occurring after the official witch hunts had been ended, and something slightly more like sanity was creeping into fashion." It was suddenly apparent to her that the emotion he experienced, while surveying either history or the present, was resignation fending off despair. Not that she felt better for the inside. "That can't be all," she protested. "Someone must know more than that." "You're assuming there's more to learn, and not less." "How can there be less?" "Perhaps your witches never existed. I only heard about them from a grandmother who was half past knowing what she was saying. Perhaps they were no more than a story to frighten small children, the kind of tale I hear you're good at." His words let Nazareth at her. She might as well have been back there, trailing after her father through the downstairs rooms, terrified of what else she might see, and yet willing him to be confronted by some sight he would be unable to deny. Once she'd heard a series of effortful breaths beyond a door he was about to open, noises suggestive of a throat trying to clear itself of some of itself. Once she and her father had been preceded through an apartment by a shuffling which had changed in ways that made her think the feet had been wearing themselves closer to the bone with every step. She could tell he'd heard none of this, nor the sound, as he'd switched on a light in a room, of someone scuttling away on too few limbs, withdrawing spider-like out of sight through an exit where none was visible. The denizens of Nazareth had been hiding themselves for the moment, so that by the end of her enforced tour, so much anger and frustration had been mingled with her fear that her sarcasm had sounded all too indistinguishable from the truth as she'd declared there had been nothing, oh no, nothing even remotely wrong. She'd wanted her father to hear how little she meant it, but she had failed to take into account his need to believe that she did. And now Mr. Barriston had elected himself spokesman for her father, for almost everyone she knew. "Have a care," he said. "Watch out, or you'll finish up frightening yourself." Rather than respond as she thought he deserved, she was turning away quickly when he said, "Before you rejoin your peers, some words along the lines of, 'Thank you, Mr. Barriston, for racking your brains might seem in order.'" "Is that what you did?" she was about to retort, when she saw in his eyes that he had. "Thank you for telling me what you knew," she said. But any sincerity she intended was swamped by her realization that now she was unable to avoid remembering last night. She couldn't bear the prospect of going home. She wandered through the crowded, windswept schoolyard until she located a friend who would surely be able to help. "Lorna, is your Kathy back at university?" "Went on Monday. I've got the bathroom for all the hours I want again." "Is her room spare?" "Till Easter. Come and stay soon if you like." "How about tonight?" "I don't expect they'll mind. They won't have to, will they?" "Is it your dad why you want to stay?" "It's just something I have to work out," Amy said awkwardly, wondering how she would deal with going home tomorrow. Time enough to decide that when tomorrow came, she thought, only to spend the afternoon trying. At last school was over, and she was on her way to Lorna's, stopping at a phone box by the school to call in case her father was at home. The bell began to pulse as though the heart of Nazareth was stuttering into life, and she had the sudden awful thought that it wouldn't be her father who answered. Then his voice said, "Priestley?" "Dad," she said, with more warmth than she had for a while. "Yes, Amy? What do you want?" Amy pressed a knee against the door, which she'd already closed firmly to keep out the wind, so that Lorna wouldn't overhear her lying. "One of my friends wants me to stay at hers tonight, so we can do our homework together." "I think not. Let your friend come home with you." His tone hadn't been particularly welcoming to start with, and now it was sharp and chill as the wind that was probing beneath the door. "But she lives here in Sheffield," Amy said, shivering. "All the more reason for you not to stay with her. Come home now, please. Dinner will be waiting, and so will I," he said, and left her with a hollow droning that merged with the moan of the wind around the booth. More would be waiting than he knew. She didn't have to go home just because he said so. He wouldn't be able to find her until she returned to school. She snapped her purse shut and let it fall into her bag on the metal shelf by the phone. Then she sucked in a breath which hurt her teeth and heaved the bag wide open. She'd left the Bible in her room. She'd fetched it during the worst of the night, not knowing whether she meant to search its margins for an explanation or to hold it as a defense against whatever might have been making its way through the dark of Nazareth. Eventually, in the midst of one of the dozes into which she'd been unable not to lapse, she had allowed the book to slide down the quilt onto the floor, which was presumably where it lay now. She felt as if she'd tricked herself, or Nazareth had. The writing in the margins of the Bible was evidence that she couldn't risk leaving in Nazareth, even if she wasn't sure what danger it might be in. At least, with her father waiting, she wouldn't be alone when she went home. She stuffed the bag under her arm and heaved the shuttering door open. "You were long enough," Lorna complained, brushing her brick-red hair over both shoulders with her fingertips to clear her periodically spotty face. "Let's run. Listen to my teeth." "Sorry about them," said Amy, as her friend displayed their chattering. "And sorry, but I can't come after all." "Why not?" A harmless lie was less complicated than the truth. "My dad's not well. He's just got me." "See you Monday, then," said Lorna, and dashed off. Amy turned from the phone box in time to see the bus pull up, halted by Bettina or Deborah or Zoe, all of whom were flashing their passes at the driver. The next bus wasn't due for an hour, if then. She displayed her laminated rectangle, containing herself from last year, a pressed specimen, and as the doors fluttered shut, she leveled a glare at the three girls on the back seat, before sitting diagonally opposite the driver. The bus shook itself along the motorway and struggled onto the moor. Before long, Amy couldn't ignore the sight of Nazareth squatting above the town. 10 minutes, and the building ducked behind the houses to await her, while the vehicle entered Partington. "Here we are," Deborah advised Amy, as a wind cold as stone flapped the doors open, and Zoe said even more helpfully, "Home." A wind sent the giggles of the trio and bits of their words after Amy, up Moor View. Not much less than a gale, which felt as though Nazareth was drawing an inhumanly protracted, icy breath, was carrying her forward. Under a sky crawling with darkness, the lane resembled a corridor whose ceiling was unstable with damp. At its end, the pale bulk of Nazareth forced the gap between the cottages wider with each involuntary step she took. She saw her destination waiting in its cage of railings, and remembered the day her father had made her look in the windows, and was dismayed to find she preferred the memory. At least back then, nobody had helped the place to pretend it wasn't as she'd seen it, hollow and rotten, and yet full of secret life. It crowded the rest of her surroundings out of her vision as the gale marched her across Nazareth Row. As she stumbled onto the drive, a railing rattled, then another, suggesting that eagerness to confine her was shaking the bars of the cage. Beneath the darkening sky, the facade appeared to tremble with the imminence of its own light, which in a moment leapt on her, erasing her shadow from the gravel. She saw the ground-floor windows pinch themselves thinner against the glare, the better to watch her. Sawdust had begun to dance in a ring on the flattened patch where the roots of the oak used to be. Scraps of bark raised themselves and crept over the grass, and she knew at once that if any witches had been hanged in Partington, it would have been from the oak. Perhaps they had danced around it when they were alive, perhaps not only then. As her thoughts and impressions, no more under control than the dancing sawdust, teemed about her head, the gale hustled her to the steps of Nazareth. As the livid stone reared above her and closed on the edges of her vision, the glass doors showed her the dim corridor, pretending that the ground floor was deserted. Her chilled, shivery fingers fumbled in her bag, only to leave her keys where they were. If she was admitted to Nazareth rather than letting herself in, she mightn't feel quite so alone. She closed her fist to reduce its shaking and knuckled the doorbell. The glass doors quivered, as though Nazareth was preparing to open them itself. She was about to ring the bell a second time, when the grille beside the twin columns of 9 buttons emitted a hiss that turned into a cold, thin version of her father's voice. "Amy." "How did you know it was me?" "You may be surprised what I know," he said, in a tone she couldn't identify for the distortions of the microphone. "Come." As the grill went dead, the front doors buzzed, a sound that made her feel a trap had been sprung. She took a breath, which the gale did its best to snatch from her, and strained her hand towards the doors. Its palm had barely met the icy metal plaque of the lock when the doors yielded. The next moment she was fleeing through Nazareth. She heard the wind falter and the low tolling as the doors shut, and then she was surrounded by an unnatural silence, invaded by the subdued thuds of her feet on the carpet, a noise she wished were either louder or not present, because the ground floor was no longer bothering to keep up any pretense for her. She could sense more rooms around her than the apartments were supposed to contain, an impression that made the corridor seem unbearably prolonged, and rendered the already muffled illumination unequal to it. She thought she glimpsed the door beyond which the photographer had died, beginning to creep open. She thought she heard a scrabbling at the doorknob. She hurled herself at the stairs and fell up them, bruising her knees, and was almost at the bend when she became aware that a large object was thumping slowly down towards it. As she reached out a hand to the wall for support and jerked her arm back for fear of how unlike their appearance the panels might feel, Donna Gouge appeared, lugging a suitcase. The sight of her wasn't nearly as much of a relief as it ought to have been, especially since her husband was following her with more luggage. "Where are you going?" Amy said, too dismayed to care if she sounded childish. "We're off for our dose of sun," said Donna, with a smile sufficiently lopsided to be apologetic. "How long for?" "We won't be much more than a couple of weeks." Amy might have asked her to be precise, but Dave Gouge was looking less than pleasantly surprised by the urgency of the questions. "Will you come and see my dad?" she said to Donna in some desperation, "and talk to him?" "What about, Amy?" "What we talked about. You know." "Remind me when we get back." "Couldn't you now?" "We have to be out of here. We haven't much time to the plane when we reach the airport. Don't worry, I won't forget you. I'll send you a card." "You won't be able to say much on that." "The rest will have to wait," said Donna, and more gently, "Remember, things you only see can't hurt you." Amy remembered the elongated arm putting out the light in the Roscommons' room. She watched the Gouges bump their luggage down the stairs and called, "Have a good?" as Donna hefted her suitcase into the ground-floor corridor. With no indication that she found the place daunting, Amy heard her murmur, "I'll tell you about it when we're in the car." That referred to Amy, who couldn't help feeling disgust, like a patient who mustn't be allowed to realize her condition. She trudged upstairs, trying to be aware that each step put more distance between her and the ground floor, though as the Gouges left the building, she felt a huge, cold breath pursue her. She had just reached the top corridor when her father stepped out of the doorway at the far end. "You were long enough. What kept you?" "Talking to Dave and Donna. Donna, anyway." "And what did Mrs. Gouge have to say for herself this time?" "They've gone away." "What's the old saw about sinking ships? Except we aren't sunk by any means. That's been seen to." Or were his words being seen? She had an unsettling impression that although his gaze was aimed at her, he was talking less to her than past her to an audience. His gaze sharpened as he said, "In you trot. Don't loiter in the corridor. Dinner won't be long." Amy closed the door behind her and tried to judge how much that excluded of her sense of Nazareth. When her father turned away from his continued scrutiny of her, she made herself lay one hand on the nearest panel of the wall. It felt as it looked, like wood. That might be moderately reassuring, but it couldn't change the whole of Nazareth. "I'll have something later," she said. "I'm not hungry now." Her father pivoted in the kitchen doorway. His gaze was as oppressive as the rectangle of dark sky vacated by the branches of the oak. "I've cooked your favorite. All the vegetables you enthuse about are in it. There's nothing wrong with fasting to a purpose, but we don't want you starved." I'll have it another time. I expect I'll be eating with Rob. I think not. The hand with which she'd touched the panel was suddenly cold and moist. What's going to stop me? I spoke to him earlier. So? When that only produced a look as patiently triumphant as his answer, she demanded, Saying what? What was the burden of his message, do you mean? Right, that kind of stuff. The usual, the standard formula, the ritual. And when I informed him that he couldn't because you weren't here, he exerted himself to vouchsafe that you won't see him tonight. I gather he has fallen in with the wishes of his family for once, and is dining out to celebrate an unexpected visit by a distant relative. Amy felt suffocated by so many superfluous words. When did he call? While you were in the process of returning to the bosom of your family. All at once she was convinced that meant while she'd been talking on the stairs. He'd known she was in the building, but hadn't asked Rob to hold on. She threw her bag on the nearest chair in the front room and grabbed the phone to poke Rob's number out of it with her fingernails. When it had trilled long enough for anyone who was in any part of his house to have had more than enough time to stroll to it, she recalled the number, and having listened as long again, gave up. The instant she cradled the receiver, her father leaned his ostentatiously patient face around the kitchen door. When you've taken the opportunity to calm yourself, perhaps we can be about our dining. I'm as calm as I'm going to be, and I already said I'm not hungry. Amy, for heaven's sake, child, you're making no sense to me. I don't think you know what you're saying, or you're saying it just to make a noise. First, you were going to stay with a girl in Sheffield, and yet at the same time you propose to eat with your friend who lives above the wall that's falling down. I'd have called him from Sheffield. He'd have come, or if he wouldn't, I don't care. She felt suffocated by her own words now. I'm not eating, I told you. I'll be in my room. To cleanse it, I hope. Reading. May I ask what? Would you believe a book? That depends on its nature. His voice had grown as thin and cold as it had sounded through the grill. His gaze tried to hold her, but she shoved her door open and scraped the light switch on. I'll inform you when the meal is ready, in case you change your mind, he said. Amy's only answer was to close her door. She took off her uniform and dropped it on a pile of her schoolwork, feeling that the chaos of her room was some kind of a defense, some assertion of herself. She pulled on her holiest jeans and her Clouds-Like Dreams t-shirt, which bore a softer version of the portrait on her poster, and dug her notepad out from beneath the pile. Having retrieved the Bible, together with the pencil that was nestling against it on the carpet, she sat on the bed. She was going to read the writing in the margins, however badly doing so made her head ache. Yet to use God's words as concealment for my own, until the day comes for them to be read, likens me in my own mind to the very wretches for one of which I am mistaken. That took Amy over the page at last. As she scribbled on her pad, she felt committed to a race between her understanding and whatever was waiting to happen in Nazareth. At least for the moment, her head was light rather than constricted, and she'd begun to grasp the next words when her father's voice pressed itself against her door. Do you remember this, Amy? The Four Seasons by Vivaldi. You used to like it as much as your mother did. You used to dance to it for her. He must have been holding the remote control, because the music started at once. It had become the soundtrack of far too many films and advertisements. I shall listen to it while I dine, her father said. I won't. Amy was wondering if it might have been composed close to the time of the writing in the margins. The notion that the anonymous writer could have heard the bright, swift music as they wrote disturbed her, but suppose it helped her understand. She held the Bible so tight she smelled musty paper and turned it sideways. I must pray that God will understand. I shall supplicate forgiveness and to be returned to my room, where my possessions render my world small. Merciful God, allow me to shut thy welkin from my sight, lest it burst my brain. Now must I make myself plain and terse, to fit the space God has allotted me in his margin. A clatter of cutlery and plates had joined the dance of music in the air. Her father was making all the noise he could. He might even be wafting a vegetarian aroma towards her door. She swallowed her saliva and turned the inverted Bible the right way up. Sick for a day. Thank God, now I have found space between the bricks to conceal my pencil. Yesterday, upon hearing Clay's approach, I could devise no ruse other than to close it in my mouth as he looked in. God grant my sickness, save me from their purging me. This was preceded by a cross, and followed by one, the writer's way of separating entries, Amy saw. The lower stretch of the second cross was fractionally shorter than that of the first. She omitted the crosses from her copy, instead starting a new paragraph. I am dressed and allowed into the grounds. At first I thought this was some new torment devised by my captors. God help me, I fear them more than I fear the wretches among whom I find myself numbered. But I am guided beneath a shade into the shelter of the spreading oak, whose estival foliage masks the empyrean. There I may sit for hours, companied by this guard or that, for I alone of the women am let loose. Perchance the mockery of freedom which Clay accords me is merely my reward for pattering the Lord's Prayer to him, the which Hopkins would require as proof of their faith from those he hunted down. But I pray that this concession signifies the imminence of him to whom I must prove I am unfairly judged a wronghead. All this occupied the margins of 3 pages, and was brought to an end by a cross whose upper bar was just shorter than the lower. The last word bothered Amy even more than the rest for some reason. She didn't realize how long she'd spent in poring over the word and transcribing the passage until she heard her father tramping into the kitchen to rattle objects and then dull their sound with water. The music fell silent in the middle of a phrase, and at once he knocked on her door. I'm about to deal with some of my clients. Amy pushed herself off the bed and stumbled, employing the prickly lumps of her rudely awakened feet as best she could to open the door. Going out, you mean? He and the bulging eyes on the wall behind him stared at her. Why? Would you wish me to? Don't care. Are you asking me to stay in? She couldn't quite admit that, not until she was absolutely certain what she had to show him to read. Asking what you're doing, that's all. I'm establishing that I want to speak to people without having to compete with noise from your room, or anywhere else in the home for that matter. So speak, I won't be listening. That will be a blessing, he said, having presumably deduced that she meant listening to music, and glanced past her. Something in his eyes appeared to flatten until they reminded her of the eyes under glass. May I know what you will be about? Reading, writing. So I observe. What, may I ask? For school. She would have to take the lie back later. She hoped she would have to. For religion, for Mrs. Kelly, she said. That good lady. For a moment he seemed about to say a great deal more. Then the lack of expression spread from his eyes, and he was turning away as he muttered, We must do whatever is required. It was unclear to Amy how this included her. He jerked his head over his shoulder so sharply she could have imagined he was trying to imitate somebody hanged, and settled his gaze on her for as long as it took him to say, "It will do you no harm to stay in for a change." That served to remind her not only how little he understood, but also that it was Friday, when she would ordinarily celebrate the weekend. Reading the margins had driven that awareness out of her head. She closed her door tight and stamped her feet to revive them as she returned to the bed. She found it hard to recapture her concentration, not least because she felt as though her feet, grown swollen and leaden, were pinned to the bed. She wriggled her toes until the sensation of their being jabbed with needles became less unendurable, and very eventually faded. And then she bent her mind upon the writing, larger and more careless now, that followed the previous cross. One of my fellow sufferers has addressed herself to me. Often I hear their screams as they are bled, or swung, or held in the bath of surprise, but never before have I seen the face of a single poor wretch. She must have within her some strength she has contrived to hide from our tormentors, for this afternoon she made shift to drag herself to the limits of her shackles, and that without attracting the attention of my keeper. She bore her head, as shorn as mine, above her window-sill, while her eyes and bleeding lips pronounced words which caution forbade her to speak aloud. She is Alice, daughter of Hepzibah Keene. Amy's head rose, as though it had been caught in a noose. Should the name Hepzibah mean something to her? She stared around the room, her attention catching on her 4 caps lined up on the wall, then finding her reflection behind the 3 black bead necklaces presently worn by the mirror. Her neck looked too slim to support their weight, and her face was as confused as she felt. When her gaze began to twitch, she dropped it to the page. Daughter of Hepzibah Keene. The surviving Keenes are within these barbed, monstrous walls, as the Crowthers also are, the Whitelaws, too, the Elgin family besides, and Jane Gentle and her girls. Those who had fled Partington returned to be captured by worse than they had fled. Such places as our prison are refuges not for the sick and the vagrant, but for the tortures of the witch-finders rechristened treatments. This and her name she conveyed to me, and that now I have heard her voice within me, I shall do so again. Then she lowered herself into her cell, her face bespeaking the agony of her stealth. Amy laid the pad and pencil down beside her. Her fingers had begun to twist against each other with strain and with the memory of the figures she'd seen rising up in the dark of Nazareth. The notion that they'd suffered, were perhaps still suffering, made them more dreadful, not less. When the pencil rolled against her, she retrieved it and the pad, though she was growing uneasier about the revelations she might encounter. Indeed, the next sentences almost caused her to relinquish the pencil. This morning, as my keeper brought me victuals no dog would swallow, I heard them bleed Moll Keene. Before they drowned her shrieks with hymns, she cried that they were putting leeches to her eyes. I think Ben Clay is half lunatic himself. Certes, they would never have allowed him to prosecute such tortures in Bedlam. But since he came into his father's inheritance and erected Nazareth Hill Refuge, he is lord of all within his walls. His brother, Joseph, may declare himself a surgeon with impunity, while Clay's wife, Liza, is responsible for the filth in which we are kept and on which we are fed, through the funnel, if need be, or for her delight. I pray God that they will not be able to conceal so much from the commissioner. Amy closed her eyes and opened them again, which failed to stop the flickering of her vision. The writing in the margins appeared to be performing feeble leaps, trying to regain her attention by raising itself higher than the printed text. She was no longer sure she comprehended all that she was transcribing, but it seemed more important to write it while she could. Across the hall, her father was talking, presumably on the phone, though he sounded as though he was muttering to himself. She turned the flimsy page, on which the penciled scrawl was terminated by a cross, whose 4 bars were equal. Moll Keene is blind, and Alice can no longer reach the window, her hands and feet being mortified by rusty manacles and fetters. This I know and more, because Alice has been true to her vow that I should hear her. In the night, her whisper comes to me between the bricks, for none of our tormentors to hear. Clay blames her and her sister most grievously, she whispers, not merely for keeping old beliefs alive, but for the state of every lunatic in his private madhouse. He dreaded Moll's eyes, and Alice fears her own may be subjected to his mercies. On occasion he has burned her and her sister with torches, declaring these to be a foretaste of hellfire. Yet I sense that Alice awaits some deliverance, and what could this be, save the commissioner's visit? Amy's gaze skipped past the cross to the next words. The events about which she was reading had occurred centuries ago, yet her heart sank as though her innards had turned to quicksand, as though the events were happening, or about to happen, to her. God help us, all is lost. The commissioner has made his visit. It was my design to convince him first of my sanity, before recounting the horrors which are our lot. But every proof I gave him of the soundness of my mind he dismissed as my delusion. At the last, my words eluded my control. Mayhap I have no words to call my own, but only those I learned from the books my father would read aloud to us, until I grew incapable of restraining my arguments against the falsehoods called natural law, that system which maintains that God created lunatics for his own purposes, and hence that they deserve their plight. Alas, my parents! They have vowed never to visit me until I am cured. But why should Clay declare me so and relinquish his fee? After the visit, Clay stalked through his domain to inform us that the commissioner cannot withdraw the license, no matter what conditions or mistreatment may have been apparent, but is confined to displaying a report in the Royal College of Physicians, a world away in London. Clay's triumphant shouts were audible in Partington, and from my window I saw folk grin at them, as they do at our pleas and screams. The cross that ended this passage appeared to be flying apart, and Amy closed her eyes as its fragments stirred. Only the aches that the pencil and her thumbnail embedded in her forefinger made her look again, and, however shakily, write. The visit has increased Clay's fiendishness an hundredfold, and Alice no longer has a tongue. Yet still I hear her whisper to me in the night. He has promised her that she will suffer the great fire by Candlemas, and raves of purifying every woman in his charge. Howbeit Alice and her disciples seem almost to encourage and to welcome their fate. Clay thought to raise their prison and their tomb close to their sacred place, not knowing that he built upon the place itself, just as the monastery was built to crush it. This is their hill of celebration and renewal, Alice whispers, and there is a power in death not to be found in life. Yet how may I believe such stuff, or even trust that I am hearing it in truth? Has she or my treatment turned my brain? Why must I drudge at scribbling so? Does that not prove me wrong-headed? I should deface these pages no more, but seek solace in them. Amy turned the page, which felt barely substantial to her awkward fingers. Contradicting the previous sentence, the scrawl continued, so large now that each margin could contain only a single line of writing. It was preceded by a cross whose upper bar was significantly longer than the lower. Candlemas has come, and with it fire. I hear those scream who have the means to scream, and smell their burning. Clay must mean to put it to me, believing me tainted by the old beliefs, for I am fettered. Should I have heeded Alice's exhortation to discover the old powers within myself? I can find it in me to be comforted by the antics of her pet Perkin, the cat with the face of a Keen. I shall write until Clay comes to me, that someone may read of his monstrous handling of the wretches in his charge. Then Perkin will bear away. A capital letter showed that the writer had interrupted herself. The fire is at my door. At least Clay cannot delight in my death, for the flames have proved greater than he. The Clays have gone up like chaff on a bonfire, and now the inferno consumes his refuge. Did Alice and the others find the power to turn the flames on our tormentors? May the fumes stop my breath before I burn. The writer had made a last mark on the opposite page, which bore the opening verses of Matthew. It was a defiantly inverted cross, drawn so savagely that the pencil had ripped deep into the succeeding pages, and so broad in its outlines that the vertical bar could have been used as a niche for the pencil itself. No pencil was there, however. Perhaps, thought Amy, it had been dislodged when the writer had flung the Bible out of her window, if she had. She hardly knew what she was thinking. She dropped the pad on the quilt and placed pencil and Bible on top, and lifted her head. The headache which had been awaiting that moment exploded at once. She stood up, very gingerly, and wobbled to her door, from which she wavered across the hall to fetch her forgotten bag. When she managed to locate the pills Beth Griffin had prescribed for her, she found just 2 in the stubby plastic tube. They would have to suffice until the morning. It was past midnight, and at some point her father had gone to his room. She sucked the minute herbal tablets as she groped her way to the bathroom, and swallowed them before brushing her teeth. All she wanted now was to close her eyes. There wasn't even room in her head for fear. Nevertheless, she took time to lodge the pencil in the niche inside the Bible, and stored the Bible and her pad beneath her pillow. Then she switched off the light and let her eyelids add to the darkness, which welcomed her like an old friend, and led her into the last untroubled night's sleep of her life. 16. The Past Decides. While Amy pored over her Bible, Oswald spoke into the phone, but soon discovered he had no more calls to make. "If there's anything further I can do for you, Mrs. Kay," he found himself saying before long, "anything whatsoever you can bring to mind. Your home, or your car, or your children, or your old age. You can never be too safe. If you're absolutely sure there's nothing—" He already knew there was. Not so much as a voice in his ear, or even a dialing tone now that he'd switched off the receiver to shut up the mechanical exhortation to replace the handset and try again. All he could hear, apart from himself, was a series of monotonously shrill electrical noises, not unlike an incomprehensible message in Morse, and he no longer knew why he was pretending to carry on a conversation, nor why he'd invented that name to address. "Miss Key is more the way of it," he muttered, as his grimace tried to form itself into a grin. He had no reason to be amused, and his cleverness only distressed him. Cleverness wasn't needed here. Hard, cold thinking was. He shoved the receiver into its housing and made himself sit down again. However much he wanted to storm into Amy's room, there was no point until he was certain how to deal with her and her behavior. He'd found the evidence after she'd attempted to persuade him to let her stay in Sheffield overnight. Her call had betrayed that she wasn't as resigned to living in Nazareth as she wanted him to think. While awaiting her return, he'd looked into her room in case it contained anything that might suggest a way to reach her, and at once he had seen the Bible next to the bed. Indeed, it had been the sole item on which he'd been able to focus amid all the untidiness. But when he had turned to the first verses, he'd groaned and cried out to God. She'd filled the margins with nonsense, in a scrawl that hardly even resembled her handwriting. He'd been able to distinguish the occasional word: fiends, captors, books, father. More than enough to show him that far worse was wrong with her than he'd had the courage to admit. He had been ready to confront her with her unholy scribbling as soon as she came home. Had it been a further lack of courage which had impelled him to make the book appear untouched after he'd admitted her to Nazareth? Now she must be scribbling in the secrecy of her room, a vision from which his thoughts retreated in search of occasions when he should have known all was not right with her. Almost at once his memories halted, as though Nazareth had reined them in. It had been here she'd first upset her mother. She ought to have known he wouldn't drop her through the window. He had only been lifting her up so that she could see, the way fathers always lifted up their children, and she would have known she was safe if she had been a normal child. Instead, she'd behaved as if he hadn't rescued her. He saw the truth now. His child secretly enjoyed believing in the things she purported to fear. Even if he'd realized at the time, he mightn't have told Heather, who had already been distressed enough. "She'll be all right, won't she?" she'd kept trying to reassure herself after they had seen Amy off to sleep. "Do you think we'll need to take her to the doctor?" That had been less a question than a plea, which she'd repeated as though guilt was forcing it out of her mouth. The situation hadn't been her fault, he thought fiercely, but perhaps she had continued to blame herself despite all his efforts to comfort her. Perhaps in the darkest depths of herself she'd concluded that given her heredity she should never have had a child. Suppose it had been her concern for Amy that had distracted her on the night of the murderous fog. There was no question that if it hadn't been for Amy, he would have been with Heather at the end. Perhaps it was unfair to hold a child of that age responsible, but he certainly felt justified in doing so at the age she was now. She wasn't even acting it. She was behaving like a small, destructive child. She mightn't be so ready to destroy the reputation of their home if she spent more time in it, which would at least place out of her reach some of the temptations to do God only knew what damage to her mind. That mind was his responsibility, and he had to save it while there was time, if it wasn't already too late. "It mustn't be," he said aloud. "Please, I'll do anything. Just show me what has to be done." He heard his voice reach out and felt as though the very rooms around him yearned to answer him, almost all the rooms. The thought of the mess in Amy's bedroom made his skin feel as grubby and infested as a dusty cobweb in a dark corner, sensations which seemed designed to distract him from praying, so that he flung himself out of his chair, muttering, "Get away." Rubbing his hands and arms and torso hard enough to hurt them, he gave Amy's abandoned bag a conspiratorial glance before hurrying into his bedroom. He closed the door and, without switching on the light, fell heavily to his knees by the bed. He clasped his aching knuckles with his aching fingers and squeezed his eyes shut until they throbbed. But Amy, or his fears for her, seemed to be preventing him from praying. Eventually he managed by concentrating on key words, which, like handholds, helped him through the fraught dark. Father, heaven, kingdom, will be done. Trespass against us. Temptation, evil. "Amen," he said, and began again at once. Each time the word came round it felt stronger in his mouth, more of an acceptance of the course on which he was set. When his commitment was absolutely secure, incapable of being reversed or modified for any reason, he rose from his bruised knees and hobbled to the bathroom to cleanse himself inside and out. "You can never be too clean," he said, sharing a grin with himself in the mirror. Then he remembered Amy's room and saw his face stiffen, pressing his lips together an instant before he felt them meet. He tugged the cord and stared at the glazed picture of himself in the dark. When it had communicated all its implacability to him, he went back to his room. He changed into his pajamas, whose stripes always put him in mind of both a convict and a businessman, and having slipped the keys under the pillow, climbed into bed. He was by no means asleep, although his thoughts had at least begun to melt into a doze, when he heard Amy emerge from her room. Even when he realized she was going to the bathroom, he couldn't relax. He made himself listen until she finished. Then he strained his ears to reassure himself that she hadn't simply closed her bedroom door as a preamble to wandering the apartment. Thank God she was safely shut in. Sooner or later there would no doubt have to be a confrontation, but he was glad that wasn't now, before he'd a chance to sleep. He was able to soothe himself into slumber with the knowledge that she wouldn't be going anywhere, not when the mortice lock of the door to the outer corridor was locked with the key on the ring he'd taken from her bag and was keeping safe beneath his pillow. 17. A Public Disgrace. The instant Amy opened her eyes, she was fully awake. She remembered everything she had deciphered, and now she understood. She had to tell someone. Not yet her father. Someone who wouldn't take so much persuading. She raised her hand to where she knew the light cord was, and closed her fist around the plastic knob and pulled. The illumination brought all the chaos of her room to life, a sight which for the present seemed irrelevant, and revived the threat of last night's headache. As she sat up and kicked off the tangled quilt, the whole of the inside of her skull felt like the back of her eyes. Beth would give her more tablets, but first she needed to talk. She rubbed her cold feet, then let her hands attend to each other as she patted from one patch of uncluttered carpet to the next. She eased the door open and came face to face with her father. He was sitting on a dining chair in the doorway of his bedroom. His hands were clasped in his lap, but as he saw her, his fingers rose from gripping his knuckles and stretched in her direction like the tendrils of a plant with animal ambitions. Several repetitions of a momentary smile, which appeared to express, or at least to pretend, surprise, hoisted the corners of his lips and let them drop. His gaze was far steadier, so resigned it might as well have been blank. "This is not like you," he said. Amy sidled within reach of the plaque which held the phone. "What?" "Up before noon of a Saturday. Was your sleep troubled?" "It was fine. How about yours?" Amy retorted, because he looked as though he had been dressed for hours in the business clothes he was wearing. An untouched mug of coffee squatted beside him, its surface muddy with scum. His eyes grew almost as blank as that before he said, "The sleep of the just." She couldn't tell whether he was referring to his own or making a less straightforward comment about hers. She was reaching for the phone when he said, "May I ask what you are planning?" She might have said to use the phone, but she couldn't help reacting. "To get older and buy a car and live in my own flat when I go to university." "Attempt to confine yourself to the next few minutes." "Phone Rob." "You don't consider that you might be disturbing him?" "If he isn't up, he'll get up for me," Amy said, her eyes on the day beyond the window. Weak though it was, the external light felt like a promise of release from Nazareth Hill. "It isn't that early," she told her father, and freeing the receiver, tapped Rob's number. 2 pairs of rings, and the first syllable of the third were enough to bring her a response. "Hello?" "Rob." "He isn't about just yet. In fact, I heard him very definitely going back to sleep. Is that Amy?" Hi, Mr. Hayward. Could you tell Rob this is his mother? Sorry, Mrs. Hayward. Tell him I'll be round in a bit. If he ever joins the living, I will. Amy had said as much as she could have to Rob within earshot of her father. She housed the receiver and turned to find her father watching her as though he hadn't even blinked. Problem? She demanded. They sound somewhat of an odd couple to me. How would you know? You've never met them. Amy was readying herself for an argument when she saw that would only delay her. For a moment she had a nervous impression that Nazareth had manufactured it for just such a reason. Whither now? Her father said. Over to Beth's. To what end? The usual. His questions had begun to close in on her, and she was heading for the outer corridor until she became more aware of her state. You didn't think I was going dressed like this, she said. I had to wonder. He sounded so grim she was sorry she'd bothered to joke. She dodged into a room to grab a handful of clothes for carrying to the bathroom, where she pulled off the T-shirt she wore in bed and doused herself in a quick shower before dressing herself. As she unbolted the door, she was suddenly nervous of finding her father outside, but he was still sitting where she'd last seen him, his gaze waiting for her. She slung the wadded T-shirt onto her bed and closed the door. I won't take my keys, she said. Quite so. I shall be here. The mortise is unlocked. Amy hadn't time to judge his tone, because as she arrived at the end of the hall, she glimpsed movement through the eye of the door. Beth was emerging from her flat. Amy seized the latch and pulled the door open, and found her mouth emptied of words. An ominously large bag was lolling against the wall next to Beth. What's that? Amy managed to ask. Why, hello, Amy. Beth swept her blonde hair back from her high forehead. Just my overnight things. Well, a couple of nights. You're going away, too? Only to see an aunt I haven't seen for too long, as well as Miss Sprain, you mean? No, as the Gouges. You're seeing Miss Sprain on your way out, Amy assumed. And then a worse interpretation suggested itself to her. You don't mean she's going as well? Mr. Roscommon has had a stroke, and she's moving in with his son to help look after him. What's wrong? You're all leaving. It isn't just a coincidence. What else would you like it to be? Beth said, with untypical sharpness, before she regained the sympathy into which her profession transformed her shyness. Amy, don't let it worry you. Some of us will be coming back, and there are still the Stoddards, and Mr. Greenberg, and Miss Blake, Mr. Shrift, and Mr. Inky Doty, and our musician is Mr. Kenilworth, isn't he? And what's his name? Whatever his name is, the newspaper man. All this merely served to remind Amy how little she knew of these people, or they of her. Nazareth was half empty now, at least of living occupants, and she thought she sensed the emptiness rearranging itself below her, rooms growing smaller and darker and more numerous, and worse yet, more inhabited. Something is wrong, isn't it? Beth said. I'd looked up, but can I help? I was coming to see you for some of my pills. I've got none left. Oh, dear. Beth started a gesture that looked as though it was going to bare her wristwatch, but which led her hand to the keys in her bag instead. Our usual trouble? I was up half the night reading and gave myself a headache. Not the best idea to keep yourself awake reading, I find. Artificial light, you know. As if to demonstrate the drawbacks of that, Beth peered at her keys in the dimness of the corridor before inserting one into her lock. What was the book? Something spicy, dare I guess? A kind of... The harsh sound of the key gave Amy time to reconsider how much she would have the opportunity to explain. "About the witches who used to be here," she said. "Ah." It wasn't obvious how much of that Beth had heard, or had wanted to hear over the noise of unlocking. She darted into the flat, from which Amy then heard the opening and shutting of 2 kinds of door, and out again. "Pay me when you see me next," she said, and placed a tube of pills in Amy's hand as she wielded the keys again. "Take 2 whenever you need them, and less of what hurt you. Maybe some writing has to hurt." "Maybe," Beth just about conceded, and having dropped her keys into her handbag, stretched a hand towards her luggage. "About witches where, did you say?" Here in Nazareth Hill, when it was a mental place. They must have been locked up because people thought they were only mad." "I suppose that makes sense." Now Amy found she wasn't sure she wanted it to do so. "What kind?" "People stopped torturing witches around the time they started building asylums. I did hear this place used to be a hospital. The poor creatures who were locked up probably couldn't tell the difference from being tortured. It was reading the history of medicine that got me into alternative treatment," Beth said, and fingered a sudden wrinkle in her forehead. "Did you say people thought these witches of yours were only mad?" That was a great deal for Amy to explain, and she was considering how to start when Beth's gaze flickered past her and tried to look casual. "May I intervene?" said Amy's father at her back. "Oh, Mr. Priestley, we were just—" "I heard you." "Oh, you did?" Beth was as thrown by his abruptness as Amy was by his having sneaked the door open unnoticed. "And—" "I should be most obliged if you would refrain in future from discussing such subjects with my daughter." "Actually, Mr. Priestley, it was—" "Besides which, may I inquire what you passed to her?" "Just her tablets." When he seemed to be awaiting some clarification, Beth said, "The ones she takes." "Perhaps you can tell me what they are meant to achieve." Amy gripped the container in her fist. "They make my head better. You know that." His stare wasn't letting Beth go. "What I don't know, or perhaps I do, is what made it worse to begin with." "Mr. Priestley, if you're implying—" "It's something bad she has been putting into herself. I know that much. If not from you, then from that evil shop that should never have been allowed to open, though I shouldn't be surprised if it were a combination of both." Amy saw Beth start to lose her confidence. "I'll walk down with you, Beth," she said. "I'll get my coat." As soon as she was in the hall, her father moved between her and the door. "Walk where?" "Rob's." "He won't have risen." "How do you know? I don't." Amy raised her voice and shouted in his face, "Coming, Beth!" "Actually, Amy, I'll have to be rushing. I said I'd be on my way by now." As she spoke, she was, her words dwindling along the corridor. "I'll be back next week," she called, and was gone. Amy dashed into her room and threw back the pillow. She tore off the pad, the pages containing the material she'd copied, and wrapped the Bible in them, and was stuffing the package into her bag as she grabbed a coat out of the wardrobe. "Wait, Beth!" she shouted, and slammed her door behind her in the process of thrusting her arms through the sleeves while she juggled with her bag. Her father was still between her and the corridor, his faint, regretful smile as fixed as his stare. "She's well away. She seems to have found some discretion at last, so there's no further cause for haste that I can see." Amy jerked her coat around her and strode towards him. "How long were you listening through your crack?" "More than long enough," he said, and stretched his arms wide. He might have been waiting for her to run to him for a hug, as she so often had, years ago, except that his face had never been the stony mask it was now. He was backing towards the door to shoulder it closed. She threw herself at him, and at the last moment ducked under his right arm. He flung out a hand which struck a pop-eyed illustration, and she heard glass creak and almost splinter as she fell into the corridor. As her free hand slapped the opposite wall for support, the evasive illumination appeared to well up and subside like the flaring glow of smoky torches. She shoved herself away from the panel, which at least felt like wood, and fled along the corridor. Her father's voice pursued her. "Come back, Amy. I want to speak to you. Come back here this instant. I forbid you to leave this house." He was in the corridor, which amplified his shouts like a huge, stiff mouth. They faded as she ran downstairs, though she continued to hear them on the middle floor, and had the dismaying sense that they might rouse the tenants of the abandoned rooms. She forced herself to run down through the clinging dimness to the worst floor, where she threw herself at the exit doors. Dragging them apart, she skidded onto the gravel beneath a sky sealed with cloud, into a dull light that was far too similar to the illumination within Nazareth, and raced along the pale facade to the car park. Beth had gone. Amy glimpsed the tail of her white car flourished like a flag at the upper end of Nazareth Row before it disappeared. There were people by the few parked vehicles, however. Paul Kenilworth was taking his leave of Peter Sheen and preparing to climb into his Honda, in the back of which Amy saw a suitcase and a violin-shaped black box, which put her in mind of a little coffin. "You're off, too," she said, in a despair so deep it was close to resignation. "On a welcome concert tour." "Welcome how?" "I think it's a sin not to use any skills you have to the full," the violinist said, and having shaken hands with the journalist, shut himself into the car and drove away with a chorus of gravel. Amy watched the brake lights signify an invisible gate before the car swung on to Nazareth Row. Some of her longing to be understood must have shone in her eyes, because Peter Sheen said, "I'm still here." "Can I talk to you?" Amy said, straining to hear any sound that would betray the presence of her father. "I'd say you were." "About something you might want to put in the paper." "My ears are up," said the journalist, but for once seemed in no hurry to reach for his pen. "If it's news, tell me." "It's history nobody knows about. That ought to be news, shouldn't it?" "The history of—" "Here, where we live." "Oh, that. I don't think so. Sorry, not at all." "But you haven't heard it." "I've heard enough. It could have been news before you went on the air with it, but that put the lid on it as far as we'd be concerned at my rag. And I may as well be honest with you. Your father's made it clear to various of us in the building that he wouldn't be at all elated for any of us to be your—what word did he use? Your dupe." Amy felt the shadow of Nazareth, pale though it was, inch more of its chill over her. She stared at Peter Sheen, who at least had the grace to look away. Then she whirled on the gravel. A fragment of stone clacked against the facade as she bolted for the gateway, and she felt as though she had alerted Nazareth to her flight. Not, she thought wildly, that it needed to be told. She sensed it looming at her back as she hurried beneath the deadened sky into Little Hope Way. The growing distance seemed unable to reduce its presence. She turned up her collar and pinched it about her throat to fend off the cold that was trying to seize her by the back of the neck. In the marketplace, several of the stall-holders turned to watch her, none of them favorably. She ran past the bookstall, the proprietor of which was too busy serving a customer to acknowledge her, and down Market Approach, where the sight of the boarded-up frontage of Heads Not Feds struck her as one more triumph for Nazareth. Until she clenched her imagination, the thought made the place feel capable of lowering the sky towards her, of narrowing the already narrow street, or even walling off the far end. "Balls, bollocks, crap, garbage, shit," she declared, and more of the same, to convince herself she would arrive at the main road. She ran across it, well in front of a lorry that nonetheless honked, and up the crumbling road to the cottages above the wall, restrained by a cross. Her elevation only raised Nazareth to confront her across the too small town. It appeared to be lending its pallor to the corpse of a sky, and she imagined it closing the sky around her like a cup over an insect. She turned her back on it so as to run up the path of the last cottage and ring the doorbell. She had to press the button again, to lean her hand on it, before she saw movement beyond the whorled glass that occupied much of the middle third of the upper section of the heavy door. The colors under the blotch of a face were too bright and various for Rob, and the opening of the door confirmed it was his mother, a short, gray-haired woman in a housecoat, whose padded shoulders emphasized her angularity and breadth. The height of the hall relative to the path enabled her to look Amy straight in the eye, if with some visible reluctance. "Amy, we thought it might be you. Is he up yet? I've not heard him stirring." Rob's mother kept her gaze steady, while she raised her square-jawed face, then blinked. "I'll be candid with you, this is awkward. We've had your father ring up asking us to send you home." "You won't, will you?" "It's between you and your father. I don't think we should get involved." This impressed Amy as little of an answer, but the way Mrs. Hayward didn't shift her posture was one. Amy felt paralyzed by it, and by the weight of the sky stretching from Nazareth, so that only the sliding of a sash allowed her to lift her head. Rob had opened his bedroom window to display his torso, cloaked in a quilt. "Hey, I didn't know you were here." "Some people didn't want you to know." Amy couldn't stop her mouth from quivering, and her anger with her inability only aggravated it. "Well, I am, and I need to talk." "I'll be downstairs in 5. "I don't know if I'll be there," Amy said, and looked at Mrs. Hayward, who heaved a sigh that bulged her housecoat. "He can walk home with you, Amy. Wait there for him if you like. Excuse me if I close the door to keep the chill out," she said, and did so at once. Amy crossed the road to lean on the wall and challenge Nazareth over the huddled roofs. When she felt a shifting beneath her elbows, she thought the bricks were about to topple into the main road, as if the solidity around her was being undermined, but the looseness was only of moss. She glared at Nazareth until the streets appeared to twitch, to edge jerkily towards it as though it was drawing them in, reducing the distance between her and itself. She couldn't watch that for long, and so she occupied herself with stamping her feet and chafing her hands together until Rob hurried down his path. "What have you been doing?" he said. This sounded so accusatory that at first she couldn't speak. Since he couldn't have meant to be accusing, she wrapped her arms around him and the long black coat he'd bought in Charity Worldwide, and pressed her cheek against his warm one. Her temperature must have shocked him. His cheek flinched, his long eyelashes fluttered. As she hugged him with all her strength to make him reciprocate, she saw his mother watching, masked with the net curtains of the front room window, like a yashmak. "Let's move," she said, freeing him, "and I'll tell you." They were on the steep downward track before either of them spoke again. "I got most of it from my mother," Rob said. "Is it me? Doesn't he want you seeing me?" "It isn't you, Rob. I don't think even he could blame you for this. He can't. He doesn't know yet. I haven't told anyone. Lateral. He won't like it when he does know. It's all about Nazareth." "Tell," I found an old book, a Bible. It must have been around the place for you'll see how long." Amy halted at the foot of the slope. "I'll show you. Wait. Look." "I will when we're across," he said, squinting at the battered cover as she handed him the Bible, and stepped into the road. A pale hulk like a dislodged chunk of Nazareth rushed at him. It was a furniture van. Amy dug her nails into the inside of his elbow through his coat and dragged him back against the rusty cross that held the wall. "Thanks," he said, and gingerly rubbed where she'd pinched. "Close." "If that's all." She held his arm more gently while she looked both ways twice before hustling him to the opposite pavement, where she rested a moment, clinging to him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Wondering what else you thought it was than close." "Maybe nothing, if you think so. I don't care now. It's gone. Let's get away from the road." "Like where?" "Anywhere but home. I'm not going back there. Not yet, anyway. Maybe not ever." Amy found that as difficult to conceive as it might have been if Nazareth wasn't allowing her room to think. "I know. The bookstall. There may be things I can ask him now I've found out more." Rob paced into more view and held up the Bible. "You mean in here?" "Open it and see." He did, at Genesis. He narrowed his eyes at the margins and brought the book close to his face, and having turned the Bible 3 ways, blinked at her. "I can't get it, Aim." "I wrote it all out. Look." She pulled the folded pages out of her bag and showed him the topmost sheet. "You can read that. It's me." He let his eyes widen, but seemed otherwise no more enlightened. "I'll need to be sitting to read it if it's that much." "The pubs aren't open yet, are they?" Amy was reflecting on how few places to socialize Partington offered. "We'll have to go in the tea place by the market," she said. It wasn't just its proximity to Nazareth she disliked. It was Tea for You itself. All the most intolerant old ladies of Partington congregated there, eyeing the market with inexhaustible disapproval out of faces like tissue paper that had been crumpled and smoothed as best it could be, and then powdered, especially in the wrinkles. Even a stranger of their own generation would have been made to feel like an intruder. And as Amy set foot on the polished floorboards, she became conscious of her thinness and her cropped head and every bit of metal in her face. The younger of the 2 waitresses in milkmaids' outfits looked prepared to repel the invaders, but Amy had noticed an unoccupied though cluttered table for 2 in a corner, towards which she pulled Rob through a shaking of severely hatted heads and a clucking of tongues, which put her in mind of an insect hopping from table to table, emitting its call at each one. "You can read while we're waiting," she said loudly to Rob. Several faces twisted away as though she'd slapped them, and began to murmur for her to hear. "Who do they think they are, I'd like to know? What do they think they look like? What can their parents be thinking of?" The last comment affected her in more than one way, so that she rounded on Rob. "Ignore them," she said through her teeth. "Just read." "I'm trying." He'd cleared a space among the lipsticked cups and the plates sticky with crumbs and jam, and was turning pages and swiveling the Bible on the pink and white checked tablecloth. When she flapped the sheets torn from her pad, he only glanced at them. "I don't need those. I'm getting it." "Fine," Amy said, regretting that she hadn't saved herself a headache if he found the margins easier to read than she had. She caught the eye of the younger milkmaid, who looked away. "We'd like 2 coffees when you can spare the time," Amy said. The request for coffee had earned a disparaging blink all by itself. "You're not the only people here, you know," the waitress told her. "We'd noticed," Amy retorted, and became more aware of the girl's profile, which appeared to have devoted itself mostly to producing a sharp nose. "I know you. Weren't you a prefect when I was in the 2nd year? You wanted to confiscate a book I'd brought to show how my mother bound them, because you said I must have stolen it." Silence had gathered around her voice, but then she heard a comment which might have floated over from any of the surrounding tables. "Like as not she did." Amy might have reacted so that the entire clientele would hear, but that would be to let her mind be shrunk to the size of Partington's pettiest attitudes, the kind, she thought, which must have permitted the activities at the asylum to continue unchecked. Before she could speak, the waitress intervened. "She didn't. It looked so expensive. That was the mistake." In a tone of support for the offending comment, a woman in a helmet white as marble and bristling with pearly knobs said, "Perhaps you could serve us our cakes." Amy gave the waitress an encouraging grimace and glanced at Rob in case the incident had distracted him, but he seemed unaware of it. He was twirling the Bible and peering at the margins, his frown of concentration now transformed into a frown of some uneasiness. She glanced towards the market as the bell above the door allowed itself a modest ping. Her body jerked, clattering the china on the table. In the doorway were Sean Pickles and her father. Pickles saw her first and pointed. His scraped face looked blottier than ever, no doubt with righteousness. "I knew I'd seen her come in here, Mr. Priestley. I'll wait, shall I?" he said, and all but sneered at Rob. "We don't want any trouble." "I foresee none. She's still my child," said Amy's father, striding between the tables. "Come along now, Amy. You are instructed to come home." "It's the wrong kind of home." "Even if your friend encourages you to talk nonsense, please don't do so to me," he said, and further acknowledging Rob, "Did your parents ask you to escort my daughter?" "Something like that." "I thought not," Amy's father said triumphantly, and his gaze fell on the Bible. His face writhed, and Amy saw his eyes redden. "What are you about with that?" "Reading it," Rob barely admitted. "I had no need to worry where she was. This is a Bible reading," her father called across the tea-room to the guard at the door, then relinquished his irony and more of his self-control as he turned to her. "Have you no shame, displaying that in public? If it isn't still a crime, it should be defacing the word of God. Perhaps before you leave us, you would like to tell me how you're involved." The last part was addressed to Rob, who said, "I've only just seen it. Aim brought it to show me." "Which is to say she could rely on you to indulge her and encourage her." "You haven't read it," Amy said. "Rob has. You'll tell him, won't you, Rob? You can tell him what it says about that place." "God forgive you and me for letting you stray. I've read enough of your crazed, unholy nonsense." "You haven't even looked at this, but Rob—" "I saw it yesterday, when you abandoned it in the midst of the rest of your leavings. I saw how you've scrawled in the Bible you had deluded me into thinking was for the good of your soul." "You went in my room." She hadn't time to pursue that now, not least because the elder milkmaid had emerged from the kitchen and looked poised to intervene. "You should have read it properly. Then you'd have seen it wasn't my writing, and you'd have read the truth about Nazareth Hill. Rob has, haven't you, Rob?" Rob was gazing at 2 pages of Lamentations. He'd read more than enough to be able to answer, she thought, and stared at him until he raised his head and blinked slowly twice at her. "Don't know," he said. "How can't you know? What did you read?" "All sorts of stuff." He seemed uncertain whether to address her or her father, and let his gaze sink to the Bible instead. about witches, and how it used to be a mental hospital, and how there was going to be a fire. But Amy was watching her father, who was visibly taken aback. Some of this had got to him. "You ask them at Housel. I bet they'll have to say there was a fire," she said. "Or if they won't let on they know about it, there'll have to be something about it somewhere. I'll look." "Aim." Rob had lowered his voice, and that made her inexplicably nervous. "Yes, what?" she almost snapped. "Maybe all that happened, if you say it did, wherever you got it from, but I got it where you just did." "You can't say that." "I don't know why you're saying it. It doesn't help. It screws things up." That brought a disapproving murmur from the adjacent tables. "What are you pussying around?" Amy demanded. "What are you trying—" "It's no use telling him you didn't write it when he can see you did." All the sensations of the room seemed to close in on her. The heat, laden with the smells of powder and desiccated flesh, and pierced by a thin aroma of too-sweet tea. Her surreptitious observation by everyone who wasn't openly watching her. The scrape of a spoon within a teacup, a sound like the turning of a rusty key in a lock. "I didn't," she said, as though the words could fend everything off. "Look, Aim, this is you. It doesn't start off like you're writing, but that's how it ends up. See, the writing round these pages is the same as on the sheets. Why did you write it twice? So that—" As soon as he trailed off, she knew why he had. He must think, and not want to admit thinking, that she'd set out to pretend to have transcribed the secret journal. She stood up with a screech of her chair on the boards and folded the sheets around the Bible, which she shoved into her bag. "Thanks, I can't tell you how much, Rob," she said into his face, so close her breath fluttered his eyelids. "You've really helped." "It wouldn't have been much use if I'd said I couldn't see it, would it, Aim? Anyone else could, too. I used to think you weren't anyone else." "Tell me what else I can do." He must have seen her answer in her eyes, because the hand he was holding out wilted. "I believe we are finished here," her father said. She supposed she was. The smells and metallic sounds and neurotically shadowless light of the tea-room were drawing themselves into a headache which was about to render them unbearable. She moved around the far side of the nearest table from her father and picked her painful way towards the door. The guard opened it, letting in the hubbub of the marketplace, and stood outside looking smug. Rob had followed her, his eyes pleading for a second chance to aid her. She hated him more than pickles now. Not much more than conversationally, she said, "Just fuck off, Rob." There was a chorus of shocked cries and gasps from the customers, and a stifled giggle from the younger waitress. The elder advanced purposefully on Amy as Rob faltered. Amy's father was closest to her, however, and taking her by the elbows, steered her out of the tea-room. "I apologize for my daughter," he said away from her. "Please be assured that you will never witness such a scene again." Pickles waited until the door shut, springing the hammer against the bowl of the bell. "I don't want to worry you, Mr. Priestley, but why I had my eye out for her in the first place, besides looking out for her generally, was I'd had a complaint about her going down the street using filthy language to herself." "That will be seen to. You can tell anyone who heard her." Amy's father relinquished her right arm so as to close both hands around the other. "God bless you for your help in her hour of need." "Do you want me to help you take her home?" "I've the impression that she won't be any further trouble, now she has had to acknowledge the error of her ways." "That's so, isn't it, my dear?" Amy managed, agonizing though it was, to focus on the marketplace. Everyone in sight was watching her. She ignored Rob, who was standing inside the tea-room like a trophy stuffed by the customers, and turned her throbbing stare on a butcher whose attention looked especially voyeuristic. Soon he glanced away, but only to lift half a raw rib cage off a hook, and remark to a customer, "That's that crazy girl who went for that guard here last week. She's from the place on the hill, wouldn't you know?" Amy supposed he was right. She must be crazy. Rob had shown her she was. That, and his having let her down, felt like the worst that could happen to her, so that it no longer mattered where she went, not that she appeared to have left herself any choice. The headache was lowering itself like a massive stone to crush her thoughts, and she was almost glad when her father steered her towards Little Hope Way. At least in a few minutes she would be able to lie down in her room. Shops wavered by like ill-hung pictures in a gallery. The voices of the market, all of whose comments seemed to be directed at her, turned into a stony wind along Nazareth Row. A dog ran out of the grounds of Nazareth, carrying a ball a boy had thrown for it to catch, and Amy saw it silenced by a rubber gag. The gateposts nodded towards her to greet her, first one and then the other, as the gravel bit into her feet, as Nazareth fitted itself into her vision as though it had made itself a niche there, as wide as her head. Although it was too early in the day for the security lights to be more than dormant, she saw Nazareth brightening jerkily as it lurched towards her with each step she took. Perhaps it was borrowing the dead glare from the sky. She had to close her eyes against it as her father brought her to the doors. She looked again as he halved his grasp on her arm so as to twist the key in the lock, and found that the dimness beyond the twin glass rectangles, coated with a reflection of the drive, seemed actually welcoming. That dismayed her, and so did being grateful for her father's presence, perhaps even grateful to have her choice of direction taken away. As soon as the doors tolled behind her, she headed for the stairs so fast her father lost his hold on her. Let him think she was anxious to be home. Let him think whatever he liked. If she told him what she was feeling, he would only think she was mad. But she sensed figures pressing themselves against the inside of each door along the corridor to greet her, peering through the spy holes at her if they had anything left with which to peer. 18. An answer to a call. By the time she reached her room, Amy's headache was so savage that she could only take it to bed. She even swallowed the brace of paracetamol tablets her father offered her, which allowed her to fall into a fitful doze. Whenever she awoke, she found him sitting at her bedside watching her. Once, when she was delirious, her mother had sat all night by this very bed, and his presence made Amy feel as she'd felt then, little and ill, and cut off from a world which resembled a dream. If everything was as distant as it seemed, it surely couldn't harm her, in which case only she could do that, and perhaps by not thinking she could avoid doing so. Perhaps her mad thoughts were the source of her headache. If she tried to make any sense of them, the ache redoubled itself. She could only retreat behind her eyelids from the blaze of the room. At some point her father turned off her light and sat in the patch of illumination from the hall. The first time she awoke to see his faceless silhouette watching her, she flinched against the pillows so hard the glow through the doorway appeared to flare twice as bright. But soon she grew so used to his being there that she didn't even speculate about how his face might look. Sometimes when she turned over in bed, moving with infinite caution so as not to rouse her headache, he leaned close to her and asked if she wanted anything. Since all she wanted was for his hot breath on her face to go away, she mostly answered no, except when he brought her more paracetamol. That happened twice, but it didn't occur to her to measure the passage of time by it. Even such meager thinking might hurt. It was incalculably later, on the far side of at least one prolonged sleep, when he stooped to her in the changed light from the hall and murmured, "Do you feel up to walking?" She found she'd been expecting his face to have changed while it was invisible, hoping it had lost some of the grimness with which he'd confronted her over the Bible. To some extent it had, but its blankness looked grim. She shifted her head gingerly on the rumpled pillow and watched him step back beside the dining chair for which he'd somehow cleared a space. "Where to?" "Why, to church." "When?" "In a few minutes, as soon as you can be up and dressed." "Why now?" "Because it's past 10 of a fine Sunday morning, the Lord's Day. Can you not tell?" Amy wondered how she was expected to tell anything of the sort without windows, then saw that wasn't the kind of awareness he felt she ought to have. Besides, the quality of light in the hall should have shown her it was day. That by no means attracted her. It was the threat of everything she'd managed not to remember while she was asleep. "I still don't feel right," she said, truthfully enough. "I see that. Would you like anything to eat brought to you? There should be time." "Before you go, you mean?" "Before we both do." "I'm not going. I want to rest my head," she told him, and let her eyelids fall shut to terminate the discussion. When she heard no movement, she peered through her eyelashes at him. He was exactly where he had been, digging the fingertips of his right hand into the back of the chair, hard enough to pale the upholstery. "I see you spying, Amy," he said. "Church is the best medicine to cure you." "Not now. You go," Amy said, and identified another chance she might have to escape, if she had the energy and could think where to head for. "Maybe I'll go later." "In that event we both will, and meanwhile we can pray together. That should remind you of the benefits." "I just want to be quiet." "Quiet comes from prayer, Amy. You ought to remember that. Either God sent you your headache, or it must be something you visited upon yourself. Whichever is the case, prayer is the answer." "Pills are better. Can I have some more?" "Perhaps when we've prayed, if you still feel the need. Come along now. Our Father—" "You do it for me." "Don't you think I have?" There were tears in his eyes until he rubbed their gleam brighter. "I want to hear you join in. You used to when you were small, before you started your foolishness about our home. It will help to bring us back together, apart from anything else. Don't you want that?" "Suppose," Amy said, no longer knowing. "Then let us be about it, and no more nonsense. Your mother liked Gracie Fields singing it, if you recall. Our Father—" By now all she wanted was for him to go away, or at least to shut up, and the quickest way to achieve either seemed to be to respond. "Our Father," she mumbled, feeling embarrassed and trapped and absurd, and kept her next few words to herself. "It hurts," she protested instead. "How can praying hurt?" The gleam in his eyes grew momentarily cold and suspicious. "You aren't applying your mind to it. Just remember how. Close your eyes and put your hands together and concentrate on what you're saying. Remember the idea you used to like, that your fingers are an aerial, sending your prayers up to heaven." None of this soothed Amy's head. Both the effort of trying to pray and the strain of suppressing the words that insisted on suggesting themselves were hurtful, and his shouts certainly would be if she uttered the version which had lodged in her brain. "My Father who art whenever, hallowed be thy name." Perhaps he was making her think these things by refusing to leave her alone. But mustn't she expect to suffer such thoughts if she was mad? "Doesn't work," she mumbled. "Of course it works. All that can get in the way is willfulness. Eyes shut and hands together, and submit yourself to God. Feel your prayer go up like a flame to him." Amy closed her eyes as tight as they would go, without setting off the flicker of her vision, and pressed her hands together as if to crush some insubstantial prize. She felt smaller than ever, but that was no longer comforting. She seemed shrunken around the core of herself, which was a charred, aching, useless lump. She couldn't prevent her father's voice from probing into her head. "Our Father," speak up now so he can hear you. "Our Father who art in heaven." I still can't hear. There could hardly be a lesser reason to be shy in front of your own father. "Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed," which means holy if by any unfortunate chance you have managed to forget what you were taught. "Hallowed be thy name." "My kingdom come, my will be done." In a moment, Amy thought she might say the words out loud, and the hell with whatever followed. She had a fleeting notion that the result mightn't just be yet another argument, but some event she was unable to conceive. Another mad idea, she concluded. She felt her lips parting, and her eyes straight open. Before she could speak, the buzzer chirred in the hall. "Who's that now?" Her father dragged his fingers apart to brandish them. "If it should be that wretched, interfering woman with her quackery, you stay there, Amy, seeing that you're too unwell to get up for church." "Leave my door open, though." He hesitated outside the doorway, staring rather blankly at her, so that she wondered if he meant to shut her in. He tramped away without touching the door, however, and a jingle of keys denoted that he was unlocking the mortise after rattling the chain back. "Why, Mrs. Stoddard," he said. "And is it Pamela again? Bound for Mass?" "We are soon, yes." "We would accompany you, only my young blessing is sick in bed." "That's a pity," said Lynn Stoddard, with no sympathy that Amy could distinguish. She didn't need it from the Stoddards, and was lowering her head onto the pillow when Lynn added, "We were hoping for a word with her. I wonder if we could still have it." "What would it concern?" "I'd like her to finish the job you said she'd do." "I'm certain she will, if I said so. Remind me, if you would." "Persuading this one, there's nothing to be scared of." "Good heavens, most assuredly. Why, did she not?" "Not the way this poor little girl was last night." "Then come in, by all means. Mine isn't so ill as she acts, I suspect. Perhaps exerting herself to perform good works may help her back to health." The muffling of the pillow was allowing Amy to pretend that none of this had much to do with her. But when she heard an assortment of footsteps bearing down on her, she pushed herself up with her elbows, fitting her head into a tight, dull ache. She'd propped her spine against the plump headboard when Pam, which was all of whatever her name was now that Amy intended to acknowledge, appeared in the doorway with her mother holding her shoulders. She was more beribboned and trimmed with lace than ever, but these apparently weren't the only reasons why she looked fragile. When her mother gave her an enlivening shake, her face prepared to crumple. "Go on, Pamely," Lynn said. "You tell her." "You—" "It's you it was supposed to have happened to, young lady," Lynn said, then sighted across the topmost ribbon at Amy. "She was upset for a start. Her little Parsley died last week." Amy felt unfairly accused. "Sorry," she nonetheless said. "No fault of yours, that wasn't. He was ancient for a hamster. But then, your turn now, Pamely. Up to you to say." The girl bit her lip, then clasped and unclasped her hands in front of her, as though trying to choose which of them to rub with the other. "I thought I heard him in my room last night.
It woke me up, and I was going to put the light on when I remembered it couldn't be him."
"And now you know it couldn't have been anything," Lynn said, straight at Amy.
"I did hear it. I was sure I did. Running about like him when I had his cage in my room, only it was too big to be him, and it sounded like it kept falling over."
The girl's stare dodged about, but that failed to rid her of the memory.
"It sounded—"
However much Amy didn't want to know, she had to. "What?"
"Excuse me, Amy, but you're supposed to be telling her—"
The girl mustn't want to be alone with the memory. She raised her voice to interrupt her mother.
"It was making noises with its mouth. It sounded like it wanted to be fed."
Lynn breathed out loudly through her nose.
"You'd have been thinking about parsley when you went to sleep. Of course you were. And that's why you had a bit of a nightmare. That's all it could have been. Amy will tell you."
"Did you see anything?" Amy asked Pam.
"No. Oh, no."
"I should think not," Lynn said.
"We all of us know, don't we, Mr. Priestley, there was nothing to see."
Presumably the group referred to was meant to include Pam, but Amy had seen that it didn't, had seen Pam's face writhe at the notion of having had to watch the thing she'd only heard.
"You know that, Amy, don't you?" Lynn insisted.
"I don't know what I know."
"Not much of a way for someone who's supposed to read so many books and want to go to university to be." "If you don't believe I know anything, why do you care what I say?"
Amy was tiring of the contest of words. She wanted to be alone, to see if she could think despite the ache. "I don't know if she heard anything or not. I wasn't there."
"Your influence was."
Her father's face sidled into view beyond Lynn's shoulder.
"Do as you are asked for once."
"Better listen to your mother, Pam," said Amy, "if you want some peace."
"But do you think there was anything?"
the girl pleaded, clutching her left hand with her right to keep them still. "Maybe." Pam's face attempted to decide how that made her feel as the faces of the adults hardened.
"She's saying that because she isn't well, because she can't be bothered,"
Lynn told her daughter, firming her grip on her shoulders to emphasize the point.
"I hope her room's like that because she's ill, don't you? It's not like yours, is it? An untidy house means an untidy mind, my mother used to say. We shouldn't have expected to get any sense."
As she began to pilot Pam along the corridor, Amy's father lingered in the doorway, glaring at her. He turned away when Lynn said,
"Thank you, Mr. Priestley, for at least trying to help."
"I wish I could have been more.
"Perhaps I shall. In the meantime, may I ask you, while you're at worship, to pray for us?"
"Well, yes,"
Lynn said, audibly embarrassed by so direct an approach.
"You can, Pamely, if you like."
Amy heard the door shut after the Stoddards and the chain dragged across, and then her father must have as good as run along the corridor.
"I hope you're satisfied," he said, blocking her doorway. "Now you have succeeded in distressing a young girl."
"I shouldn't think you'd want me lying when you keep going on about all this holy stuff."
His face grew mask-like, forcing more of the gleam into his eyes.
"I prefer not to know you while you are like this."
"Fine, so take your chair out of my room, and after you've done that you can close the door."
His initial response was to push the door open wider. Then he advanced into the room, so slowly and purposefully that without knowing why, Amy reached up and pulled the light on. The brightness seemed to flatten his eyes, so that they resembled the pressed, glazed eyes of the picture behind him in the hall. He took hold of the chair by its back and raised it from the floor, and she was reminded of a circus trainer facing a dangerous animal. He didn't turn away from her until he was out of the room and depositing the chair beneath the pop-eyed gaze of the old woman being tossed in a basket, and at once he swung to watch her. "I shall leave you to ponder your ways for a little," he said, and shut her in with her thoughts. She gazed at the faces of clouds like dreams, but they were no more use than the helpless old woman. Whatever the truth about the writing in the margins of the Bible might be, Pam had reminded Amy she wasn't alone in having seen something on the move that shouldn't have been. Old Mr. Roscommon had, and he'd read in her eyes that she had too. Dominic Metcalfe must have seen it, and the sight had stopped his heart. Now the desertion of so many of the apartments was giving the unquiet tenants the run of the building. Or had Amy's and her father's exploration of the ground floor attracted them? She was tempted to open her door, because she no longer knew if her room was a sanctuary or a cell. But first she wanted to examine the Bible again while she was unwatched by her father. She leaned gradually over the side of the bed and let her hand trail to the floor. Her fingertips encountered the round, moist, toothless mouth of a coffee mug before touching the rough, porous skin of a misshapen object. This was her canvas handbag, which she hauled onto the quilt so as to fumble out the Bible wrapped in the pages torn from her pad. The book fell open halfway through Genesis, and immediately she saw what Rob would have been unable to realize. He'd never seen much of her handwriting until yesterday, and so how could he have judged the evidence she'd shown him? But as she spread out the sheets from her pad, she became aware that although the handwriting in the Bible wasn't hers, hers grew more like it as the transcription progressed. She felt as though the past she'd dreaded for so long had crept deep into her while she was distracted by the events within Nazareth. The ache forced her head down, trapping her gaze on the pages until she leafed to the pencil embedded in the upright of the last and biggest cross. She dug out the pencil and, resting the final, mostly blank sheet from the pad on the back cover of the Bible, set about writing her name. Her signature had changed so much over the years that she found herself struggling to recall how it was meant to go. Eventually, she thought she remembered how she had most recently decided it should look. Trying consciously to reproduce it stiffened her hand, however, and even when she'd covered the blank paper with her name, none of the dozens of signatures looked quite like hers. Besides, hadn't her signature changed since she'd moved to Nazareth? She didn't want to reflect on that, any more than she liked the appearance of all her signatures. She'd been unable to make any of the S's small enough to reassure herself, and each of the pair of E's resembled eyes spying on her. She crumpled the pages and stuffed them together with the book into her bag, which she kicked onto the floor. She didn't want to see them any more, and especially didn't want her father to do so. He would only think she was going mad. He could think so all he liked once she had convinced herself that she was nothing of the kind. There was one person she could talk to, and as soon as her father was out of the way at church, she would. She wouldn't be comfortable staying in her room until then. She squirmed out from beneath the quilt and stood up. Feeling the paracetamol coming to an end, she swallowed 2 of Beth's tablets before pacing to the door and edging it open. Her father was muttering to himself somewhere out of sight, presumably praying. She dodged into the bathroom and turned on the bath taps and the extractor fan that was the only break in the outer wall. The water had hardly started to rumble into the fiberglass bath when the doorknob rattled, followed by a harsh knock. "Amy." "I'm having a bath." "Best unbolt the door in case you need help." "Maybe you didn't notice, but I was bathing myself before we ever came near here." "In case you take a turn for the worse, was my meaning." "I'm fine. Just leave me alone," Amy said. peering at the door to confirm it was bolted. Once the bath was full, almost to the trunks of the taps, the way she liked it, she turned the water off and listened at the door. She was unable to sense him, and so she padded to the bath and plunged her hand in. She didn't realize she had braced herself until she recognized that she was trying to be prepared for the possibility that the water would be icy cold. It was hot, only just bearably so on first contact, and she lowered herself by degrees into it and closed her eyes. Usually she enjoyed letting herself float in the bath. When she was little, she used to imagine herself in a sea with the sun on it, on her way to a magic island. Now, however, she felt in danger of somehow drifting too far if she lost awareness of herself. Every so often a wind caught the fan, which responded with a noise like claws scrabbling to get in. Of course the water was cooling, but several times she emerged from a doze with an unpleasant start at how suddenly chill it felt. Each time she unplugged some of it and replaced it with hot water, a process which had grown not so much automatic as obsessive when her father rapped on the door again. "Are you still in there, Amy? Are you likely to be much longer?" It was a familiar enough inquiry, but there was a new, cold sharpness to his voice. "Why?" she said. "Because it's nigh on time for church." That so many hours had passed without her noticing came as a shock, but surely it was to some extent welcome. "You go," she said. "I'm staying here." "I should like to come in there myself, if that's not too inconvenient." Presumably it was his attempt at sarcasm that made him sound as though he was reading an old script, playing at being himself. Amy climbed out of the bath, slopping water on the chubby linoleum, and wrapped herself in a towel from the rail before sliding the bolt back. If her father had been standing any closer, his fixed face would have been against the door. He stood back, barely far enough for her to sidle by. Indeed, she felt the towel begin to slip as it brushed against him, so that for a moment she thought he had seized it. She was fleeing into her room when she noticed that he hadn't followed, but was staring into the bathroom. "Have you done wallowing?" he said. "Don't know. Why?" "I suggest the water is let out. I doubt you would relish a cold bath." She couldn't help shivering at that. She heard the plug hole utter a choking sound, eventually followed by a cackling which took rather too long to fade. By that point he'd emerged from the bathroom, and soon he knocked on her door. "You will be staying in, then, since you aren't fit," he said. "If you say so." He muttered a few words and moved away, continuing to talk to whomever he was addressing. The door into the corridor opened and closed, and she found she was still listening. When there was no further sound, she leaned out of her room to gaze along the hall, which was empty but for eyes. Having returned the towel to the bathroom, she pulled on a clean T-shirt. Then she removed the phone from its niche and carried it to the main room, dialing on the way. "Directory inquiries," a woman said almost at once. "What name, please?" Amy told her, and a likely initial, and the town. Shortly, an announcement composed of samples of a female voice gave her the number. She keyed it and heard it ringing out there in the dark. It sounded far more distant than the other side of Partington, as though she was hearing it along a passage so lengthy and narrow she rubbed her forehead hard to rid herself of the idea. She was trying instead to think how best to convey her message when a man said rapidly, "I will in a minute. Let me answer this first. Hello." "Mr. Roscommon?" "One of them, but sorry, if you're selling anything, it's not convenient right now." "I'm not. Bear with me," he said, and withdrew to answer a mumbling. "That's what I'm about to find out, if you'll allow me, Father. Hello. Who are you, then?" "It's Amy. Amy Priestley."
I used to be on the top floor from you. I mean, I still am."
"I remember. We met you at the photo. What can I do for you?"
"How's Mr. Roscommon?"
"It's kind of you to ask, Amy. Very thoughtful. The girl who used to live upstairs on the hill, father. The daughter of the chap who brought us all together. Yes, you unfortunately excluded. I was about to say, if you'd given me the chance. He isn't as well as he might be, Amy, but as you can hear, he's still able to talk."
"Could I speak to him?"
There was a pause, during which she felt her heart thump.
"That rather depends," George Roscommon said. "Bear with me a minute, father. What about?"
"Something both of us saw."
A longer pause ensued before he said,
"I don't know."
"It's important. I've nobody else to ask."
This time there was no reply, so that she thought her desperation had driven him away, until she heard his father's mumble in the background.
"She's after you, father," he said. "You heard her on the radio. It'll be about that kind of thing."
Mumbling ensued, the same phrase more than once.
"Pardon? You—"
said George Roscommon, and brought his mouth to the phone.
"He'll speak to you. It's against my advice, but I'm just the son."
A silence, which Amy took to express more of his reluctance, was followed by an outburst of creaking. He must be bearing the phone to his father. A sharper creak apparently indicated the old man's grasp on the receiver, because in a few moments she heard what he had of a voice. It sounded as though he was forcing it out of one side of his mouth.
"Who?"
he said. Since it was also very slow, she waited for more of the question, only to have him repeat it in a fury at his state or at her lack of response.
"Who?"
"Amy. Amy Priestley. Like Mr. Roscommon said, your son, I live—"
"Help you."
That might have been a promise, except that it had been preceded by a mangled syllable, which Amy suspected was God. She'd fallen silent when he began to heave more words out.
"No, you. Saw you outside. Should have stayed there."
"Because of what's in here, you mean? Nobody but me believes there's anything."
"Heard you on the wireless. Would have rung, except I wasn't talking to that.
His voice was grinding slower. Perhaps his thoughts were, too.
"What would you have said?" she prompted.
"Get everyone out and burn it down. It's crawling." "Father,"
his son protested.
"I can't do that,"
Amy said.
"Then just get out."
"My dad won't. He can't see what we can."
"Get out yourself."
"I've seen more since I was on the radio,"
Amy said. And then his advice caught up with her. It wasn't at all the sort of advice she would have expected a parent to give her.
"Why just me?"
The old man drew a breath, which she heard rattling in his throat.
"If you can see these things,"
he said, slower than ever,
"they can see you." "Father,"
the son repeated, closer now. Amy was afraid the younger man might take the phone away, though that was by no means all she was afraid of. The old man's answer had made her feel both watched and overheard. She stared about, first at the window with the night adhering to it, then through the doorway at the largely unseen hall. She was about to speak, with nothing much to say but yearning to have another person hear her, when the old man demanded, "What's that? What's she saying?" "Shall I take it, Father?" "Crossed line. Some crazy woman saying, 'That's never a prayer.' Tell her to get off. Giving me another stroke. Feel it in my face."
Some or all of this might have been addressed to Amy, but she was unable to respond. She could hear no other voice, and knew it wasn't a crossed line. She was forcing her mouth open to tell him, though that rendered being overheard more of a threat than ever, when his son took over the phone.
"My father can't talk to you any more."
His tone made it obvious that he blamed her for the old man's aggravated state, perhaps assumed that the voice responsible had been hers. Before she could argue, the connection was broken, so abruptly she wasn't sure he'd done it. The receiver hummed smugly to itself until she silenced it. Holding it like a small, fragile club, she made herself look out of the room. The hall was deserted, but she felt no less observed. She glared at the kitchen before she remembered there was no longer a tree for anything to climb. The flattened eyes along the walls let her gaze to the dead eye of the outer door, beyond which she was almost sure she glimpsed movement.
"Can't get in,"
she said as loudly as she dared, and tried to feel encouraged. Squeezing the receiver in her fist, she was able to take the first step. She trudged along the hall and, hugging herself with both arms, leaned her face towards the spy-hole. At first she thought all the lights in the corridor had failed. Then the object which was pressed against the door retreated far enough for her to see a hole in it, which might have been a puckered mouth, to which shreds of the lips still adhered. As it withdrew another few inches, a similar hollow in the shriveled brownish surface became apparent next to it, and below them the stringy gap where the nose had been. The head reared back further, and the gaping jaw came into view. Perhaps it was so wide with a scream at the contents of the mouth, which were swarming over the cracked, fleshless chin. Amy stumbled away from the door, the phone in her hand scraping a panel of the wall, and the image shrank, but not soon enough for her to avoid seeing the shape outside the door raise on either side of the remains of its head the handless sticks of its arms. She retreated until the movement in the lens was no larger than an insect wriggling in a spider's web.
"Can't get in,"
she heard herself repeating, almost as often as "can't touch me." The eyes on the walls watched her like spectators at an asylum. Eventually the writhing vanished from the bulbous glass, but it took her a considerable time to venture close enough to determine that as much of the corridor as she was able to spy out was empty. That only meant the figure she had seen was somewhere else, and her repetition of the things it couldn't do no longer seemed so powerful. She flung open all the inner doors and switched on all the lights. Then she grabbed the remote control of the television, having abandoned the phone on a chair, and searched the channels. 3 sitcoms, and a congregation swaying and singing and clapping in church, a spectacle she left playing on the basis that television might be modern enough to help fend off the past, one of the few thoughts her headache hadn't pinched out of her skull. On that basis she played a tape of Resurrection Merchants as well, and then there seemed to be nothing to do except sit at a kitchen bench with the phone on the table in front of her and stare along the shaky hall, willing the door to stay shut and impregnable. The spy-hole was too distant to betray any movement beyond it, but she kept imagining a handless stump poking about the outside of the door in search of the bell-push. The tape was at its loudest when she thought she heard a scrabbling at the door. She seized the phone before she realized
There were better weapons in the kitchen drawers. She was shoving herself away from the table, the bench digging into the backs of her knees, as the door swung open. It was only her father, but at once that was bad enough. He covered his ears for a moment, as though fitting his mask of grim resolution to his face, then shouldered the door closed and thrust his keys into his coat pocket. "So this is how you conduct yourself when you should be praying," he said, and frowned at the scraped panel. "Good God, what have you been doing to this wall?" He strode towards her, turning off the room lights as he advanced, and stalked into the main room. "Dear Lord preserve us," he muttered, and more that she couldn't distinguish as he killed the stereo and television. As he lurched into view, his blank gaze swung at her, gleaming as it came. "We shall put an end to your devilry," he said. 19. Kept in the family. Oswald was observing how the arched roof of the church resembled saintly bones pressed together and upraised, and so he didn't notice that the Pickles family was following him until they caught up with him in the small stone porch. "All on your own today," Jack Pickles said. "As you say." "Where's the daughter?" Hattie asked from beneath an outbreak of headgear reminiscent of a rockery. "I'm of a mind to send her away for the good of her health." Oswald had lit upon this notion in the midst of his prayers, but Jack appeared to think it betrayed some weakness. As they emerged from the porch into a wind as cold as the stones in the churchyard, he passed a hand over his freckled scalp, imperfectly crossed by failed hair, and peered up at Oswald through his square tortoise-shell spectacles. "We hear you had a bit of a to-do yesterday." "Just some behavior that should never have been seen in public." Hattie pushed her son forward in order to refer to him. "Might have been worse if one of our tribe hadn't been there to lend a hand, would you say?" "I was glad of him." "What was it all in aid of, anyway?" Jack asked. "Something to do with a Bible, weren't you telling us, son?" "She'd been writing things she oughtn't in it." "No need to draw us a picture," Hattie said at once. "Ma'am, I wasn't going to," Sean protested, while his cheeks developed a few additional patches of red. "She was scaring people in the street. Wasn't that it, too?" said his father. "And the old biddies in Tea for You," his mother said. "One of them was telling me just now before church." "You'll take this how it's intended, Mr. Priestley, but your girl's getting a reputation. I'm sure you wouldn't want that." "I didn't think at first old Miss Clay could be talking about her," Hattie said, and glanced around before lowering her voice, though there were only gravestones near. "What's making her behave like that? Is it drugs?" A thought lanced Oswald's shame. "Let me undertake before you that no poisons will ever be allowed near her again." "It's a pity there isn't a school here in town, so you could keep more of an eye on her. The bigger the place, the worse the influences. Stands to reason." "I shall be taking that in hand, too." Oswald followed her through the gate, which Sean closed behind his father. "I am grateful to all three of you," Oswald said. Only Sean looked as though he felt entitled to be thanked, and Oswald had to resist a compulsion to explain. They'd helped him clarify the course of action he must pursue, but there was no need to publicize his methods. He watched them turn downhill with their son towering between them. They'd kept Sean under their control, and now it was time for Oswald to do more than they had, before it was too late. He crossed himself while he gazed across Heather's grave at the church, Then he drove to Nazareth. Had she really been too ill even to be driven to church? Or could she have been wary lest her behavior there might betray her? He remembered the last time she had entered the churchyard, remembered her muttering at the grave as if to resurrect her mother. Thank God her mother wasn't here to see how their daughter had gone wrong, nor to hold him back. No gates, he thought, as the Austin passed between the gateposts, nor any need for such so long as there was a keeper. As the light saluted him, Nazareth appeared to expand, the better to embrace him. When he admitted himself to the building, the quiet and the subdued light put him in mind of a church. Though he saw nobody on the stairs or in the corridors, he felt welcomed home. He paced along the silent passage to his door and let himself in. Amy was rising to her feet from behind the kitchen table. She subsided at the sight of him and dropped the phone she was holding. Though he saw it strike the table, he couldn't hear the impact for the uproar in the apartment. As he covered his ears, the keys in his hand stung his cheek. He rammed his shoulders against the door and shoved the keys into his pocket while he breasted the sound, which immediately began to retreat. "So this is how you conduct yourself when you should be praying," he said, and saw, as his senses recovered from the onslaught, that out of vandalism or worse she had scratched a panel by the door. "Good God, what have you been doing to this wall?" She'd done more. She had left all the lights on. What had she been about in his room? As the tape held its breath, trying to take him unawares with its next outburst, he marched along the hall, clawing at the switches in the rooms. He had to flail at the air in front of his face as he dodged first into his bedroom, where nothing appeared to have been touched, and then into Amy's. He thought he'd felt a tickling on his skin. Before he could identify the cause, the stereo recommenced its pandemonium, in the midst of which he was just able to distinguish a voice yelling, "Let's dance while we die." He stalked into the main room to do away with it, and saw that Amy was using it to drown out the sound of a hymn on television. "Dear Lord preserve us, are you afraid of a hymn? Thank God, your mother—" He pressed his lips together as he switched off the cacophony, and then, to allow himself to think, the television. He thought he felt the tickling again, as if his nerves were about to escape his control. He wouldn't allow her to do that to him. He dragged a hand over his face, pinching his eyes with finger and thumb on the way, and stepped into the hall. "We shall put an end to your devilry," he said, and strode at her. She might at least have had the grace to flinch, he thought. When he turned from replacing the phone in its nest, he found her watching him as if he was the one who'd changed, not her. "I'm what you made me," she said. "Never dare suggest that, even to me. What you have become is none of my doing, nor any of your—" The reference to her mother caught in his throat as he lowered himself onto the bench between Amy and the hall. "Perhaps it isn't entirely your fault, either. I want to know whom you have been talking to." "Myself." "Don't say that, even as a joke." "It's what you think, isn't it? You think I made up all that stuff that's written in the Bible." "As it happens, I think nothing of the kind. Perhaps now you will have the goodness to tell me where you learned it." "Learned what?" "Don't play the innocent, child. You forget your friend gave me an account of it while you were entertaining all the ladies in the tea-room. How did you know there was an asylum here, and a fire?" Her stare fastened on him. He wouldn't look away from his own child, but he couldn't help rubbing a hand over his face. She appeared to have more than one question to ask, and the one which emerged was, "How did you?" "I made it my business to find out, in case it could cure you of your fancies." Her attention strayed past him. That might have been a relief, except that she gave the impression of seeing or expecting to see more than the empty hall. He felt the crawling on his skin again, and clenched his fists rather than touch his face. "No chance of that," she said, and brought her gaze to bear on him. "You're saying it's true. That's what this place was, and that's what happened." "Amy, please don't try and make me sound as though I've fed your maggot. You know it's true, and I insist on being told who took it upon themselves to give such information to an impressionable girl of your age." "Can you hear yourself? What do you think you sound like?" "Your father, whether you like it or not," he said, while his face mouthed outside the kitchen window, as though it was prompting him. "That is who I remain. You're playing games, but you shall not be the victor. You're the subject of this discussion, not I." "So discuss me." "I believe you have been using this tale of an asylum to behave as if you—" He couldn't quite say it. Having to think it was bad enough, but other words crowded out of his mouth. "Telling wicked stories on the radio for the world to hear, uttering foul language in the marketplace, going for people in the street as well, I understand, and defacing the Bible, God forgive you, and now damaging our home. Do you realize the whole of Partington knows about you? In the past, they would have had you locked up, and perhaps—" "Go on. That's what it wants." "I have no idea what you mean, nor any wish to know. Is it not possible for you to attempt to listen for once, instead of saying the first thing that strays into your head? I'm attempting to confront you with the truth we need to see." "You are." "Staring so won't silence me, and I suggest you give it up. Answer me this, a straight answer if you have any within you. Some remedy has to be found for the way you've grown. What do you think it should be?" He saw her thinking rather than blurt out an answer, and thought she was taking him seriously at last. Then she said, "When do you think I started?" "Becoming as you are?" "Pretty well since we moved here. I think you decided at the outset to dislike it. I know you were sorry to leave our old home. I appreciate that it had memories for you, but you must see it was too big for just the two of us. We would have moved sooner if I could have found somewhere smaller that was suitable." He was offering her an excuse for herself, but her concentration seemed to be lingering on his last word. His face began to itch even before she responded. "Do you know what you're saying?" she said. "I know to the letter." "You said I started when we moved here, but I didn't know it was an asylum then." "Which simply means that once you were told about it, you used that as a pretext to worsen your behavior." "I wasn't told. I read it in the Bible." "Amy, if you persist—" "I didn't write it. I wasn't even sure it was true till you said it was." "Enough. Fini. You won't muddle me. You can stay in your room until you are ready to talk sense, and that means until you tell me who supplied you with all this harmful information I committed myself to keeping from you." Amy stood up at once, blotting out his night face. "You'll have a long wait." "Take all the time you can bear. You shall find me waiting." She stepped around the table, and his face glowed out of the night. It gave him the impression of being her guardian angel, until he noticed her keeping as far away from him as there was space. "Cease trying to make me into a monster," he said. "Perhaps you should appreciate I am restraining myself. As soon as you decide to behave rationally—" He was watching her faint shape opening a fainter door, which slammed so hard it would have shaken the wall which contained it had that been less firm. Feeling as though at least some of his speech had been a pretense he'd had to maintain in order to convey her to her place, he turned out the kitchen light and headed for his room. As he came abreast of her door, he felt the tickling on his cheeks. He went swiftly into his bedroom and threw himself to his knees, bruising them, but he wasn't swift enough. Even when he dug his fingernails into the knuckles of his clasped hands, he couldn't pray. Couldn't rid his mind of the thought of Amy's room, full of crawling things, swarming away from her head and over her quilt and into the mess that covered the floor. He dragged his knuckles over his cheeks to drive away the tickling, the sensation of cobwebs in the air, but couldn't drive away his thoughts. In the past, the heads of the unhealthy had been shorn when they became infested, and perhaps that had been Amy's secret reason for having hers cropped. As he shuddered at the threat of the sensation which had invaded the air of his home, it seemed clear to him that she hadn't succeeded in disinfesting herself. If that hadn't proved successful, what would? This was a question with which he didn't feel able to cope by himself. He was clasping his hands again, bruising his knuckles with his fingertips in an attempt to distract himself from the anticipatory itching of his face, when the phone summoned him. In one movement he was up from his knees and through the gap he made with the door, and snatching the receiver from its perch before it had completed its second pair of rings. A voice he recognized said, "Hello?" He let it repeat itself twice while he closed his bedroom door behind him and sat on the end of the bed, at which point he said, "Yes." "Can I speak to Amy, please?" "I fear not." A sense of calm, of having had at least part of his so far unspoken prayer answered, let him use the caller's name. Robin. "Doesn't she want to talk to me?" "I imagine that to be the case. She has given me no contrary impression. Besides, that isn't quite the issue," Oswald said, and permitted himself a smile at the whiteness of his imminent lie. "She isn't here." "Where is she?" "Gone away." "Where?" Though the boy's voice was beginning to cause him to itch with annoyance, it was at least encouraging him to work out details to tell anyone else who might ask. "To an aunt's." "I didn't know she had one." "You scarcely knew she had a father, did you? Little wonder that she failed to mention her Aunt Alice." Oswald went on smoothly as the name presented itself in his head. "I trust you recognize that a retreat is what she needs. She may have told you how upset she was that she couldn't go away with the school." "How long's she going to be away?" "As long as need be. I shall be clearing it with the school." "Have you got her address?" For an instant that seemed wily of her ill-chosen friend. Then Oswald was more in control than ever. "Not even I shall be in contact with her until she improves." He was assuming that must silence his listener, but he'd omitted from his reckoning the stubbornness of the young. "If she gets in touch," the boy said, "could you tell her—" "I thought I had made clear that is impossible. Please refrain from calling here again," Oswald said, and cut him off for good. He listened to the almost monastic drone of the dead line for a few moments before restoring the handset to its place, beside which Amy's door was shut. Was she asleep, or had she heard the phone and ignored it? He rather hoped the latter was the case. Her willfulness might have some merits after all, indeed already had. He remembered coming home along the peaceful corridor only to be greeted by her crazed uproar. She had shown him more by that than she could have intended. Whatever had to happen in their flat would be inaudible outside its walls. 20. The Guardians. Amy was awakened from the latest of her restless dozes by a stealthy sound beyond the foot of her bed. Her eyes snapped open, and she saw the door creeping ajar to let her father peer in at her. His face didn't change as her eyes met his. It seemed as set in its expression as any of the pictures in the hall. It was blank as a sketch waiting for its details to be filled in. His gleaming pupils fixed on her, and then, apparently having seen nothing he wanted to see, he stepped back. As the door began to swing closed, she knew she had to get out of the room. It no longer felt like a haven. Though she'd kept the light on all night, that hadn't helped her sleep. Only her exhaustion had. Whenever she had jerked awake, she'd felt compelled to survey her surroundings for evidence of intrusion, for any sign that her father, or something less alive, had invaded the room while she'd nodded in her vigil. Once she had opened her eyes to see a denim jacket sliding off a pile of clothes in a corner of the room, and for a moment she'd thought the headless, handless shape was about to launch itself at her, to wrap its arms around hers and pin her to the bed. The idea had pursued her into her sleep, where worse nightmares were waiting, all of them set in Nazareth, and an increasing number in her room. Now the door was about to shut her in with them, away from the daylight, however feeble, that was levering itself almost imperceptibly more vertical in the hall. "Wait," she called. The door halted, framing the right side of her father's face. That eye found her again, and the half of a mouth parted its straight lips. "Have you decided to tell me the truth?" There was only one answer she could give him. "Yes." "All the truth?" She might have been trapped in a fairy tale, where some evil gatekeeper kept requiring more questions to be answered before she could pass through. "You just wanted to know where I got the history from before." "Very well. Let us make that the beginning. Who was your source?" "It wasn't a who. It was a what. A book in the market. I read it there. I didn't bring it home." Neither his face nor the door showed any inclination to stir further, and she was searching her abruptly empty mind in some desperation for a title, in case he asked for it when he said, "After you were expressly instructed not to pry into the past." "I wanted to know why I saw the kind of place we're in." Her changing the explanation halfway didn't influence him, and so she forced out another word. "Sorry." "That, at least, is welcome. It has been far too long since I've heard that word from you." He pushed the door, revealing all his face. While the door was on the move, he looked as though he might be about to turn back into the father she'd had when her mother was alive. Then his gaze strayed to the top of her head, and his face reverted to twice the mask it had been in the narrower gap. "We shall attempt to build on your contrition. Can I trust you to restrain yourself while I go out to work?" Amy couldn't remember when she had last consulted her watch, but now she did so, having located it on the floor. "Why didn't you wake me?" she cried, raising herself against the headboard. "I've missed my bus. I wanted to go to school." "I hardly think that is appropriate." "Why not? What do you mean?" "Why, so soon after your condition was supposed to have rendered you incapable of attending church." "I don't feel so bad now," Amy tried to assure him, despite sensing that her headache lay in wait behind her eyes for any number of excuses to constrict her brain. "I can still go. I'll just have to be late." "No." He took hold of the edge of the door so swiftly that she heard a fingernail scrape on the wood, and turned his head towards the kitchen. Was he looking for some object with which to wedge her door shut? "All right," Amy called, and had to suck in a breath to steady her voice. "All right, Daddy, I'll stay at home. I can work there instead." His eyes seemed to close around her words and grow brighter for the sustenance. "Where?" "Here," Amy said, recognizing that she ought to have used that word to placate him. "In the flat, I mean. On the table, the dining one. I can't spread myself out in my room."
No doubt you plan to pollute the air of our home with your diabolical clamor." "I won't," she said, and saw his eyes narrow further. She shouldn't have seemed so eager to please him. "Only low. I'll have it, my music on low." Perhaps she had reminded him of some notion he found positive. He nodded to himself before allowing his eyes to grow almost indulgent. "Listen to your dance music, though God knows what kind of dance it is meant to promote, if it will help to keep you here until I return." "Oh, it will," Amy said, and met his gaze with all the innocence she could muster. When he finally moved away from the door, she threw herself out of bed at once and began carrying schoolwork into the main room. She was on her second trip when he reappeared from his bedroom, buttoning his overcoat. "When are you back?" she said, squaring the pile of books in her arms. "When I have seen those of my charges I must see." "Your trade, you're saying," Amy said, less to clarify than to do away with his usage, only to have him look angry, even bewildered. "When about, do you think?" "As soon as is practicable, I assure you." She might have concluded that the idea of quitting the building confused him. Nevertheless, he strode to the door and unchained it. "For the moment, I have responsibilities beyond these walls." He was hauling the door shut behind him when, having dropped the books on the table, she ran along the hall and grabbed the latch. His face swung towards her, his eyes bright as the spotlights of Nazareth. "What are you bent upon now?" "Just wanted to say good-bye." His face shifted, but she had barely glimpsed a reminiscence of affection before it vanished into blankness. "Good-bye, for the present." "I'll close it." She wasn't holding the door open, only to make certain he was really leaving. She wanted to see him looking like her father. From the back, trudging away down the corridor, narrowed by dimness, he did. The sight reminded her she was about to be alone, and she had to remind herself that she needed to be. She was biting her lip so as not to call him back. Any company was beginning to seem desirable, when his head turned to her as it set about jerking downstairs. Even at that distance she could see the gleam which substituted for compassion in his eyes. She retreated into the flat and slammed the door, telling herself that she wasn't afraid of him, only anxious to be sure he left the grounds. She had been standing at the window of the main room for some minutes when the Austin nosed into view. As its distorted, oblique shadow dragged it to the gateway, she thought he was driving more slowly than usual. The brake lights flared as though the wind that was shivering the grass had kindled them, and then the car edged between the gateposts. As soon as the dead lights disappeared around the curve of Nazareth Row, Amy dashed into her room. She flung off her T-shirt and fumbled some underwear on before covering herself in the first socks and jeans and sweatshirt and trainers and jacket that came to hand. Some of her fellow apartment dwellers must surely still be in the building, and even if she didn't meet them in the corridors, their presence should be enough, had to be, to let her reach the outer doors. She strapped on her watch and grabbed her bag, and ran between the crowd of pressed, fixed, goggling eyes to release herself into the corridor. It was deserted and silent and barely illuminated. She took a step into it and pulled the door after her, let it drift further, saw it shut her out of the apartment with a stealthy thud and a click. Ought she to lock the mortise? Her hand was moving to her bag when she wondered if she should ring Beth's doorbell to ascertain whether she was home from her weekend. Except that should Beth not be there, Amy wouldn't have just wasted time. She would have robbed herself of some of her determination to brave the way out. Clutching her bag shut in her fist, she sent herself towards the stairs. Two blurred, thin figures paced her, doing their best to mimic her actions. Whenever one came to the edge of a panel, the wood pinched it thinner before letting go of it. She had to keep recalling that the figures were herself.
versions of herself that the walls wanted her to see. Each time she passed a door, she glimpsed movement in its pupilless eye, and that was her too, or part of herself that the constricted, squeezed-out globes were attempting to trap. The secretive dimness clung to her like centuries of grime, and yet it was impalpable as the stifling heat. They seemed to conspire to render her footsteps inaudible on the marshy carpet, and she had to restrain herself from tramping hard to convince herself that she was indeed on the way to making her escape. She had grown so preoccupied with her own lack of sound as she reached the stairs that she wasn't sure whether she heard a door opening beyond them. She grasped her bag tighter, it being the only weapon she was aware she had, and felt her held breath trembling in her nostrils. Just before she had to gasp it out, she heard the door shut gently and a rattle of keys. Someone had come out of an apartment on the middle floor. "Hello," Amy called. "Who's down there?" There was silence from below while she breathed again, followed by a renewed sound of keys, sharper and quicker. The door was being locked. Amy raised her voice to be sure she was audible over the metallic clatter. "It's Amy Priestley from the top floor. Hang on, I'm coming down." This time there was no pause. The rattling turned into a harsher sound and reverted to itself, then ceased. The keys had been snatched out of the lock to be shoved into a pocket or a handbag, and the muffled, rapid padding that ensued meant that whoever was below was making for the stairs. It took Amy several seconds, long enough for the footsteps to start descending, to understand that the person was anxious not to meet, but to avoid her. Amy faltered. Then she hurled herself at the stairs. It didn't matter who was down there or what they thought of her, only that she kept them in sight long enough to help her flee through the ground floor of Nazareth. At least now she was able to hear the thuds of her own feet, but she could also hear those of the other person speeding up. She seized the clammy metal banister and swung herself around the bend in the stairs and took the lower flight two at a time. As her heels dealt the middle floor a united thump, the footsteps she was pursuing came to a halt. She hadn't had time to draw breath, to call out, when she heard a subdued, glassy clang. The other tenant had opened the exit doors. Amy heard the world let in, the generalized murmur of Partington, augmented by the slow roar of a lorry passing through the town, a repeated single note of a bird song chipping at the icy air, a child's high voice calling, "Mummy, come and look at this." A hint of the chill of the January day touched her, and she didn't think there could be any sensation more welcome. The next moment, the deadened note of the doors tolled, shutting out the world. "Wait!" Amy cried without thinking, without knowing whether she was trying to arrest the person who'd abandoned her or to hold on to a sense of freedom beyond Nazareth. The latter was enough to make her reckless, and she launched herself onto the next flight of stairs, slapping the banister as she missed each second tread. She almost collided with the glowing wall at the bend, where a faceless parody of herself, floundering in amber, loomed up to meet her. She shrugged off the image and caught at the banister, which was thrumming dully from her slaps, to swing herself onto the last flight. Her heel struck the second tread down with an impact which seemed to jar her brain, and then she was teetering on the edge of the next but one. Not only her precariousness made her clutch at the banister so hard that pain surged through her wrist. She could see the ground floor, and it was going to be worse than she'd feared. The spectacle of a vehicle shrinking along the drive distracted her from immediately seeing the worst. The car was a shiny black Honda, Max Greenberg's car. So it had been the watchmaker who'd fled upon hearing her voice. She would have expected better of him. Scarcely aware of her actions, she descended a step to keep the car in view. As she did so, it flashed its brake lights at her between the gateposts. Then it was gone, and she was alone with the vista of gravel stretching to the distant road. The glass doors seemed almost as distant. Perhaps that was one reason why the view beyond them appeared less than entirely convincing, more like a photograph projected on the glass and framed by the dim, elongated corridor. It was all too easy to imagine herself trapped in a former time, with which the outside world was insufficiently real to connect. That couldn't be, any more than it was possible for the corridor to have extended itself. The tinge of daylight seeping across the carpet towards the stairs was enough to refute both these fears. Indeed, the daylight was strong enough to cast a thin shadow of the edge of each apartment door frame onto each door, except that her innards were tightening as though to retreat deeper within her, because she knew she was deluding herself. None of the doorknobs cast a shadow, which meant that the vertical lines of darkness weren't shadows either. Every one of the 6 doors was ajar. The sight froze her, and it seemed everything, even the advance of the feeble sunlight across the floor. Perhaps when the light reached the stairs she would be capable of moving, and then she realized it never did. If someone, anyone, came downstairs, she could walk through the ground floor with them, though it was late enough by now for everyone except her to have quitted the building. She strained her ears for any hint of company, while she stared in panic at the gaps between the doors and their frames. Staring only made the doors appear to creep wider, so that she had to blink away the impression, and suppose any sound she managed to hear came from beyond them. Her clenched hands were being transformed into bruises, one containing sensations of metal and the other of rough canvas, and her ankles had begun to throb from pressing her heels into the angle of the stair. If she moved now, it would only be to bolt upstairs, but if she did that, she thought, she would never leave Nazareth. She was struggling to derive some impetus from that thought, enough rage at her helplessness to inflame her to action, when she saw movement beyond the glass. While she kept glimpsing traffic on Nazareth Row, none of the cars seemed to have any function other than to mock her plight. But there was more to this. A small truck emblazoned with a crossed fork and spade had pulled up outside the railings. She recognized it and almost cried out to the driver to come on, but succeeded in restraining herself to a choked gasp. In a moment the truck turned along the drive and halted a few yards inside the grounds. She didn't dare step down yet, but she stooped to watch as George Roscommon climbed out of the cab. She would wait until he saw her, and then nothing would deter her from sprinting for the exit, nothing that she wanted to imagine. She saw his heels strike the gravel, and he gave the door of the truck a hearty slam. She heard neither impact, but perhaps she was wholly preoccupied with feeling in danger of losing her balance, having stooped too far. She clung to the banister while she lowered one foot to the next stair and planted it so gingerly her leg quivered with the strain of being careful. George Roscommon reached through the open window of the cab and fished out a clipboard before turning towards Nazareth. She had to go down further to ensure she was seen. She made her grip on her bag more uncomfortable to assist her in relinquishing her hold on the banister, and took a jerky, tentative step which froze in mid-air. Hers had not been the only surreptitious movements within Nazareth. While she had been intent on the gardener, both of the doors closest to the stairs had opened at least another inch. That almost paralyzed her again, but not quite. George Roscommon was gazing along the drive at Nazareth as he strolled past the truck, and she would never have a better chance of being seen by him. She flung herself away from the banister and down the stairs, 6 of them between her and the ground floor, which she must see only as her route to liberty. 5, 4, and now he couldn't avoid noticing her. He was gazing straight at her. She risked another stare, though that made it impossible for her to ignore the gaping inhabited darkness on both sides of the corridor, and waved her arms, agitating the contents of her bag. George Roscommon was shading his eyes as he passed the front of the truck. The next moment he turned, his face making clear that he'd observed nothing unusual, and headed for the nearest flower bed.
"Wait!"
Amy cried, her voice tearing at her throat.
"Don't go away! I'm here!"
The gardener continued walking, no more aware of her than she had been able to hear the slam of the door of the truck. Before she had time to fill her lungs again, he moved out of the frame of the doorway. At once, the view was no more than a picture of a freedom she couldn't attain. The gaping doors were altogether more real, and she knew her pleas had been heard beyond them. Her panic seemed to darken the corridor almost to blackness, and then she found herself shaking with rage. She was letting herself be rendered helpless, while daylight and companionship and release were practically within her reach.
"You can't stop me," she shouted. "I'm going to him,"
and started down the last 3 stairs, not so much setting her feet down as allowing them to fall of their own weight. They took her to the beginning of the corridor, but that was as far as her body was willing to go. At each of her steps, the nearest doors had crept further open, and now an object was visible just above the knob of the left-hand door. It might have been a set of legs on one side of a spider, legs emerging from the trap that the creature was widening in anticipation of its prey. Only their size told Amy that the 4 long, thin, crooked members were the fingers of a hand, which was displaying itself to notify her that it was ready to throw the door wide if she ventured nearer. Amy hugged her bag with both arms, in case that gave her strength, but it simply made her feel even more crushed into herself. Her lips had begun to tremble, drawing so much of her awareness to them that it was partly to control them that she spoke.
"What do you want? I've never done you any harm."
The fingers hitched themselves forward on the wood, and then the forefinger raised itself, tatters of skin at the knuckles peeling away like bark on a rotten twig. Though it had no nail and very little flesh, there was no mistaking its intention. It was pointing straight at her. Amy had to respond, because she'd thought of a ruse.
"Well, you can't have me. I never wanted to live here in the first place,"
she said, with the very little confidence she could summon up, and as she spoke she was forcing herself to be prepared to move. The moment she fell silent, she made herself start tiptoeing towards the doors. She had never considered how vulnerable that posture felt, as though she was about to lose her shaky balance with every step. All the same, her plan seemed to be working. The remains of a finger were continuing to point at the foot of the stairs, where Amy had last been audible. So long as none of the doors was open wide enough to allow her to be seen as she crept past, or to let her see whatever remnant of a face lurked there. But she was several paces short of the nearest doors when she was addressed by a voice. It was toneless as a sound of husks rubbing together in a wind. She wasn't sure that she was hearing it outside her brain, where it felt like webs settling over her consciousness. "None of us did," it said.
"You can't blame me. I wasn't even alive,"
thought Amy, trying to stand still on the tips of her trembling legs. In a moment she saw that her efforts were useless. Her response, though silent, had betrayed her. The finger raised itself almost to snapping like a twig, and pointed in her direction. Then it beckoned, twitching more than ever like a spider's leg. She'd had enough of its games. If she couldn't conceal her presence, she wasn't going to act afraid, however much she was. Surely there was nothing in the rooms that would be capable of overtaking her if she sprinted for the doors. She dropped herself to her heels, causing less noise than she'd feared, and poised herself to run.
They couldn't scare her by opening the doors, she tried to convince herself. She had already seen how they looked. Her pretense of reassurance might just have worked, except she had forgotten that it could be overheard. It brought an immediate response. The fingers flexed as though recalling how to exert themselves. Then they pushed the door away and sent their body tottering to meet her. Perhaps in answer to her thought, it appeared to want her to see it as it had once been. If anything, this worsened its looks. The gray, wispy coating of the skull was certainly not hair. The figure still had some of a face, or had somehow reconstructed parts of one, which looked in danger of coming away from the bones as the scraps of the chest were peeling away from the ribs, to expose the withered heart and lungs, which jerked as though in a final spasm as Amy's gaze lit on them. It had taken her only a couple of seconds that felt like forever to distinguish all this, not long enough for her to back away, supposing she could. Then the shape took another staggery step towards her and raised its cobwebbed head against the sunlight. Enough tatters of its lips survived for her to be able to see it mouth the words that entered her mind. "Remember your dream." Amy almost understood, and that was why she resisted understanding. She felt close to a terror even more dreadful than the sight in front of her. The figure stretched its arms wide, so slowly and unevenly it might have been tearing them free of an enormous web, and she saw light between the bones. She thought it meant to wobble forward and embrace her, and despite its slowness, she wasn't sure that she would be able to back out of its reach. But she had misinterpreted its intentions. When it began to curl what passed for fingers on its right hand, she knew it was summoning a companion from beyond the door. Amy heard movement in the dark, a scuttling over the carpet. It sounded crippled but rapid, and smaller than its summoner. Despite guessing its size, she wasn't prepared for how low down it presented itself around the door, hardly a foot above the carpet. The face might once have been almost human, and even now the hole, too large to be called a mouth, was doing its best to counterfeit an expression, rendered yet more grotesque by the shriveled, blackened, lolling tongue. Though its eyes were long gone, it cocked its head around the door towards Amy, and the scrap of skin between its ragged nostrils fluttered in and out. It lurched into the corridor on members which had never been entirely hands nor paws, and dropped to its haunches, its incomplete sides heaving. It was waiting for instructions from its mistress. Amy's body had taken over from her thoughts. As the hands jerked to point at her, she wasn't aware of retreating until the backs of her ankles struck the lowest stair. The shriveled creature hobbled quickly at her, its head wagging like a puppet's with each unequal step, and she whirled round, not knowing which way she was turning, or which hand her bag was in, or whether it was that hand she had flung out for the banister. It was not, and as it struck the metal, she hauled herself upstairs almost faster than she could breathe. Was the light growing dimmer? She was almost certain that it had begun to flicker. In the midst of all her terror, she found she was afraid to touch the wall. She swerved around the first bend and glanced downwards. Her pursuer was already halfway up the lowest flight, its enlarged mouth writhing over the bared display of more than teeth. She practically fell up the stairs to the middle floor, and only just saved herself from sprawling helplessly onto it by clinging to the banister. As she let go of it, she heard a door opening along the corridor. If she had been thinking, since she had no time to establish which door it was, and no means of knowing who or what had opened it, she might not have called out. "Quick, come and see," she cried. "It's on the stairs. You have to see it, then you'll believe me." She was indeed addressing one of her fellow tenants. That was immediately clear from the way the door, Peter Sheen, the journalist's, she realized now, slammed, shutting her out. The silence was broken by a muffled scuttling,
which sounded so close below her that she dared not look. Grabbing almost blindly at the banister, she floundered upstairs, trying to open her bag with the hand in which it was, to have her keys ready by the time she reached her door. All she achieved was to risk both dropping the bag and losing her grip on the banister. In her panic, she hardly knew which hand was which. She hitched herself around the bend and up the last handfuls of banister. When it came to an end, she had to remind herself that now she had both hands free to deal with the bag. As she fled into the unreliable twilight of her corridor, she supported the bag with one hand while she picked at the drawstring with the other. Her earlier attempt to loosen it seemed to have pulled it immovably tight. She was nearly at her door, and sobbing with rage and loss of breath, when she felt the mouth of the bag give a reluctant inch. She wrenched it wide with all her fingers and thrust them in. The stiff, cold rectangle of her bus pass, a crumpled 5-pound note and a scattering of coins, an open pack of towels which yielded to her groping, a birthday card which she'd forgotten to send one of her friends and which she was saving until next year, the Bible and the pages in which it was wrapped, a lump of rock she'd thought resembled a baby's smiling face when Rob had found it for her on the moors, her tube of pills from Beth, some scribbled bits of paper, and, at last, at the very bottom of the bag, a chink of metal against metal. She closed her fingers around her keys. They almost pierced her skin, the tines did, because the object she'd located was her comb, which had knocked against a stray coin. Her keys weren't in the bag. She hauled it open to the limit of the drawstring and peered desperately into it, but could see little of its contents in the dimness. She upended it and shook it empty in front of her door. Everything she'd felt in it spilled out, and nothing else. She flung the bag at the glinting eye of the door and dug her hands into all her pockets, but there were no keys. As her thoughts began to circle helplessly in search of when she'd last had the keys and what she could have done with them, she heard a movement at the far end of the corridor. Her reluctant eyes turned towards it, dragging at their sockets until the ache forced her head round. A shriveled, eyeless head was poking above the top stair, awaiting her next move. Amy stooped so fast the rush of blood to her head seemed to drive all the meager light from the corridor. She knew what she was reaching for, and before she could see, she'd straightened up again with the comb in her hand. She'd known when she bought it that the pointed handle could double as a weapon if she ever needed to defend herself, and now she had a use for it. She imagined rushing along the corridor to stab wildly at her persecutor, but she couldn't bear the prospect of touching any of the denizens of Nazareth. Instead, she began to gouge at the door where the wood concealed the lock. Splinters flew, and she heard and felt the chunk of metal cutting into wood. Fewer than 12 blows, however, and the handle of the comb started to bend. She dug the point between door and frame and tried to catch the bolt of the lock to chivvy it out of its socket, only to find herself unable to thrust the comb deep enough, or, once she'd given up, to pull it out either. She lurched across the corridor, her eyes refusing to glance in the direction of the stairs, and leaned both hands clenched together on the doorbell, in case Beth had come home before Amy had left the apartment. When there was no response for longer than she wanted to imagine, she snatched up her bag to protect her hands while she hung onto the comb and threw all her weight backwards. The comb sprang free, and she almost cannoned into the opposite wall, but crouched away from it and renewed her assault on the door, trying to straighten the comb with her blows. She failed to recognize how her chipping at the wood was overwhelming all her senses, narrowing them down to itself, so that she didn't immediately notice when she ceased to be alone in the corridor. When she heard movement closer than the stairs, she whirled round, raising the comb like a knife. Her father was halfway along the corridor, staring at her and the debris around her with no expression she could name. As she saw him, he strode forward and grabbed the wrist of the hand that was holding the comb, while he slid his key into the lock. He twisted the key viciously and shoved her against the door so hard that she staggered several feet along the goggling hall. She recovered in time to see him kicking her bag and its contents into the apartment as he retrieved the key. In a moment the door was shut and he was locking the mortise.
"You don't need to do that,"
Amy said, with the little breath she was able to summon. "Yes," her father said, in a voice she hardly recognized, didn't want to recognize. "Yes, I must." 21. The Last Message. The key was withdrawn and inserted in his trousers pocket, and as he turned towards her, Amy had time to realize how afraid she was of him, too afraid to venture within his reach to pick up her belongings from the floor. She couldn't help retreating a step as his face came into view, though she wasn't quite able to define what she saw. Some quality she might not have appreciated while it was there had gone out of his face to be replaced by the unyielding gleam of his eyes. If she let her fear take over her mind, she would imagine that he was only pretending to be her father, that the eyebrows she'd seen growing bushier and grayer throughout her childhood, and the cheeks and chin that had sagged with the burden of those years, were the most convincing aspects of a mask. She didn't want to hear his voice again. Not now it had become as cold and heavy and oppressive as the old stones walling her in. Still less could she bear the silence, however, and she saw him waiting for her to speak. Perhaps there was some way to move him. She made herself breathe evenly, despite the shivers that kept passing through her, but she couldn't think of much to say. Just the truth. "I lost my keys." His gaze closed around that, but she couldn't read the gleam. Maybe more of the truth might appeal to him on her behalf if he truly wanted to protect her.
"I was frightened,"
she said, and fought another shudder.
"I couldn't get back in."
"You should not have been out. You undertook not to be."
"I know what I said, but when you'd gone, I couldn't. I had—"
The truth hadn't worked, but she was incapable of manufacturing a story that might convince him.
"Didn't you see anything when you came in?"
she blurted, though if these terrors hadn't been so recent, she would have kept them to herself.
"Didn't you hear something on the stairs?"
"I heard someone causing damage to the property, and I prayed it was not my daughter. Perhaps you yourself can tell me what I saw."
"I told you I was trying to get back in. I'd have thought that would please you,"
Amy said, and realized she sounded crazy even to herself. "It's like I said, I lost my keys, and I wasn't expecting you back so soon."
"You hoped I would not be, rather."
"Why would I have felt like that?"
Amy said, so confused she no longer had the least idea whether this was true.
"When I needed you to let me in."
It was clear that he thought she was trying to trick him. The blankness hardened on his face before his mouth shifted. "I have your keys."
"Where did you find them?"
Amy said, and held out her hand. He stared at the gesture with a weary disbelief, which he then raised to her face. "Where you left them."
"Why didn't you just give them to me?"
she said, and kept her hand out.
"Can I have them now? They're mine."
"I should not have taken them if you might have them."
Amy felt in danger of shivering again, but instead the cold which had suddenly invaded her body held it still.
"Taken them from where?"
"I fear your untidiness has proved to be your downfall," he said, and poked her bag with a foot.
You may remember leaving this unattended after you had sought asylum with a friend in Sheffield."
"I don't believe you,"
Amy said unevenly, meaning his behavior.
"You stole my keys."
"Perhaps you should remind yourself you had them by my sufferance. This home is your only refuge, and I was making sure of it."
"A refuge from what?"
Amy demanded, seeing her chance. "From the eyes of everybody who has seen what you've become."
"If you hate me so much, give me my keys back and you'll never need to see me again."
"I think not. I shall not shirk the responsibility I have been given." Amy's headache was pressing against the backs of her eyes, and she cared less and less what she said.
"If it hadn't been for Mummy, you wouldn't have had me. Try and think how she'd have treated me. She'd never have behaved like you're behaving."
"Your mother's dead." A disgust so total it looked capable of extinguishing any other emotion that remained in him had filled his eyes. But that wasn't enough reason for the fear which Amy sensed awakening in her. As though weighed down by his contempt, his gaze sank to her bag and its scattered contents. "Clear away this offal," his stony voice said. At first, Amy didn't think she could. Didn't think she dared venture within his reach, while her new dread remained unspecified and yet so close to definition. And then she saw the Bible and its attendant pages at his feet. If she lost that material, the nearest thing she had to evidence was gone. She made herself stoop to recover her bag, the foremost item, and felt as though his contempt was dragging her head down by the neck.
"Mind out,"
she managed to say, more timidly than she wanted to.
"Give me space."
Perhaps her gaze had revealed her intentions. When he moved, it was to lumber at her, sweeping the strewn objects with the sides of his feet, except for the Bible and its papers, which he left behind him.
"Stop kicking my stuff," she cried. "I thought you didn't like things being damaged."
"That is no longer your Bible," he said, as if she hadn't spoken. "There will be no more desecration here."
"I found it. It's mine."
As she spoke, Amy was shoving her comb into her bag to prevent herself from jabbing at him with it. Changed though he was, she mustn't let her desperate panic cause her to attack him. What would her mother have thought of her?
"You don't want it now it's been written in,"
she told him, staring her hardest at him. "It is my duty to acquaint myself with your ravings," he said, and brushed at his cheeks with his fingertips, exposing more of the gleam in his eyes. "You have kept your last secret from me."
"I wanted you to read the writing in there. Don't you understand?"
"I'll hear no more of your lies." He swiped his cheeks again, enlarging his eyes so that they rivaled the eyes squeezed huge by the glass of the picture frames, and this time his fingernails left marks. "God help us, I think you believe them." Amy bowed her head and fell almost to her knees, as if he'd got the better of her. She scooped the rock that had lost its baby face into her bag, and followed it with the pack of towels. Now the Bible was within her arm's length. If she had been able to think more clearly, she might have seen that pretending to ignore it only betrayed her plan. She darted a hand out, and had touched the wad of loose pages when her father planted one heel on her forehead and shoved. It was the brutality of the gesture, as much as its force, that sent her sprawling. The heel felt rough as a brick, and she caught a whiff of decaying vegetation. As her elbows struck the floor, she clenched her teeth so that he wouldn't see her wince. For an instant, too brief for her to be certain she'd glimpsed anything, he appeared dismayed by her fall and by his own action. Then his eyes renewed their blankness. They looked as if they were forgetting how to blink. "Don't require worse of me," he said. "Do as you are bid, and clear—"
His voice rose to a shout. Amy had used her aching arms to heave herself upright and was retreating along the hall. She flung her bag through her doorway onto her bed to have both hands free and dashed across the main room to the window. Beneath a sky like ice on a lake, George Roscommon was scrutinizing a flower bed near the railings. Amy wrenched at the catch of the sash, bruising her fingertips. It wouldn't budge. Even when she succeeded in digging the side of her left hand behind that end of the semicircle of metal, while she rammed the heel of her right against the other dull point, nearly breaking her skin, the catch didn't stir in its groove. She heard her father tramping towards the room, and each of his footsteps felt like the threat of another bruise to her forehead. She freed her hands from the catch and began to thump the window with her fists. "Help!" she cried. "My father's hurting me. I don't know what he'll do." The pain vibrated with her blows, and it seemed the view beyond it did, a phenomenon which rendered the presence of the gardener even more distant and unconvincing. He had paused to scribble on his clipboard, but despite all the noise she was making, close to deafening herself, he didn't so much as glance up. She should have kept hold of her bag. She might have been able to smash the glass with the rock. She swung around, desperate for something else she could use, and found herself staring instead at her father. He was watching her from the hall, his hands clasped in front of him. At first she couldn't understand why his remaining there should frighten her, and then she saw that he knew he needn't approach, knew she wouldn't be able to open the window or make herself heard outside Nazareth. Her forehead was throbbing as if her earlier headaches had been a premonition of her injury, but she hung on to her thoughts and swallowed a sour taste and spoke. "What told you he couldn't hear me through the window?" she said, and fastened her stinging gaze on her father. She wouldn't have believed his expression could grow blanker, but it did. It was no answer, she thought. It was a pretense, even if he didn't know it was, and so she held his stare with hers. Soon he began to jerk his head from side to side, as though to dislodge the idea she'd planted there. When her gaze didn't leave him, he unclasped his hands and clawed at his cheeks, and she had a sudden, terrible impression that she was about to see him drag his face into the shape of someone else's. Before that could quite happen, he let go of it and stalked into the room. Rather than argue with her question or even consider what it implied, he meant to turn his confused rage on her. He was halfway across the room when she darted for the hall. She had to dodge around the table to stay out of his reach, but she hadn't realized how much time that would give him to head her off. He took just 3 deliberate steps to match her effort, and was between her and the door, his hands stretched out negligently on either side of him. His face seemed to have abandoned all interest in wearing an expression, until she seized a chair by its back and overturned it in his path. As he saved himself from toppling over it, his teeth bared and his blank eyes bulging, she fled into the hall. Her first thoughtless instinct was to run to the corridor. That made no sense until she found her keys, if she ever had a chance to find them. She was sprinting to her room and thinking how to barricade her door when another course of action suggested itself, the only one that might work. She snatched the telephone out of its plaque and dashed into the bathroom, hurling her weight against the door as her father leapt over the chair and flew across the hall. She was jamming the bolt into its socket with her left hand, which seemed to possess by no means enough strength, when he crashed into the door. The inch or so of bolt that had penetrated the socket almost sprang out again, and she thought she saw it start to bend. She tried to dig her heels into the linoleum, and felt them slither out from under her as she failed to wedge the door with herself. Then its pressure against her slackened, and she was able to ram the bolt home as the door shook with a blow from his fist. "Return that instantly!" he shouted. Amy took hold of the receiver with both hands to quell its trembling. She thumbed the talk button and waited, but there was dead silence in the earpiece.
She'd begun to think Nazareth had cut her off from phoning when the receiver established contact with a line, just as her father dealt the door a series of thumps that made her forehead throb. "Unbolt this now," came his voice, like a sharp blade through the wood. His noise was driving out of her head every number she might call. For an unbearable few seconds, the only person she could bring to mind was old Mr. Roscommon, but she couldn't remember his number, and what use would he be in his state? It occurred to her to consult her watch for some sense of who might be at home now. Her watch had stopped for the first time ever, stopped close to, or perhaps exactly on, her emergence from the flat. The period since then felt as though it reached deep into the night, but her last view from the window implied some stage of the afternoon, surely late enough for people to be home. Her father battered the door again, so hard she saw it quiver in its frame, and as he shouted, "This is not your door! Open it at once!" she keyed the only number she'd left in her head. The phone rang 5 times, as if to discourage her from waiting, before it greeted her with a wholly impersonal hired message. "Hello. Nobody's here at the moment. Please leave your name and number, and we'll get back to you as soon as possible." In its modernity, it struck her as the sound of a future from which she was being excluded.
"Rob," she pleaded, "are you there? Be there."
The receiver emitted a shrill beep, and then fell silent. If she didn't speak, the tape would switch itself off.
"It's me," she said awkwardly.
It wasn't only the memory of how she had dismissed him in Tea for You that made her hesitate. She had a sense of being overheard, by Nazareth or by her father, or both. She mustn't let either silence her.
"I'm sorry I told you to fuck off,"
she said, as another blow rattled the door in its frame.
"I felt like everyone was against me. You aren't really on my dad's side. You can't be. He isn't my dad any longer. Come here and you'll see. Please don't just call."
Was there a faint sound along the line? A hint that someone at the other end was listening? If her father spoke, someone else might hear his changed voice, but he was busy throwing his weight at the door, which looked as though it wouldn't last much longer. She pressed the receiver against her face so hard the earpiece amplified a creak, either of plastic or of bone.
"Come and fetch me,"
she said unsteadily.
"He won't let me out. I tried to get out while he was at work, but I couldn't. He came back before he would have normally. I think it called him back. This place did."
She'd restrained herself from mentioning why she had been unable to leave, but perhaps she had still said too much.
"I mean,"
she continued, to retain her presence on the tape while she searched for an explanation that wouldn't demand too much faith of Rob.
"It's like,"
she added, and had conceived nothing further to say when a woman's voice revealed itself in her ear. "Amy, I think that's enough." She sounded even less welcoming than when she had refused to admit Amy to her house, but Amy couldn't let herself be put off now.
"Is Rob there, Mrs. Hayward?"
"He is not. He's at school, where I'd have expected you to be."
"When is he home? Do you know?"
"I couldn't tell you."
"Don't you really know?"
Amy pleaded. And when the only answer was a silence which she had no doubt was offended, said not much less desperately,
"You'll let him hear what I said when he comes home, though, won't you?"
"I'm afraid I won't be doing that, no. I'll be wiping the tape."
Amy felt as though her forehead had received another blow, and sat down hurriedly on the edge of the bath.
"Why?"
she heard herself protest.
"For a start, I won't have language like the word you used in my house.
and I hope Robin never uses it anywhere else either. In that case, Amy thought, she didn't know her son as well as she was implying. But the perception was no help. "I was saying I was sorry I did," she said with all the contrition she could muster. "I'm glad of that, at least. So will you—" Amy closed her eyes tight and vowed she was going to sound reasonable. "Will you say to him I need to see him as soon as he can come over? No later than tonight, so I can tell him to his face?" "No, Amy. Forgive me, but no." "Why not?" Amy cried, and her thin, shrill voice in the earpiece seemed to penetrate her brain. "Because it isn't Robin you need to see, and I hope your father's taking care of that." "Didn't you hear how he's trying to take care of me?" Amy almost screamed, and realized she could no longer hear him, couldn't judge when he had ceased to do so, or where he was now. "What do you mean he should do?" "Oh, Amy, if you're going to force me to say this, I will. Just from what I heard when you didn't know I was listening, it's clear you need medical help, you poor child." "You should talk to my father," Amy said bitterly. "You'd get on with—" and clapped her free hand over her mouth. She'd told herself how to distract her father, perhaps even how to persuade him to take her out of Nazareth. She let her hand drop, uncovering her resolutely artless face in the mirror, and said, "I mean it. You should talk to him. He needs someone to tell him I ought to have help. Wait, and I'll—" At first it was the noise outside the room which cut her off, a wrenching that resounded through the wall. She thought her father was attempting to dig out some of the bricks that were keeping him away from her. Then the wrenching gave way to a splintering crash, and the phone went terminally dead. It took her a good few seconds of jabbing buttons and trying to be certain she hadn't somehow switched off the receiver before she could believe that he'd ripped the housing of the phone off the wall. She hugged the useless receiver to her midriff and stared, her eyes feeling shriveled with lack of sleep, at the door. She was bracing herself to see it quiver, but her father only spoke. "What more will you have me do?" The chill of his voice seized her whole body. The aerial of the receiver tapped against the mirror, then scraped it, and she reached to push the metal rod into itself. The back of her hand touched the back of a hand cold as glass, and she saw herself holding a weapon. She firmed her grip on it without interfering with the aerial, and did her best to hold herself as steady, along with her speech. "If you go away from the door, I'll come out," she called. She'd taken 2 deep breaths, which tasted not quite pleasantly of soap, before she heard a response, a crunch of plastic. He'd trodden on a fragment of the housing not many yards along the hall. "I have moved," the wall said in his voice. "No, where I can see you. Go in the big room. Go right across and keep talking." "Let my words enter your soul." As he spoke, she heard another snap of trodden plastic, and his heavy steps returned along the hall. She thought he was loitering outside the bathroom door, until she heard him commence praying in the main room. "Our Father." Amy ventured almost to the door, but only so as to understand what was happening. He no longer sounded as though he was in the room she knew. Even when she grasped that he was speaking louder with each pace he put between them, she had to convince herself that she would see nothing unfamiliar if she opened the door. Nothing except the man who was shouting his prayer as if to falter might rob him of the ability to pray. He was more than halfway through a second repetition of the prayer by the time she finished sneaking the bolt out of its socket and edged the door open a crack. He was standing at the window, his shoulders against the pane.
Beyond the glass, the shadow of Nazareth Hill was encouraging the night, a darkness which Amy thought she saw solidifying around his face, like a liquid capable of eating away its outline. "Deliver us from evil," he roared as she inched the door towards her. Their eyes met, and he gasped himself silent. He'd run out of breath at last, Amy thought. But it was immediately apparent that he didn't think so, that he blamed her for his faltering. He scratched at his face on either side of his mouth, which he had clamped shut so hard its lips virtually disappeared, and stepped forward as his dwindling image sank into the night. Amy stood her ground and brandished the receiver, wagging the aerial at him. "Better not touch me again," she said. He held out his upturned hands, then let them drop, as though the spectacle they were indicating was too much for them. "What kind of creature have you become, that you offer violence to your own father?" Despite everything, that affected her, forced her to imagine how it would have made her mother feel. "It's no worse than you did to me," she cried. "That was my unhappy obligation. I am your father." "Then act like one. If I'm supposed to be ill, take me to a doctor." "I heard you." She thought she'd managed to fasten on his words at last, until he said, "I need no outsider to tell me my duty. It is plain to me the shame of it is best kept within these walls." He'd overheard her talking to Rob's mother. Amy felt as though his responses were walling her up, compelling her to pace an area bounded by the same few cramped ideas over and over again. She'd let the receiver droop in her grasp, but now she raised it as a warning. "You won't," she blurted, and dodged along the hall. The pressed eyes appeared to be gawping at the mess she and her father had left on the floor. Glancing back to ensure that he wasn't in sight, she darted into his room. She was barely over the threshold when she halted, too confused even to think of closing the door. The neatness of the room was daunting enough. The disciplined ranks of items on the dressing table, their symmetry doubled by the mirror. 3 pairs of shoes supporting one another, toes upturned, on the floor at the foot of the bed. The pillow innocent of the slightest trace of a head, the pale quilt smoothed flat as a slab. The room felt lifeless, no longer inhabited by anyone she knew, and cold enough to make her shiver all the way to her teeth. Her keys must be somewhere in it, if they weren't on him. She was glaring about, feeling as though the indefinable unfamiliarity of the room was helping hide the keys, when she heard footsteps enter the hall. She ran to the wardrobe and flung open the paneled doors. To the left, his shirts, a flattened mass of white, were dangling their many arms. To the right, his suits had drawn their legs up. All the contents of the wardrobe seemed to represent her father's absence. As she leaned into the stifled dimness, a faint musty odor snagged her throat. She hadn't time to search the pockets individually, but she gave the suits a fierce slap that would have rattled any keys. She'd heard only a jangle of hooks on the rail when her father stalked into the room. "What cursed thing have you planted in there?" he shouted. As Amy swung away from the wardrobe, her forehead pounding with the threat his appearance constituted, the aerial of the receiver in her left hand whipped the air not far short of his face. "I've put nothing," she said, snatching the aerial out of his reach. "I'm looking for my keys you stole." "If I were a wronghead, that is where I might have left them for you to find," he said, and fished the keys out of a pocket of his trousers to display them. Couldn't it be an old dialect word he'd picked up from his grandparents? For as long as it took the keys to catch the light twice, they seemed less important than the question, and then only retrieving them mattered, however she achieved it. "Thank you," she said, holding out her empty hand, though not far.
This is my room, and I want you out of it."
At least he hadn't pocketed the keys. As he stepped backwards through the doorway with a jingle of them, she followed. The flattened eyes looked astonished by her behavior. Unless they were mocking it, she couldn't interpret the gleam in his. "Close the door," he said as soon as she was through it, and once she had, "right away from my room." He was backing towards the kitchen and holding up her keys, which kept emitting a hypnotic glint. He meant to lure her to her room. As he retreated past it, she saw he was intent on closing the kitchen door, perhaps to deny her access to all the knives beyond it. He groped behind him for the handle, and at the moment when his attention flickered, Amy lunged at him. The door slammed. A plastic fragment which she'd failed to avoid cracked beneath her heel, and he lifted the keys like a flame above his head. "These are no longer yours. Go to your place." "I'm not going in my room till you give me my keys." "I think you are," he said, and came at her with a swiftness that made clear her weapon no longer deterred him. Amy fled into the main room. At the end of the drive, the gateposts were stained red. She dashed to the window in time to see George Roscommon's truck hesitating at the road. She stared wildly around her in search of an object she could use to break the pain. A dining chair might do, and she made herself drop the receiver in order to seize one. At that moment, the gateposts turned gray as a doused fire, and the truck drove away along Nazareth Row. Her father had restored the keys to his pocket and was advancing on her, hands outstretched. "Calm yourself now," he said. "You see you cannot beat me. Come to your room." Amy ran around the table, placing it between them. Once again she had the impression that she and her father were doomed to keep repeating the same actions, the same words. "I'm not staying anywhere in here," she cried. "Can't you see it's making me worse? You let me out, or take me out, I don't care which, or you'll see what I do." He backed to the doorway and folded his arms. "You can do nothing that will turn me aside from my duty," he said. Amy felt her hands distort themselves into claws, eager to find something they could rip apart or smash. The furniture, the hi-fi, the television or the video recorder. And then she saw what must surely affect him, if she could bring herself to do it. She went to the bookcase along the wall that contained the door. Whispering, "Sorry," so quietly she scarcely heard herself, she made herself trap between her hands a clump of the books her mother had bound and hurl them to the floor. Not even his face moved. Amy dug one hand behind the next book on the shelf and stared accusingly at him. Dismay was gathering in layers on her consciousness. Dismay at her own actions, at his unresponsiveness, at her mother for having abandoned her forever. Worst of all, at the realization that the lovingly bound books meant as little to her now as their banal contents did. In a rage that made her forehead feel swollen and throbbing, she pulled the book off the shelf and, wrenching back the leather covers, held them creaking in her left hand while she gripped the wad of pages with the other. "You take me to the doctor, or I'll rip this to bits," she cried. She didn't know if it was the threat or her stare that reached him. She saw his hands fumble at his cheeks, and the gesture put her off guard, so that too much of her attention was concentrated on the book in her hands when he flew at her, covering the distance between him as she gasped out a breath. "You devil," he said in a low, cold monotone. "You're mad and you're staying here in Nazareth." He grasped her shoulders, bruising them, but his words had already caught her. She'd heard him say them once before, in her nightmare, after he had raised her up like a sacrifice in front of Nazareth, and she felt as small and helpless as she had been then. Before she could make up her mind to struggle, he dragged her across the hall. To her bewilderment, he didn't throw her into her room. Instead, he pushed her relatively gently across the threshold and slackened his grip on her shoulders, resting his hands on them while he gazed blankly at her forehead. She was about to duck free and dodge around him when he spoke. "Whatever must be done," he said, and drawing back his right fist, drove it into her face. 22. Preparing for the worst. As the girl's face fell away from Oswald's knuckles, its intolerable eyes turning up their whites to meet their sagging lids, he experienced such a surge of relief that he crossed himself in gratitude. He had time to complete the gesture as the backs of the girl's legs struck the end of the bed. The body encased in black swayed as if it was about to execute a staggering dance, and then it toppled backwards onto the quilt and was still. He had to make himself advance into the room. He didn't like the clutter, didn't care to think what might be breeding underneath the heaps of clothes and books and cassettes and schoolwork and unwashed plates, breeding like the maggots that infested her mind. He dreaded to think what he would have smelled had it not been for the scent of unholy incense. He might have kicked himself away to her, except for his fear of disturbing something alive. He picked his way across the stepping stones of bare carpet until he was beside the bed. For the moment, her face was peaceful, unless that was a trick. The book she had threatened to destroy lay next to her as though she'd fallen asleep reading it, as though she was enacting a wicked parody of the child she used to be. His fist clenched at the notion, but he mustn't let himself be overcome by wrath, however righteous. He should do no more than had to be done, and he had no reason to be distressed by the print of his heel on her forehead. Her face bore far worse that she'd done to herself. Perhaps that had been the start of her madness. Perhaps all the metal she'd inserted in herself had poisoned her. No sooner had this occurred to him than he was stooping to twist the rings out of her ears and nose and shy them, 7 unwholesomely warm bits of metal, out of the door. He felt as though he was casting out evil, or rather beginning to learn how to do so. As the last ring clinked against the glass of the picture opposite her room, leaving a red speck above her nostril, he wiped his hand fastidiously on his sleeve and took hold of her wrist. Finding her pulse was a more unpleasant task than clearing her face of its disfigurements had been. The mindless stirring in the bony wrist felt too much like an infestation of her flesh, some parasite which her unhealthiness had encouraged to breed. The moment he was sure of the pulse, he flung the arm away from him, and her fingers rapped the wall before her hand dropped to the pillow. If her unconsciousness had been a pretense, the pain would have caused her to betray herself. She could be left while he ensured she stayed where she would do no more harm. He rescued the book before retracing his steps out of the room. He switched off the light and closed the door, and having laid the book on the shelf, hurried to the airing cupboard opposite the bathroom. He grabbed the topmost pair of the pile of her sheets, God alone knew when she'd last changed the ones on her bed, and tied them together with all his strength. He knotted one end of the improvised rope around her doorknob and hauled it taut while he tied the far end to the bathroom doorknob. That must hold her if she regained consciousness before he prayed she would. "I shan't be long," he said aloud, and refusing himself the luxury of a grimace at the litter strewn about the hall, stepped out of the apartment. He turned the key in the mortice lock and ran downstairs. Halfway down, he thought he heard a door creep shut, but since it couldn't possibly be his, it didn't matter. He hurried past the 6 locked-up apartments of the ground floor and let the night in. The security lights pointed his shadow along the drive, and he had the impression that Nazareth was urging him onward, undertaking to keep his charge locked up until he returned to her. That would be as soon as possible, not least because he felt unprotected with only the black ice of the sky cracked by stars overhead. When he took refuge in the car, its roof seemed flimsy and a good deal too close to his skull. His hands and feet saw to their tasks, swerving the vehicle across the empty car park and sending it in pursuit of its shadow, tattered by gravel. No traffic was moving on Nazareth Row, and so his foot stayed off the brake. The car sped straight across into Little Hope Way, towards the scrolled iron gateway beyond the few shops before the marketplace. Then a uniformed guard stepped into the path of the vehicle and held up one hand. "No further, if you don't mind, sir." Oswald reminded himself of the location and use of the brakes before he clambered out of the machine. "That was never my intention, Sean." "Oh, Mr. Priestley, I didn't—" The youth glanced away from whatever had confused him and discovered another excuse to do his job. "Don't you want to switch your lights off?" Oswald had apparently been distracted by his yearning to return to Nazareth. He leaned into the car, and as he identified the switch, he heard the rattle of a shutter being pulled down on a shop front. "Not too late?" he pleaded. "Which shop are you after?" "Joinery. Carpentry," Oswald said, and nearly called it the Lord's work. "Work about the home," he said with some vehemence. "Die," Pickles seemed to advise him, not least by explaining, "Do it yourself." "I'll ask them to keep it open if you're quick," he then said, and marched across the concrete scoured by spotlights, glancing back to encourage Oswald to keep in step. "And house?" Oswald thought he was being offered some further advice until he grasped what he was being asked. "She is receiving treatment," he said, and overtook the guard beneath the sky, which was no more reassuring for having been squeezed smaller overhead. The pallor it derived from the glow of the market suggested it was about to shatter. He was first through the entrance of the handy person's haven, but it was Pickles who spoke. "We've a gentleman here who needs help." The eldest of three men in yellow overalls, on which two letters H were supporting each other, indicated with a tilt of his head that he might be persuaded to glance up from the paperwork at which he was frowning. "Tell us what, and we'll fetch it." More than the profusion of skeletal shelves, the metallic smell of the large room was confusing Oswald, reminiscent as it was of the smell of blood, and so he named items as they occurred to him. "A hammer, by all means. Nails, I think not. A chisel might prove useful, and, of course, a screwdriver. They come to a point these days, do they not?" The youngest of the overalled assistants was ranging about the shop on his behalf. He halted, having added a pointed screwdriver to his handful, and regarded Oswald with a patience so visible it was its own contradiction. "There is what I most need," Oswald said, and took it off the shelf. His insistence on paying cash earned him a glance of disfavor from the manager, presumably for adding to the paperwork, but some instinct made Oswald reluctant to sign his name. "Call it 13, the manager said, saving Oswald a few pence, and himself the necessity of disturbing the change in the drawer. His assistant bagged the purchases and preceded Oswald to the door, where he handed him the bags as a preamble to bolting the door after him. Pickles was outside, and tugged his peaked cap lower on his forehead by way of greeting. "All set? Don't mind if I hurry you along, do you? It's time for the gates." Oswald needed no encouraging. Indeed, he was wishing he could have stepped straight into Nazareth out of the shop. He was so intent on reaching his car that he'd unlocked it before he noticed that Pickles had followed him and was speaking to him. "What I meant, Mr. Priestley, is I do all the fixing things round our house, if you wanted a hand."
You think you would have the chance to see the girl? The guard's face instantly doubled its blotches. I wasn't. That's to say, if there was anything I could... He took a breath, which only gave him more to babble. I don't mean to slip myself in, but seeing as the other fella, the one she was going round with, I want him nowhere near my property. There is no longer any cause for him to be. Oswald had fitted himself into the vehicle and spoke over the lowered window. You could bar him, should it become necessary. Trust me, Mr. Priestley, Pickles said, with a vigor which immediately deserted him. And is she... She is with a relative who knows how to handle her, said Oswald, and wound the window tight, only to have the guard crouch down to mouth, Will you tell her I was asking after her? Who knows when I shall have word from her, Oswald murmured, and swerved the car backwards to receive an urgent slap on the roof from the guard. A forward swerve came within an inch of scraping the bumper along a shop front, and then the car was carrying him to safety. It sped across Nazareth Row in front of a homebound boxy vehicle, whose angry flare of headlights meant infinitely less than the way Nazareth lit itself up to greet him. As he drove into the light, he seemed to feel his eyes brighten all the way to the car park. It was no longer empty. 3 cars had settled there, and one was disgorging a woman whom it didn't take him much thought to identify as the magistrate. All that he had to do was lawful, because necessary, and so he experienced no qualms at the sight of her waiting to walk with him. When he and his clanking bag arrived beside her at last, Oswald having turned back once he remembered that not all the light within his headlamps emanated from Nazareth, the question that passed over her shadow to him was unexpected. Something amiss? What should be? Though she looked taken aback by his curtness, she answered civilly enough. I assume you're planning some kind of repairs. He might have retorted that he assumed she was planning her customary inebriation, given the muffled colloquy of bottles in the carrier nuzzling her breasts. Instead, he responded, Nothing that should disturb my fellow tenants. I imagine it will go unheard. I'm sure I shan't be listening, the magistrate said, and panted after Oswald as he hurried to bring the entrance to Nazareth in view. I expect you've your share of worries without anybody setting out to add to them, she said, with an effort which fell short of the final consonant, as Oswald reached the doors. He was already inside Nazareth, he saw. He turned one of his keys in the lock and pushed the glass away so that he could become the man he'd seen in the discreetly illuminated corridor. Once across the threshold, he ceased to feel driven, and lingered to hold the door open for the magistrate. What worries are we speaking of? He prompted, as the doors glazed the night. None, I suppose, if you feel you've none. The magistrate peered at him, as though less than certain what she was seeing in the dimness. I only wanted you to be aware I do know people who ought to be able to help you if you felt the need. What help do you imagine me to lack? Just tell me if I'm speaking out of turn. When Oswald kept his peace, she said, My job brings me into contact with professionals who deal with, in your case, would you call them mental problems? That would require me to identify the subject under discussion. Mr. Priestley. The magistrate sounded so accusing, Oswald thought she'd presumed to give him his answer until she said, Aren't we talking about your daughter? Ah, I see the misunderstanding. She is no longer a problem. If you say so. I do indeed. That ought to suffice, but he saw it made sense to do away with her inquisitiveness. She is receiving the appropriate care, he said.
Forgive me, you were ahead of me. Can I ask where?
She is in a place where such problems are attended to.
Oh, dear. I'm sorry. I don't think any of us realized the situation was quite that bad. When do you think we can look forward to seeing her again?
Whenever she is fit to be seen, Oswald said,
reflecting that he'd given Pickles a different version of events. It was unlikely that the versions would be compared, and in any case nobody had the right to demand the truth, or to interfere. He stared at the magistrate to indicate that he wanted the subject dropped, and saw her withhold a further question. Instead, she murmured, "Let's hope there are more people for her to come home to."
By which you intend to imply?
I thought she was bothered by all the empty rooms. I doubt they will concern her any further. That's good. The magistrate sounded less than entirely convinced, but when Oswald didn't deign to acknowledge this, she said, "Shall we go up?"
To what end?
For a space between heartbeats, Oswald thought she must be entitled as a magistrate to inspect the arrangements he was making, and then he saw that she was eager to be in her rooms.
"Let us, by all means," he said.
Her bottles betrayed their presence all the way to her floor, while the contents of his bag audibly anticipated being put to use, and he was ready with a pointed answer if she made any comment. She turned to him as she stepped into her corridor. "You could tell her when you see her, this is if you think she is, that she shouldn't blame herself any more for my pouncer. I've seen a kitten I like. I am glad that, too, has been resolved." The magistrate frowned, and her mouth opened, but only to say, "Good night."
"Indeed so,"
said Oswald, and strode purposefully upward, feeling both triumphant over her and encouraged by the desertion which met him. The top corridor was as quiet as any hospital should be, so quiet that the peace might almost have persuaded him that his task was done. Of course it was far from discharged, and he braced himself to be reminded as he unlocked his door. But the apartment was silent, too, until he sidled through as meager an opening as would admit him, when his foot struck an object on the floor with a soft thump. His nervous glance showed him the Bible, which he'd kicked into the hall earlier, and his disrespect caught up with him. He'd let himself be maneuvered, however briefly, into behaving as the girl might. He would be doubly alert for any more of her tricks. He eased the door closed and set the bag down soundlessly, and crept along the hall to her door. He could hear nothing beyond it, even when he leaned an ear against it. He hung up his coat and mounted his jacket on the back of a dining chair, and rolled up his sleeves in preparation for his task. As he picked at the knot on the girl's doorknob with his fingernails, he remembered trying to free the cat from the noose on the oak, and wondered if she might have hanged the animal as a first stage of her madness. He brought his bag of purchases to her door and poked the screwdriver into the convolutions of the knot, which gave at once. He cast the rope of sheets towards the bathroom, where the other knot would have to wait, and then he laid out his tools on the hall carpet. He took hold of the doorknob and lifted the hammer. Before he set to work, he ought to satisfy himself that no interruption was being planned for him. He turned the handle so minutely it made not the faintest sound, and inched the door away from the frame until he could just distinguish a supine figure on the bed. When it didn't stir, he pushed the door wider, was about to throw it fully open, when he saw the light from the hall spread across the floor. Before he was able to draw another breath, he stumbled backwards, almost dropping the hammer as he dragged the door after him. He didn't see much, but he couldn't have borne to see more. Though the girl sprawled on the bed had changed her position since his last sight of her, she didn't stir as the light touched her. Something did, however. He might have tried to believe that he was seeing shadows of the clutter on the floor,
except that he heard the rustle of movement, of a great many small things no longer bothering to hide. As he heaved the door shut, he saw darkness pursuing it, a darkness so solid he had to tell himself he couldn't see it, destroying the wallpaper and glistening like moisture on the brick it bared. The slam of the door put an end to these sights, but Oswald backed away until his heel struck the rest of his purchases, which emitted a clang like a bell summoning him to his duty. Now that the room was shut, he could turn his mind away from whatever was within. Perhaps it might bring her to her senses, or might she even welcome any infestation of her room? Was that why she had taken to living like some creature less than human in its lair? The thought made him scratch at the air in front of his face, and then at his cheeks as they started to crawl. The thud of the hammer on the carpet recalled him to himself, and he managed to control his hands before he bent to his tools. He dug the chisel into the doorframe at the level of his eyes and gripped the handle while it shuddered with blows of the hammer. By the time he'd gouged out a chunk of wood twice the breadth of his thumb, his hands were aching and shivering. He couldn't rest yet, although there was no sound from the pestilential room, no sign, when he forced himself to glance down, of spidery legs groping under the door. He tore the celluloid off its cardboard backing and took out the gleaming metal socket, which bruised his finger and thumb as he held it steady in the splintered niche in the doorframe, while he secured it with its pair of screws. The head of each screw was incised with a cross, he saw, and surely that must help imprison the contents of the room. He slid the shaft of the bolt, which was thick as a young girl's finger, but far less easy to break, into the socket so as to line it up. He drove the point of the screwdriver into the door, through the holes in the metal plate, and inserted the 4 screws, which he twisted as tight as his stinging fist could turn them. Only when an upright of each cross was absolutely vertical did he relent, dropping the screwdriver at the foot of the door. As he clasped his hands together to let them soothe each other, he felt like falling to his knees to give thanks for the strength that had enabled him to complete his task. He could pray while he worked. He still had to clear away the mess she'd made and had caused him to make in the hall. If cleanliness was next to godliness, he thought, what must its opposite be next to? He stored the tools in the cupboard under the sink. Then he set about filling the carrier bag with all the litter, the splintered chunk of wood, the bits of metal he had pulled out of her face, the fragments of the telephone equipment she'd forced him to smash. "Crazed devil," he muttered, which was all he seemed able to say for the moment. He would surely be able to pray once he had an opportunity to catch his breath. Meanwhile, the sight of the spillage from her bag enraged him, and he stalked along the hall. The 5-pound note and the coins he consigned to his pocket, where they had originated after all. A card in an envelope and some bits of scrawled paper and a container of false medicine he threw into the carrier, and considered sending the Bible after them. Despite its having been defaced, he couldn't. God forgive him, it was the only Bible in the place. He tore up the loose pages on which she appeared to have drafted her fiction, and stuffed them among the shards of plastic, and picked up the book. Its binding felt unpleasantly soft, and he bore the volume quickly into the main room and dropped it on the table to meet its dim, blurred twin. Much of the table was occupied by her schoolwork, which could wait while he finished clearing the hall. There was still one item on the floor to be put with the rest of the rubbish, and he meant to throw it away unexamined, since he had no desire to see her eyes. When he crouched for the bus pass, however, he found her face turned up to him. His breath trembled out of him like the beginning of a sigh, and then he took a long, harsh gulp of air. He'd almost allowed himself to be swayed by memories of her, but he wasn't to be tricked again. Try as she might, she couldn't conceal how she already had been at the time of the photograph. Her hair wasn't cropped, but now that made him wonder sickly whether it had been infested. Her eyes were doing their best to appear as innocent as her mother would have liked to see them, but the longer he peered at them, the more false they became. All those months ago, just after he'd informed her that they had a place in Nazareth, her face had been invaded by metal emblems of willfulness, their poison seeping into her blood. He felt as though her shrunken plastic gaze had trapped him in a crouch not far short of a genuflection, but he'd show her who held the power. He seized the slippery image of her and bent it until it snapped. He flung the halves into the carrier as he took it to the kitchen, where he thrust it into the bin. The action drained enough of his anger to let him be calm as he restored Heather's books to their place. "There," he told each of them, and smoothed any crumpled pages before he closed the book and caressed its binding. "Rest now. She can't hurt you any more." By the time he'd positioned the last book on the shelf, his words had acquired some of the qualities of a prayer. Now he could pray properly, he thought, as he fetched the vacuum cleaner from his bedroom. He found it difficult to think of words as he vacuumed the hall, but they came to him as he made himself advance the wide, grim mouth of the cleaner to the crack beneath her door. "Please, God, let nothing be alive." He said more as he progressed slowly through all the open rooms, pressing the mouth against every accessible surface, but he kept returning to those words. Whenever he replaced the mouth with the pinched nozzle and thrust that into the secret places of the apartment, he felt he was crushing some unpleasantness which she had brought into the home. Each time he changed the attachments, he switched off the cleaner and listened. But there was no sound from beyond the bolted door. "I know you're there," he muttered, as the tube in his hand sucked at a pair of swollen eyes. "Do your worst. God will give me the strength." 23. A different story.
"As overseer, Mr. Highstool, surely—"
"Superior overseer, madam, if you please."
"Forgive me for not using your full title, but as long as you're that—"
"My full title, madam."
Here the gray-faced man inserted his thumbs behind the lapels of his frock-coat and rose up on his perch behind the desk that towered over her.
"My full title, I say, is Superior Overseer of Permissions for Cemetery Placements."
The supplicant clasped together hands raw with so many years of work as washerwoman and mother, and lifted them to him.
"I see that's what you are, indeed I do. And as you are, you'll permission me to have a little stone put up for my Amelia's Christmas, won't you?"
"Have you not read?"
The functionary pointed both his sharp-pinched nose and a long gray fingernail at the front of his desk.
"Have you not perused and digested the notice which I myself wrote in my finest copperplate?"
"I see how fine it is, sir, indeed, but I can't."
"Can't read,"
announced Gustus Highstool to a drip-nosed clerk who that moment was scurrying past his cell.
"True enough, there is no profit in teaching the poor their letters. But sans ability, what use may a stone be to you?"
This was addressed to the gray-haired widow, stooped by her years and her grief, whose attention he now drew once more to the notice.
"No permissions will be granted after 3 o'clock of any Friday,"
he read very slowly aloud.
"I understand, sir, but if you'll forgive me—"
"Forgiveness is the business of a priest, not mine."
"I was going to say, sir, one thing I was taught to read was a clock."
Here the woman ventured to indicate such a machine beneath the window, thick with stalactites of ice.
"And if you'd care to look, sir, You'll see it's not quite 3.
Not quite, you say? Not quite.
The official adjusted his pen in its well before devoting himself to the chore of unbuttoning his coat. This accomplished, he painstakingly drew from the fob of his waistcoat a repeater, and was about the task of raising the lid of the watch when the clock began to utter its tinny chimes.
"I believe you are mistaken," he said, and snapped the lid shut in his fist as he repeated in triumph, "No permissions will be granted after 3 o'clock of any Friday."
How grey is life passed in a cell! Some seek the cells which are their lives, while others have such cells built about them. Some, of whom we have invented Highstool as our first representative, draw greyness about themselves like a cloak, while others, like the widow pleading at his desk, are greyed by the lives society requires of them. And what a factory of greyness is such a place as Nazareth Hill! At the time of our initial visit, it is sodden with a fog, which creeps about the corridors, and resounding with sneezes and coughs. But even at the height of midsummer, sunlight never penetrates many of the cells where clerks stoop over their work as a spider crouches to its prey. What sunlight fails to dispel, might fire destroy? Perhaps some thought of the kind, some echo of the past, was awakened in the slow but honorable brain of the widow's only son, as, plodding without complaint over the cruel stones of the approach in his boots, whose soles were worn thin as the last wail of a pauper's child, he beheld his mother weeping on the steps of the grim offices.
"Mother," he cried, "you maun't take on so, straight you maun't,"
and to comfort her brought forth from the least ragged of the pockets of his father's jacket his dead little sister Amelia's once treasured. Rob had had enough some pages back, but it was the dialect, even if it was remotely possible that someone, somewhere, had ever spoken like that, which proved too much for him. The item in the ragged pocket was a tinder-box her father would strike to amuse her, he saw in the instant of shutting the dull brown cover on the dull brown pages. They emitted a thud which succeeded in sounding muffled with dust, specks of which flew towards the chunky mantelpiece and its row of photographs. He gazed at the 6 ages and thicknesses of himself, and wondered all over again why he'd bought the book. After Amy had left him to be stared at by the clientele of Tea for You, several of whom had begun viciously stirring their tea as if brewing up a spell to drive him out, he'd lingered to prove their opinion couldn't touch him, until the manageress had asked him to leave. By then Pickles was nowhere to be seen. Otherwise Rob would certainly have turned his rage on him. He'd been making for the way home, glowering at anyone who glanced at him, when the bookseller had waved him over to the van he was loading. "Tried to catch your girl's eye before. I found her book in the library sale." Rob's instinct had been to retort that she wasn't his girl, but he hadn't wanted to discuss it. He'd said only, "How much?" "It's not worth marking up this late in the day. It's yours for what it cost me, 20p. Though there had been some satisfaction in exchanging the weight of all the coppers in his pocket for the musty book, Rob had hardly left the marketplace before he wanted to take Nazareth Hill back. Why hadn't he left it for Amy to buy? He'd spent half the weekend convincing himself that the only way she would find out he had it was to ring him. Last night he'd given in and called her, and had learned she'd been sent away to recuperate. This felt as if she had been wrenched out of his life and replaced with memories whose underlying nature it dismayed him to contemplate. How much was he responsible for her condition? Ought he to have demonstrated skepticism earlier, or not at all? At first he was tempted to take the novel as a promise of her returning unchanged, tempted to feel that because he was keeping it for her, she would have to come back as eager to read it as ever, and then he saw it might make her worse than however she was, or if her retreat cured her, might cause her to relapse. Home from school this Monday evening, he'd attempted to read it so as to judge how it could be expected to affect her, but became distracted by the antics of the prose. He was beginning to think of taking it to the recycling bin in the market car park when he heard a key in the front door, and then his mother's voice in the hall. "Who's in?" "Just me." "You'll do to be going on with." As soon as she'd divested herself of the padded jacket she always wore in the car during winter, she tramped into the living room, raising one shoulder and then the other, as if they could be rendered straighter, and shoving her square jaw forward, and Rob had the impression that she was making an entrance to perform a speech she'd rehearsed. "Sometimes I think we must be crazy," she declared, "the people we let loose on the road." "Anyone special?" "Not special enough. Too many of them. I've lost count of the folk I've met driving who seem to have forgotten everything I taught them, except how the car works. Last week I had one come at me out of a fog with no lights on, and flash them to say I should have had mine off." "That was last week, though." "That's right. Last week." She seemed, not by any means unusually, less than certain whether he was making fun of her, and responded with her usual comical frown. "Today I had someone your father sold a car to, coming at my learner round a bus at 50. That's twice his age." I smiled sweetly at him and pointed at our name on the roof, but he was too busy getting where he couldn't wait to be to notice. "I suppose you're thinking I'm a bit crazy myself." "I wouldn't say that to anyone." He felt unfair for having made that sound like a rebuke, and was thinking how to make amends when she glanced away from him. "School?" she said. "Like usual." Ordinarily she would have changed the subject once she had provoked this retort, but now she said, "The book, I was meaning." "No." "That isn't like you, reading an old book for fun." "Didn't say it was," Rob said, and found he wanted to continue, might even do so with a little more encouragement, although discussing his feelings with either of his parents was a habit easier to break than to regain. Brooding in his room to music seemed unlikely to do him much good, any more than smoking a whole joint by himself yesterday on a lonely stretch of moor had. Doing so had made the wind on his face feel like the opposite of Amy's breath. He dragged his gaze away from the book to find his mother's attention waiting for him, but both of them were hoping the other would speak, when a rattle of keys narrowed itself down to the insertion of one in the front door. "Now there's your father," she said with some impatience, and stumped out of the room. In the shortest possible time his father's rotund pink face, bristling red on top and not much less along the upper lip, presented itself around the door. "Dinner as soon as I'm down," he announced on his wife's behalf, and was heard to jog upstairs with a muffled "bugger" at missing a tread, and soon after to roar an assortment of sentences to the tune of the first line of La Donne Mobile through the rumble of the shower. Best prices at Hayward's cars proving, as always, to be his favorite. He reappeared wearing his bathrobe, the same shade as his face now that was toweled pinker, and urged his son to the kitchen, tilting his head to glance at the title of the book Rob had dropped on the chair. "Who'd have thought it?" he murmured, and seemed to forget about it. Having set the table, he stowed his lanky legs beneath it, and shared descriptions of the day's customers as enthusiastically as he attacked his meal. "She wouldn't try out the Mini till I managed to fit all of me into the front," he eventually said, then squinted at Rob over the last slice of steak and kidney pie. "You and the chef share that. So, what's the significance of the tome?" "Positive, I'd say," said Rob's mother. "Where do you get that?" his father said, laying his utensils to rest.
reading some old classic when he doesn't have to.
It's not quite one of those, is it, old chap?
Oh, I see, I think, his mother said, and hid a knowing smile behind her hand. Our baby's growing up. What is it, Fanny Hill or Lady C?
You're fiddling with the wrong switch, Marge.
It's a story about Nazareth Hill, Rob said.
Oh. The syllable might have expressed sympathy or disappointment, neither of which Rob welcomed.
I don't think I'll be seeing her any more.
Oh, dear, his mother said, with, he was pretty sure, some relief. She led a few seconds' silence for the death of the relationship, and broke it with, "Don't tell us about it unless you want to."
Now, Marge, he doesn't need our permission for that, and he knows it. Am I right, old chap?
Perhaps his father was genuinely unaware of doubling the pressure on him, but Rob saw he couldn't get away with just a nod of agreement.
We had a row, he said. Maybe you heard.
How could we? His mother said, as though she would have been entitled to sound a good deal more accusing. You'd walked out with her when I was trying not to cross her father.
Heard about it.
I didn't, Tom, did you? She barely waited for that answer before demanding of Rob, "Why? Whatever were you up to?"
Shouting at each other, where they drink nothing but tea.
Not that embalmed bunch. Of all the folk to choose, the maiden aunts of Partington, and women that managed to be grandmothers without having any children. If anybody needed shaking up. She hid another grin until she'd tempered it with some reproof. What was said?
They didn't have to say anything. They only had to look.
I can see how they would, she said, and mimed their characteristic expression accurately enough to suggest she didn't think it entirely inappropriate. But I meant, what was the argument over?
Something I didn't believe.
Tell me to shut them with a clothes peg if you like, but I can't say I'm surprised. When he only shrugged, she said, Was it about that old place up there?
Everything is for her these days.
Never mind, love. You'll be at university before you know it. Rob had begun to envision the solaces which she was implying lay ahead when his father spoke.
Maybe the clothes peg's needed over here, and call me a slow old sod if you want. But if you won't be seeing her any more, why are you reading that book?
You're a slow old sod, Rob's mother obliged at once. Weren't you ever his age? Can't you see he's still thinking about her? Rob was, but with so much less pain he was surprised and even rather pleased by himself. His 9 months with Amy were receding to a manageable distance, and if he didn't indulge for a while in remembering how she'd felt to him and looked at him, they would stay there. If she had wanted him, she would surely have phoned by now, since she must realize that her father wouldn't give him the number of wherever she was. This morning he'd awakened thinking that if she needed him, she would phone while whoever was looking after her was out of the way. But now the absence of a message on the answering machine seemed no worse than inevitable.
I've started not to, he said.
His father made to speak until Rob's mother pinched the air in front of his lips to hush him. I think you're taking after me, she told Rob. It used to be if two people broke up, they were supposed to return all their gifts to each other. But I've always believed you should keep something to remind you of the good times. Rather than complicate the moment with an explanation, Rob tried to deal with his father's unconvinced look.
It's just a story about when Nazareth Hill was officers. I don't really know why I'm reading it. I think I've given up. That earned him twin smiles of affectionate skepticism, which might have ended up irritating him if they hadn't been interrupted by the phone. When a female voice made itself heard through the speaker of the answering machine, his mother picked up the call and agreed a time with her latest pupil. By then, Rob and his father were clearing the table, and the subject of Amy was cleared away too. While his parents settled down in front of the evening's first comedy program, to the sound of an audience laughing before the Haywards found occasion to, Rob retrieved the copy of Nazareth and carried it upstairs to put it out of the way of his school coursework. As he drew his bedroom curtains, he saw Nazareth looming above the town. The glow from the marketplace glimmered on the long, pale building and drained the color from those of the upper windows that were illuminated. For a moment he had the impression that the building, to which the lit windows seemed irrelevant, cartoonish rectangles pasted to the facade, had turned into a ghost of itself, as dead as the chimneys that crowned it. That was a last trace of Amy's thinking, he decided, as he turned away with a shiver. The beacon of her apartment, to which he'd often looked before going to bed, was no longer lit for him. He switched off his light and went downstairs to the dining table to start work, knowing that at least his parents wouldn't trouble him while he was studying. More than once during their conversation, he'd sensed that his mother could have said more if she had chosen to, but he was grateful to her for restraining herself. Whatever she might have left unsaid, he preferred not to know. 24. More of a cell.
Your mother's dead, and you're mad, and you're staying here in Nazareth. As she awoke with her father's voice in her ears, Amy had to remind herself that it had been just a nightmare. She must have been wakened by her own cry, and surely her parents would have heard it. She had only to lie still with her eyes shut until they came to reassure her. If she held on to her breaths and stopped them from panting and shivering, if she made herself take long, slow, deep draughts of air, the duration of the next breath would be enough to bring them. To be on the safe side, the next 2 breaths. She prolonged those for all she was worth, though they caused her jaw to twinge, no doubt because she had been lying awkwardly on it while asleep. She closed herself around the second inhalation, despite its stale taste, and listened hard. But there was no sound except for the hissing of blood in her ears. She would have to call out for reassurance, and she was opening her mouth to do so when the kind of ache which she was expecting to declare itself in her forehead fastened on her jaw. The pain shocked her eyes open, and she yanked at the light cord and saw that she was where she was most afraid to be. Perhaps it wasn't entirely the room she'd seen in her nightmare after her father had held her up to Nazareth, but too much of it was. The 4 hats hovering on the wall, the 3 necklaces adorning the flattened glass throat of the mirror. For as long as it took her to force her lungs to work, she expected the door to be thrown open, revealing her father with a fire behind him. And then she remembered she had already heard him say what he would have said, had been wakened by the echo of his words. He'd uttered them before he'd punched her into her bedroom, bruising her jaw. Her headache seemed in retrospect no more than a premonition of this. But why did she feel that the new pain might be an omen of worse? What was the worst that could happen now that he'd spoken the words from her nightmare? The worst, she thought, might be that she lay there on her arse waiting for it to happen. She worked her body up the bed until her shoulders rubbed against the plump headboard. Since her movements hadn't aggravated the various aches above her neck, she grasped the edge of the mattress and swung her feet slowly to the patch of floor she always kept clear for her first step. When she pressed her clammy hands against her knees and stood up, however, both she and the room wavered, the latter so badly that she was afraid she was about to see it change. To steady herself, she threw out a hand to meet its cold, flat, glassy twin,
and the necklaces jangled against the mirror, as though they were trying to snare her reflection. She saw a threatening quiver pass through the dimmer of the two rooms she was in, and thrust herself away from it. She squeezed her eyes shut once she had her balance, and when she opened them she was sure enough of herself to make her way to the door. She planted her feet wide in the space between it and the contents of her room, and having cupped her hands behind her ears, rested a palm against the slippery wood, and leaned her head towards it. She could still hear no sound from outside. She shifted her hand to the doorknob, and felt the metal grow slick with her sweat, until she wiped both with an unbuttoned cuff of her jacket. She gripped the knob and twisted it slowly, even slower, maneuvering it very gradually past the squeak it often gave when it was halfway turned. She felt it turn all the way, and closed both hands around it to control the movement of the door as she inched it open. Or rather, as she tried, because the door shifted a fraction of an inch and then came to an absolute halt. At first she thought she'd failed to turn the handle completely after all. She relaxed her grip before twisting the knob with both hands and every vestige of strength. This time she heard metal scrape out of the socket, and felt the door give its fractional lurch. She swelled her lungs with air that made her cranium feel fragile as an egg. Then she grasped the handle so hard her palms began to throb, and threw herself backwards as violently as she could. So violently that when the door refused to yield, she almost lost her grip on the handle and sprawled on her back. She imagined her father clinging to the opposite knob, his feet wedged against the uprights of the frame, before she wondered whether objects no longer quite so much like hands might be clutching the knob at the far end of the shaft, from the knob she'd again taken hold of. The thought would have made her shrink away if she hadn't managed to remind herself that surely none of the denizens of the secret places of Nazareth would have the strength. She sagged against the door, and then, as though to take the hindrance by surprise, she heaved at it. This time she heard a faint, unfamiliar sound through the crack between the door and its frame. A constricted rattle, a metallic snigger. As though his voice had been triggered by the metal, her father spoke. He wasn't far from the door, perhaps not even as distant as the other side of the hall. He sounded groggy, roused from sleep, but ready to be more awake.
"Throw all the weight about you like," he mumbled loudly. "Exhaust yourself. That boat will hold you, I warrant."
For a second she felt as unable to move as the door had become, and then she was driving her shoulder against it, kicking it savagely, yanking at the handle, flinging her body about as if she was struggling to release herself from a shackle. When she saw that her actions no longer made much sense, and that she would indeed exhaust herself if she persisted, she relinquished her grip and stumbled away, to fall into a sitting position once the backs of her legs encountered the bed. Soon her father greeted the silence.
"I hope I hear you beginning to see sense. You must stay in there until I am persuaded that you can be released."
"Just watch me," Amy whispered, knowing that was one feat he couldn't perform. His voice sounded increasingly blurred, closer to sleep, surely too close for him to reflect whether he'd left her any means of escape, as she saw he had. If she unscrewed the hinges of the door, the room couldn't hold her. She held on to the edge of the bed while she looked for a tool. There was none to be seen. Nothing in the clutter on the floor, or amid that on the dressing-table. She could fetch a hanger from the wardrobe, except that all the hangers were so thin that any she tried to use would simply bend, and most probably snap before a screw moved. She was beginning to raise her fists in despair while she trapped a screech between her teeth, when her gaze roved to the bag she had forgotten throwing into the room. She fell to her knees beside it and tipped its few contents onto the floor. If only she had thought to retrieve the pills Beth had given her. Just now, however, it was more important that she had her metal comb. She leaned over to pick it up and laid it beside her in a wrinkle of the quilt, and waited, and then made herself wait longer. She had no idea how much, far too much, time passed before her patience was rewarded by an absurdly welcome sound, her father's snoring. "You stay asleep," she whispered. "It's past your bedtime. You sleep and dream about—" She didn't know what she would like to think he was dreaming. Certainly not about her. The notion threatened to trap her once more in the nightmare he had built around her. Perhaps he should be dreaming about her mother, if that had the potential to revive his old self, except that Amy didn't care to imagine her mother's memory engulfed in the brain he had now. All that mattered was that he stay asleep while she removed the screws from the door, and if he needed anything like as much sleep as her eyes were crying for, he should. She pushed herself up from the bed, reassuring herself that the creak of the mattress wasn't audible outside the room. 2 stealthy paces brought her to the door, where she inserted the point of the metal handle in the topmost screw. As soon as she twisted the comb, the point slipped out of the groove. She had expected as much. She slid the edge of the handle into the groove and, steadying the improvised tool with one hand, bore down on it with the heel of the other. The screw held firm as the handle started to bend. She tried the screw below it, and the next, and had to kneel to reach the last, the angle of whose groove caused the comb almost to touch the floor. None of the screws gave so much as a millimeter, but each bent the handle further. By the time she wavered to her feet, rubbing sweat out of her embers of eyes with the back of her free hand, the metal was curved as a grin. It wasn't mocking her, she told herself. It was showing her how to proceed. She sat on the end of the bed again and trod hard on the tip of the handle while she grasped the comb with both hands and levered it towards her. At once, before she was expecting it to, it snapped. Most of the handle was quivering beside her heel, but an inch or so was left on the comb. Surely that had to be strong enough. She padded to the door again, encouraged by her father's snores, and fitted the end of the remains of the handle into the highest screw, or thought she did. It required 2 attempts to turn it, during both of which the stub of metal only scraped across the disc, to convince her that the tip of the would-be screwdriver was thicker than the grooves. At her second try, the metal teeth scratched her hand. She wrapped the comb in her handkerchief and did her best to move the screw using the edge of the stub, but it wouldn't stay lodged in the groove. When she persevered, it slid off the disc and dug a splinter out of the wood, and her father emitted a louder sound, bordering on the articulate, as though he'd sensed the damage and was trying to awaken. Once she was certain he'd subsided, she attacked the screw with an effort that trembled her wrists, only to have the comb deal the wood another gash. "Bastard!" she said through teeth she nearly clenched until her jaw hinted at the pain she would experience if she did, and let the comb drop at her feet. She didn't know if she'd meant her father by the word, or the improvised tool, or the whole of life and anything that might be responsible for it. The cloth fell open, displaying the comb, and she was about to retrieve the handkerchief alone when she saw that she might have been wielding the tool the wrong way round. "I didn't mean it," she murmured, less sure whom or what she was addressing, surely anything that could help her, and picking up the comb again, inserted the edge of the tooth farthest from the handle into the groove of the topmost screw. It fitted perfectly. The angle, though, was awkward, since the groove was close to vertical. She muffled most of the comb once more in the handkerchief, and pressed the tooth into the groove with all her weight. Then she grasped the knuckles of the hand that was gripping the comb, and exerted whatever strength she still had. She felt metal twist at once. It was the end of the comb, she thought. She'd wrecked that now. Even when she lowered it towards her face and saw that it didn't appear to have bent, She had difficulty in believing it had held. She lined it up in the groove, which remained almost vertical, and threw more force than she had thought was left to her into her wrists. This time she felt and heard, and best of all saw, the screw turn at least an inch. Her earlier struggles had been worthwhile after all. They must have eased the screws. She waited until an untroubled snore indicated that the faint squeak of metal within wood hadn't alerted her father. Then she returned to her task. 3 increasingly effortless twists, and she was able to wind the screw out with her fingers, nearly cutting their tips on the sharp edge before she protected them with a handkerchief. She felt the screw lose its hold on the wood, and at once it was gleaming on her palm. As it came, she thought she heard movement beyond the door. It might have been her father shifting his position while he continued to snore, except that she had the impression it had been closer to her than he was. It had sounded as though something had permitted itself to grow audible as it scuttled unevenly to her door and settled down to wait for her. Amy closed her fist around the screw, digging the helix into her skin, and glared at the door with her overheated eyes. "You can't reach me," she muttered. "You have to stay out there. You don't scare me. Try scaring him." Her words seemed to promise at least the possibility of reassurance. Unless she believed in them, she couldn't go on, and she mustn't falter while her father's sleep was giving her a chance. When no response made itself heard outside the room, she forced herself to relax her nervous grip on the screw, which she shied onto the bed so as to apply the wrapped-up comb to the remaining screw of the upper hinge. It wasn't as forthcoming as its companion had been. She redoubled the grip of her hand on her fist and fought to turn it with her whole body, using her straight arms as a single lever. She felt metal shift, the tooth slipping out of the groove, and rammed it back in as a trickle of sweat found her left eye. That had started to blink as though it had been seized by an uncontrollable nervous tic. She was desperate to clear it of the stinging, but even more determined not to slacken her hold, when the screw executed a half-turn with a protesting squeal. Amy wiped her eye, then let her arms hang by her sides while they trembled towards stillness. Her forehead and jaw were working on joining their aches across her face. She might feel worse before she'd finished, she told herself fiercely, but she ought to try not to be tense. Apart from the mechanical snoring, there seemed to be no activity beyond the door. So fatiguing were her efforts, so dulling to her brain, that if she allowed herself, she might even forget that anything was out there. When the tremulousness of her arms reduced itself to a throbbing that might, given time, have become pleasurable, she drove the tooth into the groove and twisted her hands along with their painful, spiky contents. The screw turned nearly half a circle at once. She was able to grasp it between finger and thumb, though for an unpleasant second as she unscrewed it, her nail was caught beneath the rim. Before her father had snored thrice, the screw was nestling in her palm. About to swing round and aim it at the bed, she froze. Something had come into the room behind her. She thought she smelled how damp and mouldering the intruder was. She was sure she felt its chill on her back. Since it was making no noise, she was unable to judge how close it was to her, and so she had to look. Had to, no matter how much her body was shivering as if to shake her out of herself, to extend her that chance to escape. She staggered around on her wavering legs and raised the hand that held the comb. She'd forgotten it no longer had a point, even supposing that would have been any defense. But the room appeared to be deserted. Whatever had joined her had hidden itself, and she could only wait until it poked any face it had left from under the bed or out of the wardrobe. "I've seen you," she whispered. But the words were barely out of her mouth when she ceased to understand how she'd hoped they would reassure her. Perhaps they brought her a response, however, a glimpse of movement which she tried desperately to locate. It was in the dressing-table mirror, she realized. It was in the room in the mirror, which was no longer her bedroom. There wasn't a great deal within the glass, not even much of the light from the lamp overhead. Where she ought to have been seeing her Clouds Like Dreams poster in reverse, she saw a dim surface of bare brick, crawling with trickles of moisture, whose movement she had originally glimpsed and flickering with the glow of some flame. Her bed wasn't in the mirror, nor was the crowded top of the dressing-table. To give herself a view of the rest of the cell, she would have to venture away from the door. She took one reluctant step and saw the bare wall draw back to accommodate her, revealing more of its glistening bricks. Another step, and she saw how she was helping the unsteady dimness in the mirror to expand so as to draw her in, the image of the cell taking on more depth as her sense of her room shrank. One more step would take her to the bed, but she was suddenly afraid to find that, since it was apparently incapable of producing a reflection. She wouldn't be able to feel it if she tried to touch it with the hand that so far was the only part of her trapped in the mirror. Then her room would be the cell in the mirror, her cell. Except that was still just an image, she told herself, so long as she didn't let it take hold of her mind. If she turned her back on it, it couldn't do that. If she turned, she would see her poster, not bare brick. The poster had been at the edge of her vision all the time she'd been trying to unscrew the hinges. She was almost sure it had. She closed her eyes to ward off the sight in the mirror, and swung towards the door and forced them open. The Clouds Like Dreams poster hung on the wall beside the door, the 4 androgynous faces framed by tents of curly hair. She rubbed her free hand over them to convince herself, though she wished she couldn't feel a hint of brick through the layers of poster and wallpaper and plaster. She made herself crouch to the lower hinge, while with an effort she stopped herself from wondering what more of the cell she would see if she looked up at the mirror. Once she was out of the room, and not until then, she would look back. She dug her trusty comb into the 3rd screw and concentrated all her mind on the promise she wanted her actions to be. At first, the screw absolutely refused to budge. She had to lean her weight leftward over it, a position that felt dangerously close to sprawling on the floor. If she was as helpless as that for even a movement, she knew she would be bound to glance at the mirror. She crouched forward, leaning her right shoulder against the slippery wood, and just as she concluded that it was supporting her too much for her weight to affect the buried helix, the screw yielded with a screech and dumped her on her knees. The door had scraped her shoulder through her jacket and sweatshirt, and the carpet might hardly have been there, her knees felt so bruised. Nevertheless, she remained on them with her eyes shut, willing her father not to have heard anything through the door. A mumble escaped him, and then there was silence except for her heart in her ears. She was attempting to arrange herself into a position in which she would be able to keep still if she should hear his chair creak and his footsteps approach the door, when he snored once, then again less emphatically, and rediscovered his rhythm. At once she gave the screw a full turn, which allowed her to fasten the tips of her finger and thumb on the edge. She was so relieved to have the screw in her grasp that she almost turned to throw it on the bed. She let it drop beside its predecessor, which at some point had fallen from her hand, and redoubled her grip on the comb. The lowest screw would be the hardest to extract, but merely hardest, not impossible. She lined up the tooth of the comb in the nearly vertical groove of the screw, and lowered herself into an awkward crouch that started her legs shaking, and freed a hand to mop her wet, fragile, throbbing forehead. She thought the smell of stony damp had returned, but she wasn't going to let it deter her. She took a breath that felt like metal in her chest, and closed both hands around the comb, and the doorbell rang. This was so unexpected that for an irrational moment she found herself wishing away whoever might be at the downstairs entrance, so that she would have a chance to deal with the last screw. She heard her father give vent to several syllables that sounded unrelated to any recognizable words, and then he began to waken. "Wait till I come," he protested, and his voice lurched past her door. "My legs are prickled. Why must you rouse me? What is here that anyone would wish to see?" He sounded even less like her father, and by no means fully awake, perhaps insufficiently so to realize that only he would be audible through the intercom. Amy pressed her ear against the door and closed the eye that might have glimpsed the mirror. She heard his footsteps stumble to a halt, followed by a silence that seemed ominous, especially when he demanded, "What device is this?" He'd forgotten how to use the intercom, she thought in a panic. By the time he remembered, if he did, the caller might have decided it was too late or too early, whatever the time was, to call. She tried to clench the whole of herself around a silent wish. As her sight began to pulse with the pressure of her closed eyelids, her father said, "Who's there?" He was answered by a burst of static, which, as Amy let her eyelids rise and dropped the comb that was biting into her palm, became a voice. She couldn't tell whose voice it was, or the name it announced, not through all the static and her door, but that didn't matter. Someone real and alive and surely unconnected with Nazareth was within earshot, and the moment her father spoke again, she started to kick the door and pound on it with her fists. "Help!" she shouted. "I'm locked up in here. He's imprisoned me. Come and let me out, or he'll do worse." 25. Nearly there. Before dawn on Tuesday morning, Rob found he couldn't sleep. He kicked off the quilt and eased his curtains open on the view of Partington. A low mist had gathered at the edges of town, dousing the lights of Little Hope Way and Nazareth Row, and almost blotting out Nazareth. Only the oversized chimneys were visible, deformed emblems of lifelessness that the crouched hulk was brandishing. At least Amy might have seen them in such terms, but that was no reason why he should. He turned away and headed for the bathroom. While he was dressing, his gaze kept drifting to the bedroom window. If he faced away from it, he was confronted by the Clouds Like Dreams poster she'd bought him in Heads Not Feds. Not that he had ever liked the band as much as she did. The mist was shrinking in anticipation of the dawn, though Amy might have thought Nazareth was drawing the concealment around itself. Rob dragged a black polo neck over his head and brushed his hair in front of the mirror, feeling compelled while he did so to keep trying to decipher the word E-K-I-L. He turned away at last, only to be confronted with the book he'd perched on top of his school rucksack in the hope of knowing what to do with it today. He couldn't make that decision until he'd at least glanced through the rest of it, and so he took it down to the living room. It was much as he'd expected. Mercy Steadfast, the indomitably hopeful widow, made her way through the administrative labyrinth Nazareth represented, each chapter introducing a functionary yet more grotesque than his predecessor, while the widow's slow but honorable, not to mention increasingly ragged and down at heel and weather-worn son Humble, allowed himself to be exploited without, as it kept transpiring, any pay at all from a series of horrible jobs he undertook, in the belief that he would be able to add to washerwoman Mercy's pittance. Rob had had enough as soon as he learned their names, but he skimmed onward to confirm that the son did indeed attempt to set fire to Nazareth with his late sister's treasured tinder-box on Christmas Eve, only to be caught in the act by a kindly, white-bearded stonemason on his way to give the cemetery placement's overseer a generous helping of his mind. What could apparently be simpler, once he'd refused to quit Gustus Highstool's cell until he obtained permission for the widow's stone, as well as those he'd planned to argue for, than that he should donate a stone to her and carve it and raise it on the grave just as the bells began to peal for midnight mass.
"Right," growled Rob, with all the incredulousness he had in him, and rubbed his cheek beside his eye, and shut the book so vigorously that he drove out a few specks of dust it had held in reserve. Slamming it didn't help him determine its fate, however, and he should. He dropped the book on his chair and stared out at Nazareth Hill. The mist was allowing such windows as were lit to hint at their colors, but he could see no trace of light in the Priestley's apartment. Perhaps her father was visiting her after all. Apart from the odd coincidence, the novel had absolutely nothing to do with Amy's stories. But why should that have any significance for her? Rob watched the corner of the top story for signs of life as the chimneys caught the dawn and deadened their portion of its glow. The mist was sinking into the grounds as the glow was lured down the pallid facade when his mother found him. She said nothing until she'd completed her journey to the kitchen to start coffee, and then she came to him and put her arm as much around him as he'd let her since he was about 13. Her white toweling robe smelled like all the bath times that went with the second earliest of the photographs of him. She glanced at the prone book and out of the window and said, "It just takes time, love. I remember how it was with somebody I knew before I met your father." "You kept remembering how you'd felt together, you mean?" "I won't go into the gory details, if you don't mind." "I wasn't asking you to," Rob said, wondering instead why people of her generation referred to gore when they meant sex. "Only it isn't like I suppose you meant. I keep thinking it's my fault how she's gone." "I'm sure it's not, so don't." "You can't know." "Aye, that's true," she said, and took her arm away from him. "I'm a parent, and we don't know anything." "You don't know how she is now. You haven't spoken to her since you wouldn't let her in the house." "That should have been enough," his mother said, and prolonging her accusatory tone after it might have seemed inappropriate, "So what are you feeling to blame for?" "Maybe I shouldn't have started believing her and then turned against her like that." "It can't have been much to believe in if it was only you that did. You mean her tales about up there?" "Stuff she thought she'd found out, that I thought she had." "You know where the clothes pegs are, but I'd have to say, imagining all that about the place she lives, it's no wonder she went, well, we can't say mad or crazy these days, but I believe with all my heart it wouldn't have mattered what you did, not when a girl like her gets an idea into her head." A smell of coffee strayed into the room as though to represent good sense with one of the clichés Rob most loathed. "Come and have a mug, and whatever you want for breakfast," his mother said, "so we can get you off to school." Just then a window of Nazareth Hill bared its light. Without the mist to soften it, the uncurtained spark seemed to pierce straight into his brain before he realized that it wasn't in Amy's apartment, but in the one next door. He had to blink away the after-image as he followed his mother. He sat on a chair which appeared to be an undernourished relative of the dining suite, and accepted a mug of coffee, into which he stared until his mother said, "What are you having?" "I'll get it. Just some cereal." He rather hoped his undertaking to eat would send her on her way, so that he needn't do so. But before he could mime any intention of serving himself, she was shaking sticky rotters into a bowl. She planted the bowl and a jug of milk in front of him, and watched as he drowned the sugary cylinders and fed himself a spoonful. If she intended to supervise him to the last mouthful, he thought, she could listen to him as well. "I wish I knew where she was, that's all," he said. His mother ducked over her mug. When she'd blown on her coffee and sipped it, she said, "Was when?" "Is now. She's not at home." "What
What makes you say that?
I tried to call her at the weekend, but he said he'd sent her away and wouldn't tell me where.
I expect he knows best.
Rob's mother murmured and scrutinized her coffee. That isn't what you're thinking.
It most certainly is. He's the only parent she has.
Rob's mother lifted her gaze to him, and he was resigning himself to having fallen foul of parental solidarity when his father wandered into the kitchen. I take it we're talking about Amy's dad.
We are, Rob's mother said. But I think we've finished, haven't we? What can I offer you while I'm being the chef and the waitress?
Sorry, I wasn't...
Sorry. Rob might have thought he was apologizing for somehow having implied he meant to take advantage of her, if it hadn't been for the fierceness of her glare, which cut him off short.
What were you going to say? It wouldn't have been anything worth the breath, old chap. I don't know what your mother was saying, do I?
You sit down, Marge. I'll get my own.
She was talking about Amy's dad always being right, like you and her.
Well, I'm sure you must have had enough of him, Rob's mother said. This was one attempt too many to do away with the subject.
Have you spoken to him since I did? Rob demanded.
I'd have said if I had, his mother assured him, and managed to appear as offended as her tone, but Rob saw his father turn away too quickly to the coffee pot.
You've been in touch with someone,
Rob pursued, and all at once knew.
It was Amy, wasn't it? You spoke to her?
Why on earth would I have done that? Eat up now, or you'll be late for school.
I'm driving, no rush. If Rob hadn't been sure of himself by now, his father's reluctance to face the two of them would have convinced him. When did you talk to her? Why didn't you tell me? His mother pursed her lips and breathed so hard her nostrils flared, while she narrowed her eyes at his father, whose back was exhibiting signs of besiegement. When none of this rid her of Rob's questions, she muttered, I shouldn't think you'd want me to after what she said. I won't know if I do or not unless you tell me what it was.
You know.
It was clear she intended this to be sufficiently reproving to forestall further inquiries if it hadn't conveyed her answer. But since Rob shook his head, she went on.
The things she told you to do that made you come home not wanting anything to do with us. You needn't think I'm repeating it.
In other circumstances, he might have been touched or amused.
How do you know about that? He said.
She went through the routine involving lips and breathing hard and glaring at his father. At last she said,
I picked up the phone when your friend thought she was talking to the machine.
And did you say anything to her?
What would you want your mother to say to a girl who just used that word?
Before Rob could insist on a real answer, his father abandoned his defensive posture. The point is, son, it sounds as though the poor girl's even worse than she was when she sent you packing, even more out of control.
Thank you, Tom. Well done.
Did she say where she was? Rob said. His parents didn't quite look at each other. At last his father said, Maybe she doesn't know the way she is.
I'm sure her father has to know what he's doing.
But did she mention a place? Rob's mother gazed straight at him, and he had so little idea what she was thinking that he felt he no longer knew her.
No,
she said. What did she say then?
I couldn't make head or tail out of most of it. Look, Robin, we'll discuss this tonight if we must. You're going to be late for school.
Then don't keep holding me up by not telling me things. It seemed that a look of rebuke might be her sole response. At last she said,
I think she wanted to say she was sorry for making a scene. Now, will you please eat that up if you're eating, and... Will one of you phone her father and ask where she is?"
Rob's mother turned an incredulous stare on her husband, who apparently misinterpreted it.
"To be honest with you, son—"
"Tom!"
"I can't see what harm it will do, Marge. You aren't going to charge off to see her, are you, old chap?"
"Shouldn't think so. I just want to know how she is."
"I expect her father can tell you that," he said,
and shrugged a shoulder at Rob's mother.
"From what Marge heard her saying, it looks as though she's at home."
"Then why did he say she wasn't?" Rob demanded.
"Maybe she's come back since you spoke to him."
"But the idea was to get her out of there. She wouldn't want to come back, not this soon, anyway."
When his parents failed to disagree with him, Rob dropped his spoon in the soggy cereal and stood up.
"I'm going to phone."
"I hope you're satisfied," he heard his mother say, and his father protesting,
"We couldn't have gone on keeping him in the dark."
As Rob lifted the receiver, his mother came to the kitchen doorway and folded her arms, pointing her elbows at him. "Don't start one of your half-hour conversations. School's more important, especially this year."
"Not to me,"
Rob whispered into the mouthpiece, having turned it and himself away before dialing Amy's number. It occurred to him that if her father refused to speak to him, he could ask for one of his parents to be told any news of her. Except that the voice that responded before the phone could ring wasn't her father's, but a woman's, intoning, "The number you have dialed has not been recognized. Please check and try again." Had he misdialed while attempting to ignore his mother? He spun the creaky dial again and was raising the phone to his face when the indifferent voice cut in. "The number you have dialed—" Rob silenced it and dialed the operator. As he waited for the zero to become a person, his mother pushed past him to settle the weight of her gaze on his face. "Do you realize what time it is? You can't afford to be late for school. Come and take this away from him, Tom."
"I won't be late."
"I don't want you driving like a mad thing, either," she said, so fiercely anxious that Rob almost desisted. Then a voice that might have been understudying for the announcement of unobtainable numbers produced itself. "Operator, how may I help you?"
"I'm trying to get this number,"
Rob said, and gave Amy's. While he loitered, the phone kept up a hiss of static which suggested a distillation of his mother's reproach. At last the sound retreated to let the operator tell him, "That line is out of order. I'll inform the engineers."
"How soon will they be there?"
"I'm afraid I couldn't say, sir." Rob planted the droning receiver before hurrying upstairs to brush his teeth and grab his rucksack. He considered adding Nazareth to its burden, but left the book on the chair to lie about his intentions. It was no more of a lie than his parents had allowed him to believe, after all. He tried to imitate someone bound directly for school, which wasn't enough for his mother, who said as she opened the front door for him, "I hope you've left yourself plenty of time to get to your first class."
"I have, I promise."
He might as well not have spoken, for she looked no less worried, wrinkling her nostrils at the hint of mist in the air. He couldn't very well admit the rest of the truth, that his first period that morning was free, since one of the psychology teachers was off sick. She watched while he unlocked the micra and switched on the engine, and to console her, the headlamps. Having returned half the wave he'd given her, she closed the front door as he maneuvered around the first of the potholes in the slope to the main road. There was no traffic to prevent him from driving straight across and up the nearest street to Nazareth. Children were hurrying along the street, some of the girls dressed in the uniform Amy had to wear. The memory made the seat beside him feel deserted, and he heard her saying, "It's a nice little microbe." Beyond the railings at the end of the street, the mist was trailing away through the grounds to let the facade confront him with the pallor it appeared to have extended to the daylight all around it. The drive glistened like the tracks of a plague of snails, and he found himself beginning to detest the place as much as Amy had. If she was inside and didn't want to be, it was time someone listened to her. The windows of her apartment caught the sunlight and twinkled mockingly at him, aggravating his dislike as he drove between the drooling gateposts onto the gravel. He was halfway along the drive when a car swung around the left-hand corner of the building and came for him. It was a bronzed Jaguar driven by a red-faced woman wearing a white blouse and a severe gray suit. She stopped her car abreast of his and ran her window down. "Can I help you?" "I'm here for Amy," Rob said, having leaned across to wind down the window that had once been hers. "Have you seen her?" "Is she home? I understood from her father she was away undergoing treatment." Rob experienced a shiver that felt as though Nazareth had cast its pale shadow over him. He could have understood if Amy's father had lied about her whereabouts to keep him away from her. But if he'd also told the other tenants that she wasn't there when she was— "When did he say that?" "Within the last few days," the woman said, employing her demeanor to ensure he recognized her for the magistrate Amy had mentioned to him. "Are you implying you know otherwise?" "I'm here to find out. I'll ask him to tell you where things are at, shall I?" "I'm sure we would all appreciate that," the magistrate said, and having completed a stare at Rob which more than doubled the force of her words, sped off. Rob drove up to the front of Nazareth and halted in its shadow. He would only waste time by parking round the corner, and so he climbed out of the car. As he switched off the headlamps, the ground-floor corridor darkened beyond the glass, and he seemed to glimpse movement. If somebody was coming out, he would do his best to talk his way in. But when he peered through the glass, nobody was in sight. He couldn't have seen any of the doors opening or closing. He must have seen shadows vanishing as his lights did. He strode to the wide doorstep and rang the Priestley's bell. There was silence, or at least no more than the usual sound of Partington mumbling to itself, until a girl screamed. He turned to see her dodging out of Little Hope Way as 3 of her schoolmates pelted her with scraps of litter. A metal shutter clattered up beyond the gates of the marketplace, as though to hasten her on her way, and then Partington subsumed her protests into its vague murmur. Rob was about to give the bell a second try when the grill beside the twin columns of bell pushes spat words at him. "Who's there?" It was a man's voice, and so it must belong to Amy's father. If the intercom was capable of rendering it so unrecognizable, the same ought to happen to Rob's, and in the moment of locating the button under the grill, he changed whatever plan he'd half conceived. "Parcel for Miss Priestley," he said. The response was slow in coming, slow enough that Rob had time to wish he hadn't left his car where it would be visible from the front windows. For the moment, Amy's father couldn't see it, and eventually the wall said in something not much like his voice, "Leave it without." Rob ducked his head towards the grill, too late to be certain if he'd overheard another sound. Surely only a high-pitched distortion. He poked the button as soon as he thought of an answer. "I can't leave it. It has to be signed for." "She is unable to sign for the nonce." The voice seemed increasingly focused on the microphone, filling it to the exclusion of any other sound. Rob imagined Amy's father pressing his lips against the underside of the metal to produce the close electronic whisper, and couldn't help shivering as though the mouth in the stone had breathed at him. "Then can you sign for it?" he said. "What manner of package are you seeking to deliver?" Rob hadn't anticipated such a question. A book," he improvised. "Or some books, it looks like." "We have no need of any more books here." "It'll have to be signed for before I can take it away," Rob said, growing desperate. "Then let it be left where I bade it be left." "I can't do that. The instructions are There, if it can't be delivered, it has to be sent on, forwarded, and I'll need an address.
I leave you to light upon one you find appropriate.
No, I mean I need it from you, the address where I can send this to her.
Her whereabouts are nobody's affair but mine.
They're hers as well, aren't they? Rob wasn't sure if he'd discarded his role. Perhaps a postman might just conceivably have said that. The grill crackled with static like the driest laughter he'd ever heard, which was transformed into a whisper that sounded as though it was embedded in the stone of Nazareth.
I think not. No longer, it said, and then the grill was as dead as the wall. Amy was upstairs. Rob was certain of that now.
"Hello?" he said, after the fashion of innumerable characters abandoned by phones in films, and leaned on the doorbell. When it provoked no response, he struck the closer of the glass doors with the edge of his hand. An ominous low note resounded through the corridor, and he imagined he saw all 6 doors stir with the vibration. That wouldn't gain him entry to Nazareth, and so he pushed a fist's worth of doorbells and poised his thumb on the intercom button. "Special delivery," he would say. Or was that pretense past standing up? "I need to speak to someone about Amy Priestley," would be better. He could be calling on behalf of her school, of a friend of his parents, a teacher who'd asked him to find out how Amy was. Only there was nobody to persuade of this. The grill wasn't even bothering to raise his hopes with static. Then he saw that in his haste, not that haste impressed him as quite enough of an explanation, he'd rung all the ground-floor doorbells. He rubbed his hands together to rid them of the chill he seemed to feel seeping out of the wall, and was about to jab the lowest of the second-floor buttons when 2 whitish globes appeared at the far end of the corridor and glided towards him. They weren't the lifeless eyes they appeared to be, of course. They were the headlamps of a car approaching up the drive behind him, a car moving so slowly that the muted crunch of gravel beneath its wheels resembled an increasing burst of static from the intercom. Rob turned to meet it, vowing that whoever the driver might be, they were going to admit him to the building. "Her school sent me," he heard himself say in his head. The Triumph, which was brown as an official envelope, pulled up behind his car, almost butting it, and the driver climbed out with a double slam of boots on gravel. "What are you hanging round here for, Hayward?" he said. It was Sean Pickles in his uniform. Beneath such hair as he permitted himself, his bony face was as studded with dull angles as a fist, one reddened by anticipation of delivering a blow. Rob told himself he mustn't allow his dislike to get in the way of any help the guard might be persuaded to offer. "I'm trying to reach Amy," he said. "Better do as she told you, and quick." "She'd tell you to if she saw you," Rob said, and was momentarily so confused that he wondered if Pickles might be there at her invitation, but she couldn't have changed that much. "Anyway, what's it to you?" "Plenty. We're friends of her father." "So?" Rob retorted, and forced out a question that almost blocked his throat. "Do you care about her?" "A damn sight more than you have, did you but know." "Then help her now. Help me too. She's up there, and she doesn't want to be." "Doesn't know what she wants, more like. And no wonder, with the likes of you trying to stuff mad ideas like that into her head, along with God knows what else you need arresting for." "It isn't my idea, it's hers. She called me." "Isn't that nice, after her telling you the other thing? And what did she whisper in your ear?" "I wasn't there, my mother was." "Then your mother wants to learn how to take messages. Your used-to-be girlfriend's gone away. Wanted shut of you, I shouldn't wonder." "Her father told you she'd gone, didn't he? I didn't know if she went or not, but now she's here." "Watch who you're saying is a liar." As blotches flared on his cheeks, Pickles struck Rob as more and more like an overgrown schoolboy in the wrong uniform.
"Who says she's here?"
"I do. I heard her before."
"What did you hear, you bloody pothead?"
"Amy, when I rang the bell." Rob knew he mustn't sound even slightly uncertain, and indeed, with everything he said now, he was convincing himself. "He answered it, but I'm sure I heard her trying to call to me until he blocked her off somehow. He's keeping her up there against her will."
"Sounds right to me."
"I'm serious. Somebody ought to see how she is."
"I'm bloody serious too, and don't you mistake it. Somebody's seeing to her all right, the way she needs to be seen."
Rob restrained himself from lashing out at the stiff, smug face, which he was beginning to identify with the impregnability of Nazareth. "If that's what you think, I haven't time to stop you. Just leave me to think different."
"Can't do that. Her dad asked me to keep an eye on his property."
A hot wave of rage passed through Rob before it was overwhelmed by the chill. "Amy's not property."
"She is at her age."
Rob clenched his fists and turned his back to hold them away from the guard. He was ignoring him in order to identify the next bell he should ring, when he saw there was no need. Several people were descending the stairs. In the dimness that was coated with the daylight on the glass, he thought at first the girl in the middle was Amy. When he pressed his forehead against a door, he made out that she was younger, not least by the way she shrank back from the sight of him. He straightened up and smiled and displayed his palms, but her father came stalking at him while she followed timidly alongside her mother. The man yanked the door open, drooping one corner of his mouth, as though to counteract the asymmetry of his face and ensure it didn't appear remotely comical, an ambition by no means achieved. "What do you want?" he demanded. Amy, I know who you mean. She's not here." "She told my mother she was. I'm just going up to check. It's fine. I've been up before." The man blocked his way while continuing to hold the door ajar, and his tall, stooping wife pushed their daughter forward. "Go out quickly, Pam. He won't hurt you." She squeezed through after the girl, who fled to stand beyond Pickles for protection, and added her stare to her husband's. "You've been told she isn't here. We live next door, so we should know." "I've been told all sorts of stuff. I want to see for myself." "Then ring their bell," the man advised, further lowering the corner of his mouth, and shut the door behind him with a glassy clang that sounded final.
"He already has. He isn't wanted," Pickles said.
Surely Amy still had friends who would be sufficiently concerned to let him in, Rob thought, and was pressing bells in the middle of the column when the woman said, "Can't you do something about him?"
"That's what I'm here for," Pickles said, and took a gravelly step towards Rob. "I'm warning you."
"Come away, Pam. No need to watch." The woman steered the girl in the direction of the car park while her husband lingered. "You'll handle him, will you?" he asked Pickles.
"You won't be seeing him round here again, uninvited."
"That's what my family wants to hear," the man said, and hastened after them as Rob, having failed to break the stony silence of the grill, made to push another gathering of bells. Behind him, Pickles said at the top of his voice,
"You've been told to go by the people who live here. Are you going to get in that pile of junk now and stop bothering people?"
"Not until I know if Amy's here, I'm not," said Rob, and knuckled the bell pushes.
"Then I'm escorting you off this property."
As he spoke, Pickles closed a wiry hand around Rob's wrist. Rob leaned his weight on the buttons so as not to be shifted and said, "Better let go of me. We're not at school anymore."
"Are you coming quietly, or do I have to use force?"
"Don't try it," Rob said, clenching his teeth as the bones of his wrist began to ache.
"Fuck off, Picknose, or I'm—"
You may say that to your girlfriends if you've got any, but you aren't saying it to me, Pickles snarled, and planting his free hand on Rob's left shoulder, twisted Rob's arm up towards it, hard. Rob's forehead struck the glass door, producing a gong note that reverberated in his brain. The dim corridor lurched into focus, and he saw the 6 doors tremble as though they were preparing to spring open. Then a blade of pain drove itself through his arm and deep into his shoulder, and he reached behind him with his other hand and grabbed the back of Pickles' neck. Perhaps he was remembering some film. He didn't know where the instinct was coming from. He shoved himself away from the doors with his feet and immediately bent forward with all the strength he could summon to throw his adversary over his shoulder. Or rather, he started to do so. As Rob made to fling his body forward, Pickles let go of his wrist and stepped back to release himself. Before he could, Rob sprawled on his back, having had no time to let go of Pickles' neck. The guard's weight came with him. His arm was still twisted behind him, and gravel bit into the length of it. When Pickles struggled off him and stood up, Rob attempted to roll over, but the pain that filled his arm was so intense that he crouched into a sitting position instead. A lump of gravel seemed to have lodged itself where the arm met the shoulder. He braced himself, gripping his thigh with his free hand, and tried very gingerly to move the twisted arm. The rush of pain brought the front of Nazareth Hill toppling at him. The lump embedded in his flesh wasn't gravel. It was a knob of the bone of his arm. Pickles was watching from a safe distance. "Serve you right," he said, then frowned as Rob's vision blurred. "Come on, get up. You're not hurt that bad." Somewhere out beyond his pain, Rob heard a car start and coast over the gravel. The sound of bits of stone grinding together beneath the wheels suggested that his injury was expanding into the world. The car halted with an unnecessarily violent crunch of gravel, and a window was lowered. "Everything in hand?" said the voice of the man who'd barred Rob. "He did himself an injury trying to resist while I was bringing him away. Does anyone know first aid?" Apparently nobody did. There was silence apart from the panting of the car. Rob tried once more to coax the arm from behind him, but the pain nearly overbalanced him onto it. "Hospital," he gasped as tears flooded down his cheeks. "Can you take him? Maybe one of you could drive him in his car. I'm expected at the market in 5 minutes." "I suppose I could," the woman said, not by any means immediately. "You can tell them at the library I'm on an errand of mercy, Leonard." Rob heard the slam of a car door and footsteps disturbing the broken stones. As a piece of gravel struck the hand with which he was supporting himself, the woman said, "I can't do anything unless he gets up." "Here, for God's sake." Pickles grasped Rob's uninjured arm and hauled him to his feet with a vigor that shifted the dislocated bone in the flesh. "Behave yourself while you're with this lady," he murmured in Rob's ear, "or I'll do for your other arm." Rob couldn't argue or otherwise react, hadn't even room within himself for resentment. All he wanted was that the pain should go away, or for the moment simply not grow worse. He suffered himself to be marched to his car, where the passenger door was opened for him from within. He heard and smelled the spicily perfumed woman assume the driver's seat, while he propped himself on his left shoulder against the shampooed upholstery, and then there was a pause he didn't understand, until she said, "If I had the keys, it would be useful." "Trousers. Can you get them?" She greeted this idea with a solitary tut, and he thought she was going to insist that he produce the keys. Then he felt her fingertips probing his pocket, fastidiously avoiding contact with his thigh. The keys left him, and the engine cleared its throat. As the car began to swing round, she said, "I'll go as gently as I can." As the Micra completed its turn, Rob saw the other cars start to follow as slowly, and had the impression that a funeral was leaving Nazareth. The facade withdrew into the mirror, mist draining curtained windows of their color while adding to the pallor of the stone. Until his injury was fixed, he could do nothing except hope. Hope that Amy would be safe for all the time that might pass before he would be able to come back. 26. The Silencing.
"Come and let me out, or he'll do worse,"
Amy shouted, and had to snatch a breath. In a moment she heard the intercom responding to her father or to her, though she couldn't distinguish whose voice it had. Whoever was out there wouldn't be able to hear her except when her father was speaking, and so she made herself wait until he did.
"Help! He's locked me up!"
she cried. But something was wrong. He sounded muffled. She'd heard him speak several times, separated by bursts of noise from the intercom, before she deduced that he'd cupped his hands around the microphone and was talking between them so as to exclude her cries.
"Help!"
she almost screamed.
"You can hear me! You must hear me!"
Her bruised jaw ached from being forced so wide, the skin at the corners of her mouth felt close to tearing. She no longer knew what room she would see if she looked behind her. She only knew she couldn't bear to be robbed of the solitary hope she had. She clutched at the doorknob and set about shaking the door, having remembered that it was secured by just the bolt and a single screw. Could she wrench it out of the frame while her father was distracted? Even when she flung all her weight backwards with both hands gripping the knob, the door hardly stirred. She let go of it and encircled her mouth with her hands and tried to concentrate her pleas so that they must penetrate any barrier. It seemed to make less sense now to restrict her shouts to the times when her father was speaking. How many chances to be heard might she deny herself by stopping to listen? She paused only for breath, as little of it as practicable, and so she didn't know when he ceased to speak. The sudden appearance of his voice directly outside her room felt like the springing of a trap. "Let there be an end to your ravings. Your friend has departed." Amy's cupped hands found her cheeks and dug their nails in.
"Which friend?"
"The one you so vulgarly sent on his way, I believe."
"You're saying Rob was here?"
"Was without, rather. I understand the bird had some name of the kind, and I am certain he has hopped away for good." She let go of her face rather than injure it.
"What did you say to him?"
"Why, that you are in the place that will do you most good. You yourself have ensured he will assume that is anywhere but here." Her father's voice was moving away into a room. "Now cease your useless prating and spare my brain for a little." She didn't need to be told not to attract his attention further. The thought that Rob had been so close, was perhaps still outside, not entirely relieved of whatever suspicion had brought him, had renewed her desperation to escape. She stooped for her comb and tried to fix her gaze on the screw she had to attack, but she couldn't avoid catching sight of the mirror from the corner of her eye. She gripped the comb through the handkerchief as though the dull bite of the metal teeth might help reinstate reality, and confronted the image in the mirror. Nearly the whole of her poster was there, together with a sample of wallpaper, and not so much as a hint of bare brick. For a prolonged moment she wondered how she could be certain that the scene beneath the glass was more present or more genuine than the view of the cell had been, and then she managed to put the uncertainty out of her mind. "Stay there. Just be there," she whispered at the reflection, and crouched quickly to the screw. She wedged the metal tooth into the groove and leaned awkwardly over the comb, clenching her hands around it, then bore down on it as hard as she could. Sweat prickled her forehead like a gust of hot ash as the teeth of the comb dug into her palm, and her wrists began to shiver. Just as she was about to let go until her palm stopped smarting, she felt movement. Metal had shifted, had twisted. She threw all her weight against the clumsy tool. With a snap that seemed to travel through the bones of her arm on its way to her skull, the tooth at the end of the comb broke off. Amy's knees struck the floorboards through the carpet, and tears sprang out of her eyes. She rubbed away the moisture with the back of her hand before she could give way to despair. The comb had plenty of teeth left, and the next in line must be almost as strong as the one she'd lost. She poked the broken fragment out of the groove of the screw and tried to maneuver its neighbor into place. Tried to stay calm as she fiddled with it. Tried to believe it would work. Once she saw that the length of shaft which had held the end tooth would get in the way however she angled the comb, she tried to snap it off, first by wedging it under her heel, and then in each of the holes for the screws she'd withdrawn. None of this had the least effect on the idiotic half-inch of metal. When the teeth pierced the handkerchief and found her already tender palm, she flung the comb across the room. It clashed against the mirror and fell among the mass of jars and sprays and bottles on the dressing table, where it struck an object that sounded more metallic than glass. What had it found? Amy made her way over, watching herself approach across the room that was still her room, and discovered her manicure scissors. If only they were the scissors she had used last summer to cut the legs off an old pair of jeans. But perhaps those blades would have been too large to deal with the screw, and in any case they were in a kitchen drawer. Those on the dressing table looked pitifully fragile, but she had to try them. She'd barely started levering at the screw with the thicker blade when it snapped off, and the other blade took no time at all. "Think," she pleaded with herself. "It's only a screw. Think." She dragged her gaze around the room in search of another improvised tool, but the place might have been the bare cell she was afraid to see. Its contents offered her so little. She ran to the wardrobe and rummaged in all the clothes that had pockets, but the only secret they were keeping was a half-used book of matches, with which she lit her incense sticks. She imagined trying to twist the screw with a fingernail in the groove. While the notion made her cringe, she could think of nothing with which to engineer her escape besides herself. And perhaps her father had told her how, if she was getting on his nerves even more than he acknowledged. She strode over to the door and began to kick it, chanting, "You can hear me! You can hear me!" Before long he responded from across the hall with a weariness that afforded her some hope. "Be quiet in there." "I'll be quiet when you let me out. Until then, I won't stop." "Do as you choose, as is your wont. You will exhaust yourself before you wear me down," he said, and started to pray more loudly as she redoubled her kicks and her chanting. He faltered at "deliver us," and had to recommence. When his words gave out at the phrase a second time, he shouted, "Hold your tongue, or I—" "You'll what? You can't do anything to me unless you come in here." This time she would be ready for whatever he might try. Let him throw another punch at her. It would bring him across the threshold so that she could dodge past him. Bolting the door on him would give her all the time she needed to escape. She was straining her ears to detect any sounds that would betray he was trying to take her unawares, when he spoke, still across the hall. "Your subterfuge is a poor effort. Can you contrive me no better diversion?" All she had left was the truth. "You'll have to let me out sooner or later." "Indeed. Pray explain." "I need to go next door." "I think not. I fear you have made yourself unwelcome." "Next door here. The bathroom." "I cannot see how that will be necessary when you have supped so sparingly of late." "What are you going to do?" Amy said, her voice uneven with an element that only sounded like laughter. "Starve me?" "I shall pray that fasting will bring you to your senses and to God." "It won't. So what's going to happen instead? Am I supposed to die in here, or what?" "Should that come to pass, I shall pray you repent at the last, so that your soul goes up to heaven." "You're mad," Amy whispered, and as the words became audible, she knew they were no longer an insult or an exaggeration. She was overcome by a shiver that made her feel walled in by damp, bare brick. Perhaps the cell in the mirror was where she would die, she thought, where she would be imprisoned once she died. She returned to kicking the door, an action which suggested what she could shout. "That's your head I'm kicking. Can you feel it?" "You will soon if you don't yet. I'll kick it till you open my door." She was anticipating that when he'd had enough, he would rush her door. But when he responded, he was no nearer. "You will injure none except yourself, and any harm you do yourself will have only God to help it." He didn't sound entirely unaffected, and when he set about praying louder than before, she knew she had reached him. This time he was less than halfway through the prayer when he broke off, yelling, "You fiend, you'll not best me!" He was staying where he was, however, and her foot was beginning to ache. "You won't be able to pray till you let me out," she called. "You won't be able to think." Searching her mind for a monologue she could use to rob him of his self-control as an alternative to bruising her toes against the door. There was plenty of material in the room, all the books her mother had bound for her. The biggest volume, a collection of fairy tales and nursery rhymes, lay on top of the others. But now she realized she needn't consult it. She could recite from memory. Before she was conscious of deciding which of her old bedtime verses to perform, she was projecting her voice through the door. "Come dance with me, young and old, out from the tree. There are songs to be sung, there are marvels to see. Come dance with me, young and old, under the moon. You'll have wings on your shoulders, and dew for your shoon. Dance away to the moon, Mother Hepzibah, flee. In the morning they'll come to play prickles with thee. Let them come to my hovel, whoever they are. I've games that I'll play with them, says Hepzibah." It seemed to Amy she had read this only once, and perhaps not to the end. Her father was raising his voice in yet another bid to scale the prayer, and surely he must lose his temper very soon. She rested her fingertips on either side of her nose and the edges of her thumbs gingerly against her jaw. "They've come, Mother Hepzibah, come with the dawn. Your cat she is drownded, your friends they are flown. Good day, Master Matthew, for that's who you are. Will you trip the old dance with me, says Hepzibah. Bring her with us, stout fellows, bring her to the oak. She'll dance us a jig till her neck it is broke. 'Tis no dance with no partner, and it's Matthew I name. In a 12-month from now you shall see me the same. I'll come for to find you wherever you are, and we'll dance in the air, says old Mad Hepzibah. They pricked her and spun her and swum her until they left her to rot on a rope on the hill. Why, what ails thee, Matthew? Thy face is so white. 'Tis her dead eyes I see turned to me every night. Come open the door to me, Matthew, my swain. 'Tis a year since I promised you'd see me again. Had Amy ever read all this? She felt as though she was dredging up the last lines from within herself. If to any extent she was making them up, couldn't she take control of them? Her hands sank away from her face and clasped themselves in front of her. For the moment, she was addressing only herself. You're a poor partner, Matthew, so die in your bed. I've daughters and friends I shall dance with instead. We'll dance through the fire. We'll dance into the sky. The power of the hill means none of us shall die. She was trying to understand her own words and grasp how responsible she was for them when her father broke the silence, which she hadn't even noticed overtaking him. Perhaps this will put an end to your ungodly chanting, he yelled, and tramped into the hall so resolutely that she felt the floor quiver. Instead of unbolting her door, however, he headed for the exit to the corridor. Had she driven him out after all? Then what had he meant by his threat? Just as she realized, she heard a click from the end of the hall, and her room vanished. He'd switched off the fuse that controlled her light. As her eyes jerked back and forth, desperate to free themselves from their blindness, he came to her door. "I imagined that would pacify you," he said. Amy began to kick the door, around which she was starting to perceive the faintest thread of a glow.
"Turn my light back on. Turn it on now."
"I think not."
"Turn it on, or I'll wreck your head,"
Amy cried, punctuating each word with a vicious kick. "Your performances no longer trouble me. I rather think the dark will quieten you ere long," he said, turning his voice away from her and taking it into a room. A door slammed, extinguishing much of the rectangle from which light had seemed capable, given enough time of leaking into her room. The darkness fitted more of itself to her eyes, and she felt it settling into her brain, robbing her of words. When she continued to kick out, she had the dismaying notion that, despite the ache that spread through her foot, she was kicking only the adamant blackness. But it wasn't quite as unrelievable as her father must want it to be. She had only to cross the room in the dark and find the book of matches in the wardrobe. Some effort was required before she managed to look away from the door, from all the light she had. She couldn't distinguish so much as the hint of an outline in the depths around her, but she had a sense of something crouching low a few feet into the room, where her bed ought to be. Of course it was the bed, and she shuffled until her body was turned towards it and moved forward. If only she had thought to take the matches while she was searching in the wardrobe. Her shins bumped hard against the corner of the bed, and she flailed the air to keep her balance. For a moment of panic that made her eyes feel overcome by cataracts, she was afraid to touch walls closer than they should be. She could feel her bed. She was in the room with which she'd had to grow familiar, not the cell in the mirror. She made herself sidle to the right along the footboard in the direction of the wardrobe. As soon as she relinquished her contact with the bed, she felt lost in the dark. Her feet were beginning to encounter objects on the floor. Some were soft as flesh without much bone to keep it firm. Some were hard as exposed bone. They were hers, she kept telling herself, even if more than one of them seemed to draw itself back as her foot touched it. She thrust a hand into the darkness where the wardrobe was supposed to be, though she couldn't help clenching her fist, and took another hesitant, sidelong step. At once her knuckles collided, more loudly than she would have preferred, with the wardrobe door. She ran her hand over the flat, featureless surface to locate the chilly silver of a handle, and found its twin with her other hand, and pulled them both. She felt the doors pass on either side of her, like the halves of a breath, as she ducked into a blackness which pressed its smells of cloth and wood into her face. She groped in front of her, and one hand brushed against a dangling, boneless arm. It didn't belong to the coat she was trying to find, but she thought it was close. Her fingers ranged over a gathering of empty sleeves, which stirred at her touch, and she had time to wonder what she might do if she met anything like an arm in one of them, just as an object harder than cloth and larger than any of her buttons presented itself to her fingertips. It was indeed the book of matches, which she pinched between her nails with all their strength, to ensure she didn't drop it. Surely not, for fear it would be snatched out of her grasp. And having extracted it from the pocket, closed her other hand around it. She elbowed the doors shut, and was pushing back the cover of the matchbook on her palm, when she hesitated. Was she certain that she wanted to see the room in which she was imprisoned? The room which seemed to have abruptly grown cold and damp. Not seeing would be even worse. She prized up a match and tore it out of its rank and pressed it against the striking strip. When she felt it start to bend, she realized that unless she struck it, she was liable to render it useless, and so she dragged it along the strip. It sputtered, but failed to ignite. "Don't," she whispered. "You're all I've got," and scraped the edge of its head on the strip. This time the match flared up. The jaundiced flame was so unsteady it had to be suffering from the damp she could smell in the air. Its light didn't extend nearly far enough. Most of the glow was concentrated in a blotch on the wardrobe door. She turned away as quickly as she thought the flame could stand, and held the match above her head. The cluttered floor began to heave like a sea of shadows. Dark shapes leaned out from behind the furniture and dodged back and crept into view again to obscure the flickering walls. The gloom was so unstable that only the pattern of the wallpaper persuaded her the walls weren't bare and crawling with moisture, and the pattern might have been stains of damp, except that surely it was too regular. At least she could see to find her way back to the foot of the bed, guarded by the 4 dim faces which appeared to be floating in the cloudy air. But the light was also showing her that the matchbook was considerably less than half full, with only 7 matches left. She wouldn't feel safe lying on the bed. She was going to sit on the end of it, with the presence of the faces on the wall to reassure her the room hadn't changed, and the matches in her hand if she absolutely needed to see in order to believe. She paced around the bed, stepping over huddled objects that snatched at her feet with their shadows. She had reached the corner of the mattress when the flame stung her thumb and forefinger. She shook it, and it died, and in that instant she glimpsed a face raising itself to peer at her out of the dark of the room. She almost dropped the matches. For a moment she didn't know which way she was facing or where the intruder might be in relation to her, sneaking up behind her or waiting directly in front of her for her to strike a match and illuminate its face. Then she discerned the meager outline of the door to her left and made herself turn towards the depths of the room as she fumbled for a match and nearly broke it off too short to be of use. Digging a nail into its root, she twisted it out of the book and dragged the head along the strip. The shadows sprang out to greet it. Some crawled about the floor, while larger shapes nodded from behind the furniture. The swarming of dimness on the walls seemed to be the only other movement. Amy was striving to persuade herself that she must have imagined the glimpse, that if she didn't control her imagination she was lost, when her gaze was drawn where she least wanted it to go, to the mirror. Her poster wasn't in it. Bare bricks were, even less well-lit than the walls around her, but visibly coated with moisture. Was there also an object at the base of the mirror, the top of a rounded, brownish lump crowned by a few strands of cobweb, or vegetation, or hair? She stared in panic at it, willing it to sink out of sight, or at the very least, not to move. The match burned down to her finger and thumb, and with a cry she dropped it. As its fall extinguished it, she saw the discolored lump rear up to gaze at her over the edge of the mirror, or rather to show her the lack of its eyes. She became aware of crushing the matches to uselessness in her fist. She had to pry it open with her other hand before she could locate another match, and pinch it between her shaky finger and thumb, and jerk it free, and scrape it on the progressively bald strip. The room and its shadows wavered up as the flame did, but all she could see was the head of the figure crouched beneath the level of the mirror. More of the shriveled, peeling forehead was visible this time. It was waiting for the last instant of light before it raised itself further, Amy recognized, as though it was playing a mad version of some childhood game. What might it do when the matches were spent? She mustn't risk finding out, mustn't use her last match. The flame shivered at the thought, as her hand did, and although it was no more than halfway down the stalk, gave up. Its failure was the signal for her companion to lift its head, displaying the holes which were the best it could do for eyes, and a good deal beneath them, though not much that was worth calling a face. Amy dropped the smoldering match and flung herself at the door. Her free hand clutched the knob, and she began to rattle the door in its frame. She didn't want to infuriate her father now, but win him over. "Please put the light back on," she called.
I'm better now. Please let me out, or put the light on."
Her skin was tingling unpleasantly, and a faint reek of singed carpet had added itself to the increasingly damp smell of the room. Her ears had started to ache along with her forehead and jaw as she strained to hear her father and willed nothing to be audible in her room.
"Can't you answer?"
she called, jerking the door harder and fighting to control her voice.
"You've cured me. Can't you tell I'm cured? I'd just like the light on to see."
She was struggling to think of more to say when she heard a sound that had to be welcome, the opening of the door across the hall. The outline of her own door brightened somewhat, and as she tried to take that as a good sign, her father said in a voice which sounded resentful of being roused, "If you are cured, as you say, you must know there is naught to fear."
"I didn't say I was afraid,"
Amy managed to inform him, though she had trouble with the last word.
"I can't see to do anything, that's all."
"You have no need to do anything. Comfort yourself with the dark and find peace in it. You ought to recognize you are not alone in it." Somehow Amy kept her voice even, reminding herself that the only way to overcome the presence in her room was by persuading her father, but her body did its best to shake itself away from the threat of being touched in the dark.
"What do you mean?"
"What should I mean? You betray yourself by asking. Is God not with you?"
"Oh, I see. I thought you meant—"
There was no subject Amy would have less liked to pursue.
"You're right. You don't need me to tell you, do you? I know it's true now,"
she said, gritting her teeth. That failed to relieve her tension, and she couldn't help thumping the wall beside the door with the side of the fist that held the matches.
"Oh, no,"
she whispered, and before she knew it, she had let go of the doorknob and retreated a step into the dark. She threw out a hand and found the knob again, and hung on to it while she attempted to convince herself that the wall had felt as it had seemed to feel solely because of her panic. She inched her fist towards it, gripping the matches tight but not too tight, trying to believe in them as a talisman of the light, which would show her the room hadn't changed. None of her preparation was any use. Her knuckles touched the wall, then grated against it as though that would crush her sensations, but there was no mistaking them. Her skin was chafing against bare, rough, moist brick. She pulled her hand away and rubbed it convulsively on her sleeve, and almost relinquished the doorknob in order to light a match. She had a sudden notion that so long as she maintained her grip on the knob, she would be holding back the change from overtaking the room. And besides, the matches were a final hope that she didn't want to exhaust until she absolutely had to, not while there was the slightest chance of coaxing the reaction she needed from her father.
"I said I'm better,"
she called, trying to concentrate in her voice everything she was desperate to achieve.
"You have to come and see, or how will you ever know if I am?"
Her father didn't respond for some moments, long enough for her to wonder if more of the contents of the mirror than the bricks she'd seen reflected might be with her in the room. Then he said, "You are clever as the devil, but I see through your ruse."
"What ruse?"
Only her headache prevented her butting the door in her frustration.
"I'm telling you the truth. Why won't you believe me?"
"Because you tell me you have found peace, yet I hear you are as diseased as you were when it was necessary to put you away." He was beyond persuasion. She could hear that now. All she had left were the matches, and at once she knew that the best they could show her would be too similar to the nightmare she'd experienced after he had lifted her up to Nazareth. The 3 necklaces dangling over the mirror, the 4 hats on the wall, their shadow jerked by fire. He'd lifted her because he was afraid. He'd overcome his fears at her expense, and that had brought her where she was now. Or had he quite overcome them? The contrary idea seemed to crystallize her thoughts into a hardened point aimed straight at him. She gripped the doorknob harder and leaned her forehead against the wood that still belonged to her bedroom.
"I'm not as nervous as you," she said,
her lips nearly kissing the door.
"What idiocy are you mumbling? I cannot hear a word."
"Now you can," said Amy, and sharpened her voice. "You were scared of this place before we came to live here, and you're still—"
"Be silent, fiend! I cannot hear you. Your ravings find no purchase in my ears."
"You can. You're trying not to. You're in the place you wanted to forget you're scared of. You're in the spider house."
"Our Father, our—"
"You won't be able to blot me out because you know I'm right. You're alone out there in the spider house, and you will be, unless you let me out."
"Be still, you wretch! You poison, you betrayal of my flesh! Vow to the word of God, our Father, which...
Praying won't make it go away. It's all around you. Can't you feel it? It's the spider house that won't let you pray, not me."
"Hold your tongue, droppings of your mother. I shall hear none of you. Rave until your voice deserts you. My ears are stopped."
"Then you won't be able to hear the spiders coming."
"You hell spawn!" her father screamed, and slammed the door across the hall.
Amy heard a thud which she guessed was the impact of his knees with the floor, because he began repeating desperately,
"Our Father, our Father, our Father."
"You can still hear me. There's nowhere in here you won't be able to. I'm in your head. You can't get rid of me." She no longer knew where her words were coming from, but she sensed they were working. "Better not stay alone out there much longer," she said.
"Protect me against the wiles of the fiend. Our Father, dear God, our Father."
It was her feeling that a great deal of her panic had been transferred to him that allowed her to let go of the doorknob, and with far less urgency than before, strike a match. The glow spread over the door and illuminated the wall. No bricks were to be seen, only wallpaper. She ventured to touch it, and having confirmed that it felt as it looked, turned to the room. Clouds like dreams were in her mirror, and she could see no sign of a figure lurking at the bottom of the sheet of glass. Then dim lumps wobbled out from behind her 4 hats, while strings of shadow entangled themselves with the necklaces in the false room beyond the glass, and she remembered her dream of Nazareth on fire. The match flickered out, though she hadn't extinguished it, and she saw darkness leap into the mirror. For the moment, only darkness. "Better let me out before you see them," she called. "They're all around you, the spiders in the spider house." At first she thought she was speaking too low, but then she heard her father.
"Dear God, silence her. Take away her devilish voice."
"If you don't let me out, they'll come out. They're watching to see if you—" The door across the hall crashed open, and she sucked in a breath to help her brace herself. She was retreating an arm's length from her door. She wasn't prepared to relinquish the knob until he pulled the bolt, when his footsteps dashed into the kitchen and halted. She sensed he was at his wit's end, ready to open her door if he could think of no other course, and she mustn't give him a chance to think. "They're coming. They'll be everywhere you look. They want you to be all alone with nobody to help you. They won't let you out of here unless I'm with you. Open my door while you can get to it, before they come in the hall." He'd ceased praying. There came a screech of wood on wood, as though he'd shoved a bench away from him, having sat on it. She mustn't be afraid of provoking him further. "They're coming. Millions of them. All the spiders in the spider house. I can feel them waiting. They're giving you one chance to let me out, and if you don't, they'll—" She didn't know what more she could have said, what nightmare she might have summoned up for him, but there seemed to be no need. While she was speaking, she heard him tramp into the hall, and as she ran out of words, he wrenched the bolt back so violently she felt the force of it through the doorknob. As the door tottered at her, holding itself almost upright on its single hinge, she released her hold and made to dodge around her father. At once she realized she should first have pulled the door off balance to ensure he couldn't shut it again, but it was too late for either plan. Her father lunged at her, jabbing a hand into her face. She would have thrown herself aside if she hadn't been momentarily paralyzed by the sight of the item in his hand. The large scissors from the drawer whose wooden screech she'd heard. "Forgive me," he said, but he wasn't speaking to her. His eyes were blank as death. Perhaps his last prayer had been an attempt to head himself off. Amy opened her mouth to cry for help, forgetting that nobody would hear, and backed away, but he was faster. The scissors plunged into her mouth. She felt the blades close on her tongue, and with a considerable effort, meet. She saw them snatch a reddish object from her mouth and shy it into the hall. Her father turned away at once, as if he had no further interest in her, and heaved the door shut after him. He must have observed that all was not right with it, because once he had bolted it, he shook it hard. Apparently dissatisfied, he moved away, and she heard the scissors clatter into the drawer. He couldn't really have used them, she tried to tell herself. Her father couldn't have done that to her. Not her father. But her mouth felt invaded by a wound too big for it, and at the same time robbed of part of itself. The metallic taste of the scissors was intensifying, filling her mouth until she was unable to pretend it wasn't the taste of blood. It was making her faint, and so was shock, through which the pain had only started to declare itself. When she tried to cry her outrage at her father, nothing came out of her except a choking, inarticulate gargle and a mouthful of blood, which she heard splash the door. She had to see the worst. She shuffled unsteadily around, though her faintness threatened to collapse her legs, until she was facing the mirror. Her hands were clumsy, unfamiliar tools she was using in her blindness to locate a match and tear it out of the book. Her sense of the rest of her body had been cut off by the violation of her mouth. She managed to focus in her hands the very little awareness she had to spare, and found the strip on the matchbook with a distant finger. The match scraped and caught fire, and she saw herself. Her chin and her throat were bearded with liquid, which in the uncertain light looked black. More than that, she couldn't see across the room, even when she forced her mouth to recall how to open. She held the match in front of her and followed it towards the mirror, her legs wobbling against the bed and only just supporting her. By now the light on the wall at her back was too meager to show her whether the surface had reverted to naked brick, but she couldn't see her poster. She seemed to be watching herself as she was led into a cramped, dark place by the spectacle of herself, mouth gaping in anticipation of the horror she had yet to experience. She swayed to a halt before the mirror and brought the match close to her face while she tried to poke her tongue out of the hole framed by her bloody teeth. Any muscles that were left in there flinched from the agony that responding would involve, and all she could see in her mouth was blood. The sight released another wave of faintness through her, and the blood spilled from her mouth. It put out the match, and she was overwhelmed by the dark. She supposed that was partly her faintness, since she felt herself falling. Most of her struck the bed. Her inability to see made more room for her pain, and her body tried to shrink around it in an effort to squeeze it smaller. Then her limbs and fists and clenched feet relaxed as another gush exploded out of her mouth, and she fainted from loss of blood. In her last moments of consciousness, she realized she still had a voice, even if it wasn't audible to her ears. "Let me out," she said with it, and knew she no longer meant it for her father. "I don't care what you do to set me free," she vowed, as she was accepted by the dark. 27. The Spider House. There was a problem with the door. As Oswald pulled it shut, it began to lean into the room. He had to grab the handle two-handed while the scissors dangled from one thumb. As he heaved the door upright, he couldn't avoid a glimpse of the denizen of the room. Then the door was in place, despite whatever she had sought to do to it, and he rammed the bolt home. When he tried the door, it held firm. It was as secure as the rest of Nazareth, and the evil beyond it was silenced at last. He strode into the kitchen to return the scissors to the drawer. Though he narrowed his eyes as he shut the implements away, he couldn't entirely fend off the sight of them. They weren't as bad as he might have feared, hardly even reddened. He'd done no more than had to be done, and now he should put the unpleasant but necessary incident out of his mind before it drove him as mad as she had made herself. Brooding about it would only corrupt him, weaken him, as her wiles had failed to do. Surely his courage in taking up the blade had earned him peace. He clasped his hands together and closed his eyes. "Let my mind dwell on you now, O Lord. Let all my thoughts be good." He was able to pray again. She was no longer able to destroy his ability to speak to his Maker. He would pray until the memory of the incident was locked away as of no further use. After all, he thought, she had little reason to complain. She had taken pleasure in mutilating the body God had given her. He opened his mouth to raise his voice, and seemed to feel the faintest hint of tickling on his face. As his eyes sprang open, the sensation retreated, and he clasped his hands until he regained control of his thoughts. Of course, he hadn't finished cleaning the apartment, and the nerves of his face had been reminding him. Why, there was a disgusting example of slovenliness in the hall. A piece of reddish meat lying on the carpet opposite the bolted room. He tore a wad of paper towel off the roll above the sink, and having picked the lump of meat up, not without a shudder, dropped the package in the kitchen bin. The plastic lid clunked shut, allowing him to forget the repulsive contents while he set about searching for anything else she might have scattered about the flat to trouble him. He was responsible for some of it, he remembered. He'd left the table strewn with her schoolwork. It had been an emblem of his hope that she would come back to herself. Perhaps he'd even hoped that it would somehow help her come back. But there was no point in further deluding himself. He gathered up the armful of books and papers and dumped them in the kitchen bin, which just had space for them. The Bible he let lie, because surely its holiness must be equal to any damage it had suffered. "You are my strength," he murmured to it as he surveyed the room. He could see nothing untoward. Apart from the bolted room, he'd brought the vacuum cleaner to bear on every inch of the apartment which could conceivably have required it, after all. He shouldn't be tempted to repeat the operation so soon. It would suggest an enfeeblement of faith. Instead, he went to the window, to gaze at a world which he had forgotten was out there. The town was subdued by the afternoon. Beneath a slab of cloud the color of the gravel drive, and as extensive as the sky, the only movement he could see was of several women, surmounted by hats, who kept shaking their heads as they made their loquacious way across the marketplace to the tea-room. The red, segmented lines of roofs wormed up towards the moor, and he recalled that dozens of those roofs protected families that were also under his protection. He needed to return to work, and now that he'd dealt with his domestic problem, he would, just as soon as he'd caught up on his sleep. As he passed the bolted door, he heard only blessed silence. She must know better than to start her kicking. She'd been taught not to play any more tricks. Nevertheless, he left his door open an inch before lowering himself onto the bed, where he shut his eyes and crossed his hands on his chest. Surely he'd achieved enough to indulge in the luxury of praying himself to sleep. "Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep." He must have been very young when he had last said that, because the remaining words had deserted him, and then it came to him that he'd suppressed them on her behalf. She hadn't liked them as a young child, when she had been taught the prayer. Perhaps this aversion had been the first sign of her ungodliness. If only he had seen that it betrayed her unwillingness to put her faith in God. But brooding over it would be to risk the sin of despair. "If I should die before I wake," he said, "I pray the Lord my soul to take," and found he was too weary to frame any more prayers. That felt entirely different from being unable to remember them, and he let his hands relax. His eyelids were at least as heavy as his hands, and more difficult to lift. All the same, he forced them open when, on the edge of sleep, he had the impression of hearing a noise, hardly even a whisper, by no means articulate, and perhaps not even audible. As his rolling gaze was slowed by what appeared to be a small crack at the bottom of the lower pane, he wondered if it was a draught he'd sensed. If so, he couldn't feel it, and his body was growing more stubbornly ponderous by the second. His mind sank into itself and drew his eyelids down. Just as sleep engulfed him, floating his thoughts apart, he imagined that the softest of kisses touched his lips. Whose would he have wanted it to be? Not the infested creature's. He couldn't have borne the contact of the unclean mouth that was safely locked in its lair of a room, and so he wished it to have been Heather's. That was his last thought as he gave himself up to sleep, and he experienced the stirring of a hope that the wish might be transformed into a dream. When one came, however, it wasn't Heather that it brought to him. He was in the same position on the bed. To judge from the sky, not much time had passed. He was lying there, as incapable of conscious movement as anyone asleep would be, when he heard some small presence approaching over the carpet by the bed. His immediate notion was that it might be the magistrate's cat, which had somehow managed to survive his treatment of it, an encounter which it suddenly seemed crucial for him to take back, if he could. Impracticable though the proposal was, it did allow his hand to move, to reach over the edge of the bed to stroke the cat's head. Then his dream made room for the thought that the animal was unlikely to be in good shape, and he succeeded in retrieving his hand before it could touch or be touched by the visitor. He had returned it to the clasp of his other hand when a series of soft, uneven footfalls arrived at the far end of the bed, and a small head wobbled into view against the gray light from the window. It wasn't a cat's head. It was unclear to Oswald what kind of creature it belonged to, since there was very little of a face to see. He had a confused fancy that the intruder was related in some way to the pictures in the hall. It appeared to be at least as pop-eyed. The globes bulging from its head lacked pupils, however, and were pale as the exterior of Nazareth. In the dream he wondered if it might be someone's idea of a pet, because it sat on its haunches and jerked its front legs up before its fleshless torso as though to beg. Then it pawed at its eyes that weren't eyes, and just as he identified them, the cocoons were dislodged from the sockets. The many-legged contents of the torn globes spilled over the remnants of a face. He heard a rain of objects strike the carpet as the head ducked out of sight, whitish tatters dangling from its eyeless sockets. He was struggling to regain control of his immovable body, even to be capable of praying for the gift of movement, when the glistening mass swarmed on its countless legs over the end of the bed, as swift as fire on oil. All the bulbous bodies wobbling between their spindly, scuttling legs were green as mold. He could hear their soft rush towards him, a triumphant whisper. He thought he could smell the poisonous moisture of them. Any of this should be productive of a scream, and if he could only cry out, he must waken. Now their weight was gathering on his shoes, and in a moment they were teeming over his ankles and onto his legs beneath his clothes. He forced his mouth open, the whole of him straining to yield a scream. He felt a substance stretching between his lips, the substance whose invisible presence had kept tickling his cheeks, and whose accumulation he'd taken for a kiss. The realization came too late to prevent him from gasping for breath. His gasp sucked in more than air. At once his tongue and the interior of his mouth were coated with the substance, and things were crawling over them. Those sensations drove a sound out of him, and not only a sound. With the gurgling cry, in a voice he scarcely recognized, went the contents of his mouth, or most of them. As his teeth clamped shut to ward off any further invasion, he felt them close on an object that writhed and immediately burst. A despairing shriek prized his jaws apart and sprang his eyes wide, and he was awake. His tongue and the roof of his mouth felt thicker than they should, and he seemed unable to rid himself of a poisonous taste. Surely these were effects of his wakening without having slept enough. If the light through the window was exactly that of the dream, that only meant it was somewhat later than when he'd laid himself down on the bed. He ought to pray again, pray as long and as hard as was required to wash away the lingering nightmare. "Now I lay me," he began, with a vigor which he hoped would clean his mouth, but found he would rather not invoke the notion that anything might happen to him while he was helplessly asleep. Some stronger and more positive prayer was needed, one which would persuade him that he was alone in the room, that the bare quilt would stay there, that there was no cause for him to glance over the edge of the bed. He clasped his hands together so hard that they shuddered, and was about to pray for the faith to close his eyes as an aid to recalling every prayer he knew, when something ran across the ceiling to dangle from its legs above his face. Oswald flung himself blindly forward and sprawled off the end of the bed. His momentum brought him to the window, and his palms slammed against the glass. If there hadn't been a crack in it before, there was now. But perhaps he had previously seen the silhouette of a thread of cobweb. As his face almost collided with the pane, he saw that the entire length of the bottom of the double glazing was stuffed with white cocoons. The impact of his hands must have jarred them, because the thousands of bodies they concealed boiled out, a frantic mass that reared level with his face. They were trapped within the cracked glass, but for how long? He reeled backwards a couple of steps before he managed to turn away so as to bolt for the hall. As he turned, he glimpsed darkness retreating under the bed and heard the whisper of its rush across the carpet. He dodged wildly away from the bed and became aware that he was being followed, a body quivering above him like a gob of black poison about to drop. He groaned and fled to the door, but his pursuer easily kept pace with him. It would fall on him as he struggled out of the room, he thought in despair. But the door was still ajar, and in a moment he was past it, and it was slammed, imprisoning all the horrors in his room. Once he'd shaken it to convince himself it wouldn't open as soon as he let go, he dashed along the hall, stretching out a hand to grasp the latch of the door into the corridor. His sense of imminent release was so vivid that he saw what he wanted to see, and was nearly at the end of the hall before he realized that the latch was no longer to be seen. It was there, but it was hidden by a thick gray veil at least 2 feet across. Where the gray surface clung to the doorframe, a brownish shape reminiscent of a baby's hand appeared to be caught in it. For a moment, Oswald was able to imagine the shape was a hand which a child had pulled off her doll, and then it produced the rest of its limbs as it sidled heavily down the web and poised itself over the latch. Oswald clapped his hands over his mouth, bruising his lips as he backed away. A terror of stumbling over some unsuspected intruder whirled him round, and he elbowed a picture frame. The picture began to sway as though its pop-eyed subject was performing an insane dance, and the inhabitants of the nest it had concealed scattered from behind it, scurrying over the panels in every direction. All the bulging eyes resembled cocoons pressed to bursting. As he flinched between the pictures, hugging himself for fear of dislodging them, he hardly knew where he was going or why, even as he lurched into the main room. Then he saw where his instincts were leading him, and sprinting to the window, made his fingers venture to the catch. Nothing appeared to be lurking in it, and he managed to steady his shivering arm, while his finger and thumb levered the segment of metal out of its niche. The sash was released, and he heaved it up and hoisted himself over the stone sill. The lawn gleamed up at him. Frost that lingered in the shadow of the building had rendered the grass as pale as Nazareth, and he knew that the ground would be unyielding as stone. Though it was less than 40 feet below him, he saw at once that he couldn't jump. At his age, he would only smash himself. "Help!" he screamed instead. "Someone, please, help!" There was no response. Few people were visible, and they were all enclosed by the windows of shops around the distant marketplace. A second plea, louder and more shrill, had no effect other than to crack his voice. In a fury of hopelessness, he dragged the sash down and stared through it at the silenced, indifferent streets, and became aware of movement on either side of him. The curtains had stirred in a draught as he'd slammed the window, and now they were still. He jerked his open hands at them in an attempt to keep them so. For some seconds they hung inert. Then, as he was about to let his hands sink, the heavy velvet shifted, rippled with the life teeming in the material. Both curtains swayed towards him as if they or their denizens were about to overwhelm him. He'd thrust out his hands to beat them off before he realized he would touch not only the velvet, but also its contents, giving them the opportunity to swarm onto him. He retreated, flapping his hands, and floundered in the direction of the hall without the least notion of where his panic might be driving him. The sight of the Bible lying on its vague reflection halted him. It was the one item in the entire apartment which seemed capable of helping him, yet he'd come close to overlooking it in his terror. He swept it off the table and held it tight, ignoring how softened the covers felt. "God be with me. Help me overcome all creeping things," he prayed, and advanced into the hall. He saw the Bible work at once. The paper eyes were eyes again, and they looked cowed by the book. Whatever might lurk behind the pictures was staying well out of view, and so he marched past them, holding the cross on the front cover towards the bloated object that had crouched over the latch. He thought he'd seen the Bible work, but as its shadow fell on the gray expanse, the creator of the web only twitched the tangled strands and raised its front legs slowly and deliberately, as though to acknowledge him. Oswald brandished the Bible above his head and struggled to send himself forward. Surely the weight of the book was sufficient to crush the swollen body against the door, or failing that, at least to knock it to the carpet, where it would be stunned enough for him to tread it underfoot. Except that he couldn't bear the possibility of failing to cripple it, or of proving unable to finish it off. As his hand waved the Bible, mining his inability to strike, he saw the spider's moist jaws work. He felt its inhuman attention focus on him, a gaze concentrated by its minuteness. Was the creature preparing to leap off its web at him? He flinched back several feet, and a thought managed to articulate itself. He should indeed be heading for the kitchen. Any spider was afraid of fire, and should be doubly so of the one he would be bearing. "A holy flame," he declared, both an apology for the action he was proposing and a prayer that it would save him. He ran to the cooker and twisted the nearest control. It achieved nothing, not the feeblest hiss of gas. He poked his face at the gas ring, which ought to have responded, and then his head jerked away, so violently he felt his throat stretch. The outlet on the ring was choked by a whitish blob. Every ring was plugged with a cocoon. "God rot you all!" he screamed, and twisted every control as far as it would go, and heard a solitary, muffled hiss. One of the outlets wasn't quite blocked, but he couldn't see which. Before he had time to think, he jabbed the ignition button. The left-hand front ring flared up, setting fire to the cocoon. Within the reddish flame, small bodies writhed and instantly were lumps of ash. The spectacle filled Oswald with a joy indistinguishable from rage. He plunged the topmost corner of the Bible into the ring of fire. The covers only smoldered, but in a few seconds the pages caught fire, slowly enough to reassure him that he wouldn't need to dash along the hall. He held up the flaming Bible and saw himself reflected in the window, a hero with a sacred weapon, as he reached with his free hand to turn off the lit ring. Perhaps it was the heat which brought 5 legs groping out from behind that control, and as many from behind its neighbor. Oswald managed not to cry out or recoil. He thrust the blazing pages at them and was heartened to see them flinch. He was loitering to prolong his enjoyment of the sight when it occurred to him that the fire in his hand could ignite the pent-up gas. Shielding the flame to slow its progress into the book, he marched down the hall past the intimidated pictures. "Here comes fire," he announced. "Here comes death." The guardian of the latch renewed its grasp on the web, and its poisonous balloon of a body twitched up towards Oswald. It looked as though it was offering itself to the flame, and he didn't hesitate. He shoved the blazing pages into the midst of the cluster of legs, and was almost certain that he saw fire gleam like realization in the pinpoint eyes. There came a bubbling hiss, dreadfully loud, and the legs splayed themselves in a convulsion. The web shrank in tatters away from the latch, and a lump of fire dropped from it, writhing and shriveling. By the time the lump struck the floor, it was a charred remnant which lay smoldering but still. Oswald flicked the rags of web away from the latch with the Bible and glanced about for somewhere to dump the book, which was more than half consumed by now and threatening to scorch his fingertips. He couldn't bear the thought of retracing his steps, only to relinquish his protection. He tossed the Bible against the skirting board as his fingers began to sting, and clamped them on the latch. With his other hand he slipped the key into the mortise lock and twisted it, and used both hands to haul the door open and stepped into the corridor. The panels were no longer visible, and little of the lighting was. As far as his vision would stretch in the clogged dimness, the walls and the floor and the ceiling were an energetic mass of blackness. His step over the threshold sent the host on the floor scuttling away from him, only to gather itself and rush at him, its countless legs waving, its multitude of bodies quivering. He heard a concerted, soft patter filling the corridor as he fell back into the hall and grabbed the Bible. As his fingers closed on the binding, the kitchen exploded. The impact hurled him against the door, slamming it. He saw a gust of fire from the cooker cross the kitchen doorway to engulf the table and the benches, all of which burst into flame. He'd kept hold of the Bible, which had left a sample of its flames on the skirting board. Immediately after the explosion, he heard glass shatter, and then the sliding fall of a sash, of the window he'd neglected to secure. A wind surged into the hall, turning the fire of the Bible almost white. Before he could drop the book, the flames leaned towards him and streamed up the whole length of his arm. His jacket sleeve and the shirt inside it were a single wad of fuel. When he tried to fling the book away, the cover adhered to his fingers, and he felt as if he was doing his utmost to tear off strips of their smoking flesh. His other hand clutched at the little of the book that wasn't yet ablaze, but a draught so purposeful it might have been a breath sent flames up that arm, too. He had to wipe the Bible down a panel of the wall to part it from the hand it was destroying. The block of fire fell against the skirting board, but he hadn't time to extinguish it. Fumbling at the buttons of his jacket with his less injured hand, he staggered around to the door. He couldn't even bear to look at the fingers which had held the Bible, never mind trying to use them to grasp the latch. Abandoning his struggle with the buttons, he forced those charred fingers to close around the metal knob. He felt the skin over his knuckles tighten and split open, but the knob turned, and his weight dragged the door towards him. The fire was swifter. As the gap between door and frame showed him that the corridor was deserted, he felt flames meet across his shoulders. The nape of his neck caught fire, bowing him into a convulsion as though he could duck out of reach of the blinding pain. A last instinctive thought remained to him. He was beyond escaping from the fire, and so must phone for help. He spun giddily in the midst of the smoke of himself, stretching his arms wide in a crazed notion that doing so would keep some of the fire away from the core of him, and saw there was no longer a phone in the hall. He'd smashed it to prevent Amy from calling for help. He'd done far worse, and the sudden flood of memories convulsed him more savagely than his physical agony had. As though the flames were leaving his mind nowhere to hide, he remembered everything at once. He remembered saving her from falling into Nazareth, her small hands gripping his for protection, and he remembered the effort he'd had to exert on the scissors as they bit inside her mouth. The flames had reached his scalp, but it was the memory that almost sank him to his knees. Instead, he thumped his back and his skull against the wall to put out as much of the fire of himself as he could. It didn't work. Indeed, he felt flames spreading down his legs. Nevertheless, he limped towards her room, beyond which fire swarmed fluttering out of the kitchen to snatch at the hall.
"I'm coming, Amy."
He did his best to call, while trying to keep his voice gentle.
"Don't be afraid. I won't touch you. I won't come anywhere near you. I only want to let you out, and then I'm staying here."
There was no response from beyond the bolted door. Of course, he thought, he would never again hear her voice. The upsurge of appalled shame he experienced was almost enough to render him incapable of venturing even as close as her door, but he compelled the lumps of fire that were his feet to advance one more step, and another. It was a draft that stopped him. It came from behind him, where he would least have expected it. It whipped the flames around him to embrace every part of him that wasn't already on fire. His legs wobbled one more step and were no longer capable of supporting him. He fell yards short of Amy's door. He heard his body strike the carpet, but he didn't feel the impact. Perhaps he had nothing left with which to feel. That wasn't true, because he felt helpless grief at the sight of flames blustering out of the kitchen towards Amy's door. Then fire raced crackling over the panels of the wall above him, and he knew the fuel of that fire was himself. 28. Beyond the Hill. As Amy rose towards consciousness, she seemed unable to see or to breathe. A substance heavier and more solid than darkness was filling her up on the way to her brain. If it shut down her awareness once more, that was fine with her. Being aware would only bring her pain and a knowledge of imprisonment and loss. There was no point in trying to remain alert in case someone came to save her, because nobody would. Now she understood why she had made so few friends. People you relied on went away when you most needed them, as her mother had, and in another sense her father. Having understood that, she could forget it, and everything else too. Neither seeing nor breathing was much of a reason for her to fight off the dark, and once she gave into it, she wouldn't miss them. Thinking was the feeblest reason of all, especially when a multitude of dreams was waiting to be dreamed, requiring nothing more of her than relaxation. It was time she returned to the dark. Except that some presence at an indeterminable distance from her consciousness wouldn't let go of it. A profound lack of sensation had occupied her body, annulling even the pain which she would have expected to be suffering, and so she doubted that the troublesome element was part of herself, unless it was the very lack. Perhaps it was the darkness that was more than darkness, which, now that her reluctant awareness grasped it, was much more like smoke. How could she have failed to smell the acridity of it? She couldn't stand her unawareness now, and so she lifted herself off the bed. At first she was unable to locate the floor. Perhaps, she couldn't help thinking, there was less of it to find. The notion that she might be stepping off into a void as empty as her vision almost sent her into retreat, but imagining the worst might be less bearable than knowing. Besides, now she was managing to make her way in the direction where her instincts told her the door stood, although she could still feel nothing underfoot. Her eyes might as well have been replaced by the dark. It was impossible to judge whether she was seeing the faintest outline of the door, or whether this was an impression her mind felt obliged to provide. But the door was where she had taken it to be, except that as she reached out to it, the block of ash it had apparently become fell away, revealing the hall, revealing that the hall was hardly there. A single picture lay at the foot of the opposite wall, the face under the cracked glass charred beyond recognition. Presumably all that was left of the panels was the soot which clung to the brick. She could see into the blackened cave that had been her father's bedroom. It no longer had a door, nor any glass in its window. Most of its floor, like that of the hall, had been consumed, leaving a few joists and random lengths of floorboard chewed by fire, and by the look of them, consisting mostly of ash. Through the gaps between them she saw the yawning depths of Nazareth Hill. For a moment she thought the roof at least had survived, and then a star gleamed in the ribbed blackness overhead. So her nightmare of a fire had come to pass without her even being aware of it. Not only the fire, but also any firefighters had apparently come and gone, abandoning her unnoticed in the ruin. The disaster seemed to have driven her father away, at any rate. She didn't care that he hadn't saved her, only that he was gone. There was silence throughout Nazareth Hill, except for the whisper of ash in a wind that fluttered the back fur of the wall. And then she heard a chunk of the roof slither off the bricks on which it was resting, and plunge in a series of shattering crashes all the way down to the foundations. If she'd been tempted to wait to be found, her room had protected her after all. She assumed its lack of ventilation had kept the fire at bay. She felt too vulnerable now. What could she do? Calling for help had proved useless before, and now she had no voice. In any case, when she considered the lights of Partington beyond the charred hole where the window had been, they seemed no less distant and indifferent than the star overhead. Nobody would help her except herself, but when she gazed along the very little that remained of the hall floor, she wasn't sure that she would be enough. The prospect of the black gaps between the remains of floorboard, balanced on the shriveled joists, made even her perch on the threshold of her room feel increasingly precarious. But if she left it, she was by no means convinced she would be able to distinguish any footholds in the shifting, smoky darkness. Her plight was threatening to shrink her into a point which would have room only for panic, but she mustn't let that happen. Help, her mind said. She meant the appeal for herself alone, and yet she wasn't entirely surprised when a response came from outside her. There was a creak of wood at the far end of the hall, where the doorway gaped emptily as a small, dim shape entered the apartment. Deft as an acrobat, it ran across the scraps of floor to Amy and sat up on its haunches. Before she could glimpse its face in the dark, it shuffled round and began to pick its way more slowly towards the corridor. A yard or so from her it halted and turned the shadowy blotch of its head to her. It wanted her to follow, and was showing her the route. It might have been a cat. It was about the right size. The darkness allowed her to take it for someone's clever pet that had strayed into the building and was guiding her, as clever pets did in stories she'd once read. Even if it was what she suspected it might be, it was all she had, and it had come when she'd called. As the dim head wobbled, beckoning, She abandoned her refuge and lurched onto the first of the stepping stones, which were all that survived of the floor. She wavered on the exposed, charred joist, and the 3-story void surged at her to pull her down. Then she had her equilibrium and immediately advanced to the next perch. She recalled from stories that the trick was never to look down, and so she kept her attention on the next footing she had to reach. It was like learning how to walk again, but more exhilarating. Her guide must be sure of her, because it had turned away and was demonstrating the next few steps of their route. She couldn't be less sure of herself than it appeared to be of her, and in almost no time that she was aware of, she gained the end of the hall. The corridor had been reduced to its essentials, a dark 3-story tunnel crossed by skeletal portions of blackness. As a wind moaned along it beneath a sky that was uncovering its stars, the black-furred walls appeared to shudder. The naked drop beneath her might have troubled Amy if she hadn't concentrated her attention on her guide, which was staying only a pace ahead of her now. She rather hoped it wouldn't turn to her. She was beginning to distinguish the outline of its body, which was less complete and regular than she would ideally have preferred. As though sensing her wish, it kept its head hunched low between its shoulders, while it led her past the doorless, gutted apartments to the stairs, or rather, where the stairs had been. All that remained of them were stubs of joists protruding from seared brick. Her guide sprang on to the highest joist at once. Surely it wouldn't have done so unless the carbonized stump was capable of supporting Amy, too, and once it leapt to the next, she launched herself after it. She caught the rhythm of the descent at once, and soon she and her companion were skipping down the excuse for a ladder, even managing to swing themselves around the bends in the staircase without breaking their headlong progress. Since the joists were so close together, Amy was able to observe more about her guide, not least the dark lines between its ribs, lines much deeper than shadow. This failed to disconcert her, and she found herself reflecting instead that she was so certain of her balance she might have leapt from floor to ruined floor rather than bothering to use the remains of the stairs. Perhaps she'd needed them as some kind of reassurance, she thought, as the lowest joists carried her down to the level which had been occupied by the ground floor. It was hardly more than a pit now. Just enough of the floor had endured to make Amy feel capable of picking her way to the exit. She would have to pass all the rooms she'd feared, but she could tell they were deserted. She glanced into each hall as she came abreast of it. The blackened bricks were dripping, presumably with water from the hoses the firefighters would have employed. But if the vistas beyond the charred doorways resembled cells, those cells had been liberated. And so was Amy about to be, just as soon as she followed her guide, which had pranced lopsidedly out through the blistered opening where the glass doors used to stand. Amy sprang from the last stump of wood ribbed with black ash onto the step, and from it onto the gravel. It was odd. She couldn't feel the chunks of stone beneath her feet, any more than she remembered having felt the footholds she'd used to make her way out of the ruin. She found she was unwilling to look down at her feet. Her reluctance might have troubled her more if she hadn't sensed that her perceptions were being overwhelmed by the shadow of Nazareth, a dark, stony presence which, however impalpable, seemed to be exerting itself to hold her within it. Having managed to escape from the building, she could surely elude its shadow, as her guide, which had dodged around a corner, apparently had. She darted forward and felt the shadow clinging to her like a fog that was more than fog, trying to stretch after her as she reached its edge, alongside the buried roots of the oak. Then she was beyond it, and sensed it drawing its darkness into itself. She was free at last, free of Nazareth and all it represented. But where had she to go? Beyond the gateway she saw the dull glow of the marketplace and the static lights of the rest of the unhelpful town. Past them all was Rob's house, invisibly dark. He'd tried to help her at the end, but she didn't think she could go to him now, not only because the lightlessness of his window showed he was asleep. It must be the middle of the night, yet she wasn't even slightly tired. What else ought to strike her as unusual? Something else uncommon for the time of night, some quality of Nazareth. She hadn't looked towards the building when it occurred to her to wonder how, when the night was so dark, the ruin was able to cast the shadow she had seen. She swung round like a weight on a rope and saw. Behind the hulk, the crown of the hill was glowing. For an instant she imagined it was catching moonlight, but there was no moon in the pierced ebony sky. Besides, no moon could have made the ground shine so brightly. The grass and the scattering of wildflowers, which had crept back in the absence of the gardener, seemed transformed into luminous pearl, and from several hundred yards away she could distinguish every separate blade of grass, each leaf and petal. The spectacle mesmerized her, and before she was conscious of deciding to approach it, she was drifting uphill over the frozen lawn. She kept well away from the ruin, which was surrounded by a patch of blackened earth, like a frustrated attempt to extinguish the glow of the hill. Now she was past, and the light swelled up within her, ousting her sense of herself. She wasn't even convinced she was seeing her shadow, it was so feeble and thin, and yet she was afraid of damaging the flowers over which she was passing. The minutest details of them were intricate as crystal. "You don't need to be," she thought. Or was it she who'd thought it? She was almost at the summit now, and she wanted to make out her shadow in case the light did away with it. She looked down and saw not only her shadow. She saw 12 more, 6 on either side of her, all of them as shriveled and malformed as hers. In the moment of their growing visible, each of the nearest extended a hand to her. It seemed impolite not to take them, especially when they were no more incomplete than hers. The fire had reached her after all, she saw. At once her hands vanished from her sight, and she was holding on to her invisible companions with the essence of herself in the midst of the pearly glow. "We shall see everything save ourselves," said another voice within her. "We rescued one another. We shall be whole at last." All the soft, intimate voices, even those which had yet to speak, already seemed as familiar to Amy as her own. They belonged to her truest friends, whom she would always have. "Let us go up," another suggested, and in a moment they had glided to the crown of the hill. The moor stretching to the horizon shone with a moonless moonlight, a luminousness that was as much a part of her as of the landscape. Beyond the moor were further mysteries, and beyond them the sky and the stars, and other revelations whose vastness she feared for the moment to contemplate. The wind in the mile after mile of shining heather was the secret voice of the moor, and she thought it was promising her that she and her companions would be equal to whatever they encountered. She felt herself being given a promise. It might take eternity to keep it, she thought, as they began to sail effortlessly over the moor. As she became aware that the consciousness she was acquiring might be capable of holding within itself every living thing around her, and every individual detail, and the awesome whole of which they were a part, beginning with the world. Beyond that she dared not venture yet, and so she fixed her awareness on the moor that was sharing her light. As she reveled in the start of her voyage, she felt herself being raised up with an immense gentleness by the stars. Set us all free. The day before he was to leave for university, Rob finished packing late in the afternoon, and then he wondered if he had. He surveyed the pile of suitcases and the huddle of cartons in his room, but they weren't the answer. The view that had been nagging at him throughout his preparations drew him to the window. A slow procession of builders' lorries was emerging from the gates of Nazareth. The spectacle made him feel hollow, abandoned by the year he'd known Amy. Just about now, he might have been meeting her to arrange when they would see each other once he was settled in his new accommodation. When he swallowed with an effort and turned back to his room, it was only to be confronted by the poster she had bought him. It could stay on the wall, he decided in that moment. Packing it would be to try and fail to bring Amy with him. Even without it, he was bound to be wakened in the night by memories of her. Thoughts of actions he should have taken were the worst, harsh as a beam shone into his eyes in the dark. His parents kept telling him he would form new friendships, maybe more than friendships, and he supposed that would have to be so. Perhaps he would feel better about it once he told Amy he was going. Perhaps visiting her would reach him in a way that the clump of smugly mysterious faces surrounded by clouds was unable to achieve. He liked the band and the fake magic of their lyrics even less now, and if it weren't for Amy, their faces would no longer be in his room. But they were the nearest thing he had to a picture of her. Working his arm to rid his mended shoulder of the twinge it still sometimes experienced, he hurried downstairs and out of the house. The September sky was veiled by cloud. A vague disk of pale light was lowering itself towards the horizon of the moor beyond Nazareth. The air smelled of early autumn smoke. Usually, this first sign of the dying of the year appealed to Rob. When he was younger, it had promised fireworks to come and Christmas. But now it reminded him of the stench of the ruin of Nazareth on the day after the fire, the day he'd wakened from his medicated sleep to learn of the disaster. He hunched his shoulders at the thought, digging out the twinge again, and found his way along the lumpy road in the direction of the church. At the end of the row of houses above the iron-tied wall, a path wandered through a thorny sprawl of brambles along the ridge. Generations of churchgoers from the row had tramped it clear, and eventually it led alongside the railings of the churchyard to the gate. Now grass and wildflowers were reclaiming the path, and Rob had to disentangle himself from more than one spiky twig. Elaborate extinguished candelabra of gorse surrounded the path, concealing his approach. Perhaps he would see who kept leaving flowers at the priestly grave. The grave was near the top of the slope that rose to the church. When Rob stepped out of the brambles by the railings, the building obstructed his view. Rather than learn the identity of the mourner, he thought, he would prefer to have this farewell visit to himself. He was halfway along the boundary when the grave came into sight. Sean Pickles was straightening up from laying a wreath against the headstone. Rob was filled with a rage so fierce its glare seemed to reflect off everything he was seeing, and then it subsided. The last place he wanted to fight with his old enemy was at Amy's grave. He was edging into hiding when a thorny creeper snagged his ankle, and the creak of the massive vegetation as he tried to free himself drew the guard's attention to him. Pickles' face stiffened and grew more mottled than ever, its red blotches flaring as the pallor of the rest of it intensified. Then he appeared to control himself, presumably having grasped that Rob wasn't there to spy on him. "I'll be gone shortly," he mumbled. No doubt he was embarrassed, but it sounded rather too much like a brusque dismissal. "So will I," said Rob, and walked to the gate. Pickles murmured a few quick words over the grave and crossed himself, then descended the grassy slope. "Off on your travels, are you?" he said with a ponderous humor that was new to Rob. "My mind is." Pickles twitched his eyebrows but didn't comment further. "I don't reckon she'd have hung round here much longer either," he muttered instead. "Maybe I'll do some of the things she would have done." "I'd not be surprised," Pickles said, in a tone designed to convey that he was keeping most of his disapproval to himself. "She didn't think much of us." Rob concluded that he meant the town, since he had turned his gaze on it. He continued to look past Rob while he licked his lips and put his tongue away before declaring, "I thought I was doing right, you know." Rob's shoulder was reminding him of its injury, but he did his best to keep it still, because to draw attention to it would distract them from the memory of Amy's fate.
"That's all right, then," he said.
"Of course it's not all bastard right," snarled Pickles, slamming the heel of one hand down on top of the gate between himself and Rob. "I wasn't to know about him, though, was I? You don't expect them to be like that when they're mad. You don't think they could be so plausible and sly that nobody notices what's up with them?"
"Some of us had an idea."
"Aye, well, that must be why you're off to university, and I'm stuck here because you're so clever."
Either he regretted having allowed his bitterness to show, or was determined to persuade Rob to his view.
"My parents never noticed, let me tell you. You couldn't know what goes on in a mind that's gone like that. I mean, locking her up. That's going too far."
"Just locking her up?"
"He couldn't have meant to set the place on fire, could he? Not when he knew she wasn't able to get out. Nobody's that mad. Not Mr. Priestley, at any rate."
Rob had the impression that, however sure of himself Pickles was trying to sound, he was close to pleading. Rob didn't feel he could say much to help, but he tried.
"I think the fire was waiting to happen."
"I don't know what you mean by that. You sound like her."
"I wish I'd been more like."
Pickles blinked at him and returned his attention to the town. After a pause, he said, "My mother thinks Mr. Priestley never got over losing his wife."
"That'd do it, would it?"
Rob said, and was ashamed of his sarcasm.
"There was more to it. Aim was right. They shouldn't have moved into that place. Maybe nobody should."
"Don't start that up again. Nobody wants to hear. We need all the new people we can get. People are business."
Pickles unlatched the gate, as though Rob thought he was its keeper, then held onto it while he glanced up the slope at the grave. Rob wasn't sure if he was meant to hear what the guard said then.
"I could never be like him." "Pray you won't be."
Pickles gazed at him to indicate that there were any number of responses he could give. No doubt questioning Rob's right to advise him to pray was among them. All he said as he opened the gate, however, was, "I see your arm's fixed."
"More or less."
"Well, there you are," Pickles said, as though conceding a point, and it wasn't until he swung his upturned palm towards it that Rob saw he was referring to the grave. "Your turn. All yours." Rob stifled his resentment.
"You're the one who's looking after it,"
he said, and dodged clumsily around Pickles to head up the slope. He heard the latch click shut. When he reached the foot of the grave, he looked over his twinging shoulder. The guard was already out of sight along the main road. Despite his absence, Rob felt no less awkward as he gazed at the wreath leaning against the granite headstone at the end of a rectangle of gravel like a sample of the drive that led to Nazareth. He had no idea how to act or what to say, not because he felt watched, but because he had no sense at all of any presence. Amy's gilded name and dates were concealed by the wreath, but that wasn't the only reason. How could she be expected to rest with her father? If he hadn't left so much money to the church, Rob wondered whether he would have been allowed into his chosen spot. Perhaps Rob should take his leave of Amy on the moor, and then he asked himself reluctantly if he should visit where she'd died. She'd thought the place was capable of holding on to the dead, and if she'd believed that in her last moments... He wanted to believe it meant nothing, but he hadn't ventured anywhere near Nazareth since the day after the fire. Now he wanted to be certain it was keeping no secrets about her. He turned away from the stony grave and hurried out of the gate. Townsfolk were climbing the streets towards Nazareth. It looked like a ritual, and indeed it was, of going home. None of the people he observed letting themselves into their houses glanced uphill. perhaps preferring to ignore the sight of the windows of Nazareth, every one of which was draped with a pale substance that billowed in the wind. Rob tramped past the locked marketplace and stepped onto Nazareth Row. The sign clamped to the left-hand gatepost of Nazareth waved a stiff greeting at him. Major New Refurbishment, the sign proclaimed. Luxury apartments, only 13 left. The removable numerals shivered as the polythene that filled the windows bulged, as though the place had drawn a breath. "You're dead," Rob declared, and strode between the stone posts. The long facade was pale as ever, having been cleaned by the builders. As Rob stalked up the drive, kicking gravel towards Nazareth, the moors crouched lower behind the roof, leaving the whitish sky, and he felt as though the paleness was trying to insinuate itself into his skull. The blankness of the windows lurched at him again as he reached the threshold and tried the handles of the massive oak doors. Of course, the doors were locked, and he paced backwards to stare up at the windows that had been Amy's. None of them had actually belonged to her. Unlike him, she'd had no landscape of her own. He couldn't bear the notion that the least trace of her might still be imprisoned in the windowless room. Those were her father's windows Rob was gazing at, and when the polythene in them flapped as the rest did, he knew that was only the wind. "You aren't here. I know you aren't. I hope you're wherever you'd like to be," he said. The wind bore his voice towards the moors, and he was about to move away from the building, whose shadow had begun to lay an insidious chill on him, when he heard something flutter like a wing, although all the blind windows had grown motionless. It was on the ground, at the corner of the building which the Priestleys' apartment had included. As he glanced in that direction, he glimpsed movement dodging out of sight. Not a cat, he thought, but some less common animal. When he ran around the corner, however, he could see no sign of life, just the wind streaming through the grass and over the top of the hill, and carrying with it a charred scrap of paper. As the scrap danced to the crest of the hill, he managed to pin it down with his fingertips. It was a fragment of a page from a book of verse, he saw when he turned its blank side over. From the foot of a page, he deduced. It contained just 2 lines. "The monks and the rest would have crushed it, you see, but the power of the hill shall set us all free." That was the extent of the words, but not quite the whole of the message. Beside the last word, and as faded as the print, was an inked cross. It looked very like the one Amy had drawn on the solitary Christmas card she'd sent him. Rob gazed at the moors as he folded the scrap carefully and slipped it into his safest pocket. He felt as though he was sharing the landscape with her, the ranks of heather turning into mist as they receded towards the horizon, the hollows secret with shadow, the dusk rediscovering the subtle twilight colors of the moor. He stood there until nightfall, when he imagined her exploring the mysteries of the dark. "Goodbye," he said into a silence as wide as the moor. "And thanks." Pressing his hand on his pocket to guard the message, he turned downhill to the world. End of Nazareth Hill by Ramsey Campbell. Read by Kimberly Schraf in the studios of Potomac Talking Book Services, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, May 1998. Published by Forge, Tom Doherty Associates, Incorporated, 175 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 10010. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.